You've clicked on a video designed not only to accompany your sleep, but to feed your subconscious quietly and carefully with ideas that will reshape the way you see yourself, the way you see the world, and the way you carry yourself through it. For the next 10 hours, you will be guided through the deepest, clearest, and most enduring philosophies of human well-being. Philosophies that stood the test of centuries, ideas that outlived empires, and thoughts powerful enough to shift the very architecture of your mind. And it all begins here, laying back, allowing your thoughts to soften, your breathing to slow, and your mind to open. This isn't a motivational monologue. This is a conversation. A quiet one, between me and you. The world outside can wait. You've clicked on the right video. Your only task now is to listen. Let me ask you something directly. Who told you that you were in control? From your earliest memory, you were taught, either subtly or explicitly, that life was a puzzle, and you were meant to solve it. That if you just tried hard enough, planned carefully enough, anticipated wisely enough, the world would bend itself to your will. From your earliest memory, you were taught, either subtly or explicitly, that life was a puzzle, and you were meant to solve it. That if you just tried hard enough, planned carefully enough, anticipated wisely enough, the world would bend itself to your will. No one tells you that the most important events in your life, the people you meet, the moments that change you, the losses that shape you, rarely arrive on schedule and almost never according to plan. The truth is uncomfortable. The truth is this: life is more jazz than symphony. Unscripted, unpredictable, improvised. And the tighter you try to grip the wheel, the more you feel the road shifting under your hands. Epictetus, the ancient Stoic philosopher, taught this over 2,000 years ago. Some things are up to us and some things are not. And yet, most people live as though everything is up to them. They fight, they push, they plan, they chase, and in doing so, they suffer. Here's something no one has told you. The more you try to control life, the more it controls you. Think about it. You can't control the weather. You can't control the economy. You can't control what other people feel, think, or do. And yet your mind acts every single day as if you could. When traffic ruins your schedule, when someone you love disappoints you, when plans fall apart, you feel frustration, even anger, as though the world owes you obedience. But the world owes you nothing. The illusion of control is the root of this pain, a trick of the human mind designed to protect us from the unbearable uncertainty of existence. Because to admit that life is unpredictable is to accept that we are vulnerable. But here's the paradox. The moment you release the need for control, the moment you stop resisting, something strange happens. You begin to regain your power. There's an old philosophical parable about a man who stands on the seashore, shouting at the ocean. Day after day, he yells, curses, and pleads with the waves to stop rising. He believes if only he could command the tide, his life would finally feel safe. But the waves never stop, and the man dies exhausted, bitter, and broken. Now here's the difference. You are not that man. You are here in this moment listening. And the fact you're here tells me something. That part of you already suspects the truth. You've begun the first step of wisdom, recognizing the world will not bend, but you can. Ask yourself, what if the only thing you've ever needed to control was your reaction? This is the core of nearly every great philosophical system, from Stoicism to Buddhism, from existentialism to modern psychotherapy. The world is indifferent, but you don't have to be. You can't prevent the losses, you can't prevent the changes, you can't prevent the unexpected, but you can choose what those experiences make of you. You can choose whether the storms make you bitter or wise, whether betrayal makes you hard or compassionate, whether failure makes you afraid or free. And this alone is the real battlefield, not the outside world, but the inner landscape of your own mind. When you understand this, when you truly allow it to settle into your bones, a strange quiet begins to emerge. The same quiet you'll find in monks sitting in silence, in seasoned philosophers gazing through old library windows, in the weathered faces of those who have survived much and yet carry no resentment. They don't control the world. They control how the world shapes them. Alan Watts, one of the great philosophical voices of the modern era, wrote, "To control your mind, you must first let go." It sounds backward, it sounds impossible, and yet it's the most direct path to freedom. Because surrender isn't weakness, it's the end of resistance, and the end of resistance is the beginning of peace. Let this truth sink in, even as your thoughts drift towards sleep. Real peace only arrives when you stop fighting reality. The world will continue to spin, the tide will continue to rise, people will come and go, days will unfold, circumstances will shift, but you, the one listening now, will become untouchable. Not because the world changed for you, but because you changed for the world. So breathe. Let the need for control dissolve. Let the thoughts settle in like a seed, because this is only the beginning. And you, my friend, are exactly where you need to be. You've heard it said before, but I'll say it again. The only certainty in life is uncertainty. The very notion of control is often our most cherished illusion, isn't it? And yet, it's also the source of most of our pain. In the very act of trying to control everything, we lose control over the one thing that matters most, our own peace. Now, in this chapter, I want to take you on a journey. A journey not to conquer the world, but to conquer yourself. To learn the ancient wisdom of Stoicism, where peace comes not from controlling everything around you, but from understanding the fundamental divide between what you can control and what you cannot. This is one of the most crucial realizations you'll ever encounter. It's a deep truth, a guiding principle that has stood the test of time, and if you let it, it will transform how you approach every moment of your life. Let me start with a simple question. What if the only thing standing between you and your peace was this one simple understanding? You see, the Stoics were masters of recognizing this divide. They didn't spend their time trying to manipulate the world. They spent their time mastering themselves. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most respected Stoic philosophers and the Emperor of Rome, wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Now, think about that. Do you truly grasp the weight of it? The Stoics weren't concerned with external circumstances. They were concerned with how they responded to them. This divide, the gap between what we control and what we do not, is the key to everything. Imagine you're standing in the middle of a storm. The winds are howling, the rain is pouring, and the world around you seems to be in chaos. And you feel it, the temptation to fight the storm. You want to scream at the sky, push against the wind, control the rain. You want to assert your will over the chaos, but it won't work. The storm is not your enemy. The storm is a part of the world you cannot control. The Stoics would tell you, don't waste your energy on the storm. You cannot make it stop. What you can do is choose how you respond. You can choose whether to stand tall in the rain or cower from it. You can choose whether to let the storm shake you or to remain unshaken, solid as the ground beneath your feet. The storm is external, your peace is internal. This is the Stoic divide, the world outside and the world inside. You can't always control the world outside, but you can always control what's inside. Here's something most people will never truly understand. What you can control is limited, but it's enough. If you take a moment to reflect on your own life, you'll find that most of the time you waste so much energy trying to influence things that are completely out of your hands. You try to control people's actions, the way others perceive you, how things should unfold. But all of that, it's a futile battle. Here's where you gain power. You focus only on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your response to life, and you release the need to control anything else. This isn't defeat. This is liberation. This is strength. Ask yourself now, what is the one thing you could let go of today that would immediately lighten your load? You don't need to fix everything. You don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to win every battle. All you need to do is align your actions with your values to control your response to life as it comes. You see, we're taught from a young age that we have to control everything, that we need to mold the world into our image. But real strength lies in understanding that we don't have to fix the world. We don't have to make it perfect. The Stoics understood that the world will always be chaotic, messy, unpredictable, but that doesn't mean we need to be. The only thing we need to master is ourselves. Let me give you an example to help this idea sink in. Think about a time in your life when you've been frustrated. Maybe it was something small, like waiting in traffic, or something big, like a job you didn't get, or an argument with a loved one. What did you do in that moment? Did you try to force your way through it? Did you allow yourself to be swept up in frustration, to fight the tide? That's the wrong approach. You're swimming against the current, and here's the truth: the current will always win. But when you understand what you can and cannot control, your response changes. You stop fighting, you stop resisting. You let go of the need to control the uncontrollable, and instead, you focus on your own actions, your own mindset. It's like being in the middle of a fast-moving river. You can't stop the current, but you can float downstream with it, using the current to guide you instead of working against it. That's the essence of Stoic thinking. Let's pause for a moment. What would happen if you stopped fighting every circumstance you didn't like? Think of the stress you would save. Think of the peace you could cultivate. This doesn't mean you become passive. This doesn't mean you give up or do nothing. No, it means you recognize the things you can change and focus all your energy on those while gracefully accepting the things you cannot. There's immense freedom in this. You don't need to control the storm. All you need to control is how you weather it. Remember, you are not the victim of life. You are its participant. The Stoics would remind you that while you cannot control the events around you, you can control your participation in them. You can choose how you respond to life's unpredictable nature. You can choose to become a person of wisdom, someone who stands unshaken in the midst of chaos. You can choose peace even when everything around you is falling apart. And this is the true power of the Stoic divide. It's not about ignoring the world. It's about understanding your place within it and choosing to control what is within your power. Remember, the storm does not last forever. Your response to it, however, can shape who you become. This is not just philosophy. This is practical wisdom applied to every single moment of your life. You can do this. You've already taken the first step by acknowledging what you can and cannot control. Now, take the next step. Let go of the rest. You're on the path now, and this path will lead you to peace. Life is unpredictable. One moment everything is going well, the next, a sudden change, a new twist, and everything you thought was solid starts to shift. You've probably heard this before, but have you really taken it in? Have you considered the possibility that what you perceive as good or bad is simply part of a greater pattern you may not yet understand? In this chapter, I want to tell you the ancient story of a Chinese farmer, a story that has been told for centuries to remind us of the unpredictable nature of life and the wisdom that comes from embracing it. It's simple, really, but the power of this story lies not in its simplicity, but in its depth. There was once a Chinese farmer who lived in a small village. One day, his horse ran away. The villagers gathered around, and they said, "Oh, what a terrible thing this is. How could this happen to you?" The farmer simply looked at them and said, "Maybe so, maybe not, we'll see." A few days later, the horse returned, bringing with it a wild stallion. The villagers again gathered around and said, "What a wonderful thing, you've gotten a new horse. How lucky you are." The farmer again responded, "Maybe so, maybe not, we'll see." Then the farmer's son tried to ride the wild stallion, but he was thrown off and broke his leg. The villagers said, "Oh, what a terrible thing, your son is hurt. How unfortunate." The farmer, in his usual calm tone, replied, "Maybe so, maybe not, we'll see." A few weeks later, soldiers came to the village to draft young men into the army. When they saw the farmer's son with his broken leg, they passed him by. The villagers gathered around again and said, "What a fortunate thing, your son will not have to go to war." The farmer once again simply said, "Maybe so, maybe not, we'll see." Now, let's pause for a moment and reflect. How often do you jump to conclusions about the events in your life? It's human nature, isn't it? We label experiences as good or bad, happy or sad, lucky or unlucky. But in doing so, we often limit our understanding of what's truly happening. The Chinese farmer understood something profound that most of us don't. He understood the impermanence of situations. He knew that no event in isolation can be judged as good or bad. Every experience is just one part of a much larger picture, and the full implications may not become clear until much later. Here's something that no one tells you. The real strength lies not in how you respond to the moment, but in how you suspend judgment about it. When life throws a curveball at you, the immediate reaction is often to call it bad. But do you ever stop to think, what if this event, which appears negative, is actually the key to something greater? What if this setback is in fact a setup for something better? The Chinese farmer didn't react emotionally to his circumstances. He didn't label his experiences immediately. Instead, he took a step back and understood that time reveals all things. What may seem like a misfortune today may turn out to be a blessing tomorrow. Let's take a deeper look at this. Imagine your life as a long, winding river. Along the way, you encounter rocks, rapids, and obstacles. Some parts of the river are calm and serene, while others are turbulent and dangerous. Now imagine that you're trying to navigate this river. Would it be wise to panic when you encounter a rapid? Would you label the rapid as bad and the calm water as good? Of course not. The river flows, regardless of the rocks and rapids in its way. The journey isn't about avoiding obstacles, it's about learning to flow with them. You can't control the river and you can't control the rocks, but you can control your ability to adapt to them. You can learn to navigate the rough waters without allowing them to overwhelm you. The Chinese farmer knew this instinctively. He didn't fight the flow of life. He didn't resist the changes. He simply accepted each moment as it came, without judgment. Pause for a moment. Can you think of a time when something you initially saw as a setback turned out to be an opportunity? Maybe you lost a job and thought your world was over. Maybe you went through a painful breakup and you were convinced that you'd never be happy again. But years later, looking back, you realize that these setbacks were the stepping stones to something greater. What if you stopped labeling every event in your life as good or bad? What if you simply accepted that life, like the river, flows in its own direction, and all you need to do is keep moving with it? The wisdom of the Chinese farmer lies in his understanding of impermanence. All things change. Nothing stays the same forever. This is a basic truth of life that you must accept. The world around you is constantly shifting. Your emotions, your relationships, your circumstances, all are in constant flux. When you resist change, you suffer. When you cling to a fixed idea of how things should be, you close yourself off to the opportunities that change brings. But when you learn to flow with the current of life, you begin to see the beauty in the impermanence of all things. The farmer's simple response, "Maybe so, maybe not, we'll see," is a reminder that life is not about immediate reactions, but about trust. Trust that life has its own rhythm, and that the greatest wisdom comes from not rushing to conclusions. So I ask you this, what would happen if you too embraced the idea that every event is part of a greater unfolding? You wouldn't resist life's twists and turns. You wouldn't label things as good or bad. You would simply trust that the journey is exactly what it needs to be. And in doing so, you would find peace. Let this story of the Chinese farmer be a guiding principle in your life. Every time you face a challenge or a sudden change, remember the farmer's words. Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see. You don't need to know everything right now. You don't need to control the outcome. All you need to do is trust the flow of life and accept what comes without judgment. And just like the farmer, you may find that what you once saw as a misfortune may turn out to be the very thing that saves you. The next time life throws you a curveball, remember, life doesn't work on your schedule, but it does work in its own perfect timing. Trust that what is unfolding is exactly what needs to unfold. The river always finds its way, and so will you. Resistance is a powerful force. It shapes your life in ways you may not even realize. It pulls you in different directions, keeps you on edge, makes your journey much harder than it needs to be. You might not know it yet, but your suffering is often a result of resisting the flow of life. Think about this. When was the last time you felt frustrated, stressed, or anxious about something beyond your control? How often do you struggle against the inevitable, only to find that the struggle itself is the thing causing your pain? This chapter will explore a simple but profound truth. Resistance breeds suffering. It's one of the most powerful concepts in both Eastern philosophy and Western thought, and it holds the key to freeing yourself from unnecessary pain. You may have heard of the Buddhist teaching of the Four Noble Truths. The first truth is simple yet striking. Suffering is a part of life. It's inescapable. It's woven into the very fabric of our existence. But what's often overlooked is the second truth. The cause of suffering is attachment. Think about it. Whenever you resist something, you are, in essence, attaching yourself to the idea that life should be a certain way. You decide how things should be, and when reality doesn't align with that, you suffer. Now, let's pause for a moment. How many times have you wanted things to go a certain way, only to be frustrated when they didn't? How many times have you clung to an idea of how life should unfold, only to be disappointed when the outcome was different? Every time you resist reality, you create a gap between how things are and how you think they should be. This gap is the source of your suffering. The tighter you grip, the more pain you create. Let me share a personal insight with you. The more you fight life, the harder it fights back. I'm not talking about physical struggle here, but mental resistance. How many times have you caught yourself resisting an emotion, a feeling, or even a thought? You tell yourself, I shouldn't feel this way, or this isn't how it's supposed to be. That resistance is the source of your distress. You see, when you resist, you are fighting reality, and reality is a force much larger than you. Reality is indifferent. It does not care about your preferences, your expectations, or your desires. It simply is. So every time you fight against it, you invite unnecessary suffering. But what would happen if you stopped resisting? Consider the story of a bamboo tree. In its early years, it does not grow upwards. Instead, it grows deep into the ground, developing an intricate root system. The bamboo tree does not fight this process. It doesn't resist its need to grow downward before it can grow upward. It understands that its growth requires patience, acceptance, and time. But when it is finally ready to grow, the bamboo shoots upward at an astonishing rate, soaring into the sky. Now think about this. What if you too embraced patience with your own growth? What if you didn't resist the times in your life when things seem slow, when progress seems hidden? What if you trusted that the root system of your life is being built in the background, preparing you for future growth? Here's something that no one tells you. You don't need to understand everything. You don't need to control everything. What if, instead of resisting the twists and turns of life, you accepted them? What if, instead of trying to force your circumstances into what you think they should be, you allowed them to unfold as they will? This doesn't mean you stop taking action. It doesn't mean you become passive or complacent. What it means is that you stop fighting with the flow of life and you stop trying to bend it to your will. You move with it instead of against it. Let's dive deeper. Resistance, especially mental resistance, often shows up when you try to control things that are beyond your control. Think about your emotions. How often have you tried to suppress or change your feelings because you didn't want to experience them? When you try to suppress your emotions, they only grow stronger, don't they? Can you think of a time when resisting a particular emotion only made it worse? The harder you tried to suppress it, the more it seemed to take over your mind. This is the paradox of resistance. The more you push against something, the more energy you give it. When you fight against your thoughts or feelings, you are giving them power over you. But when you allow yourself to feel what you're feeling, without judgment, without resistance, you regain control. The emotions don't take you over, they simply pass through. This brings us to an important concept: acceptance. Acceptance is not the same as resignation. It doesn't mean giving up or letting life push you around. What acceptance means is acknowledging the present moment without resistance. It's saying, I don't control everything, but I can choose how I respond. When you accept, you stop struggling against life. You let go of the need to control every outcome. Instead, you focus on what you can control: your actions, your responses, and your ability to adapt. Here's a powerful thought. What if you could stop resisting the things you cannot control? What if you could release your attachment to outcomes? This is the essence of peace. It's the realization that suffering arises when you try to make life conform to your wishes, when you try to control the uncontrollable. The next time you encounter a difficult situation, a setback, an unexpected twist, an emotion you don't want to feel, I want you to remember this. You don't have to resist it. Instead, you can simply observe it. You can feel it, acknowledge it, and then let it go. Life will flow, regardless of your resistance. Your suffering comes not from the events themselves, but from your inability to accept them. So ask yourself, what would happen if you stopped fighting? What if you allowed life to unfold naturally, without resistance? When you cease resistance, you create space for freedom. You stop chaining yourself to outcomes. You stop carrying the weight of unneeded stress. You allow yourself to simply exist, and in that existence, you find peace. Now, let me ask you again, what would happen if you let go of your attachment to control? What would your life look like if you simply allowed things to unfold as they will? There is a space, a pause, a breath between what happens to you and how you respond. It is in that space where your freedom lies. Let me ask you, how often do you act without thinking? How many times do you react automatically without any consideration of what's happening within you or around you? Viktor Frankl, the renowned psychologist and Holocaust survivor, understood something profound about this space, the space between stimulus and response. He believed that in this very moment, you hold the power to choose, and within that choice lies your freedom, your humanity, and your true strength. This chapter is dedicated to understanding that space. It's the secret to mastering your reactions, shaping your destiny, and ultimately experiencing true freedom. Why is this space so important? Let me explain. In every moment of your life, you are being stimulated by external events. The world is constantly giving you information, emotions, and situations that demand a response. But here's the most important point. You are not required to react immediately. You are not obligated to be a slave to every stimulus that enters your consciousness. Let's take Viktor Frankl's experience as an example. During his time in the concentration camps, Frankl witnessed the brutal, dehumanizing forces that tried to strip people of their dignity. But through all the suffering, Frankl discovered a profound truth. Even in the most horrific circumstances, we have the ability to choose how we respond. Can you imagine that? In the midst of despair, in a situation that stripped him of everything, his family, his possessions, his identity, Viktor Frankl found that the one thing no one could take from him was his ability to choose how he responded. He found this space, this gap between what life throws at you and how you choose to react. And in that space, he found meaning. He found his purpose. And that made all the difference. Pause for a moment. Consider your own life. How often do you feel controlled by your emotions, your thoughts, or even your environment? How often do you believe that external circumstances dictate your internal state of being? Frankl's breakthrough was simple yet revolutionary. You are not your reactions. Your reactions do not define you. You have the power to pause, reflect, and choose. This space is where your true freedom lies. Let me ask you a powerful question. What if you stopped allowing your circumstances to dictate your emotions? What if instead you chose how to respond to every situation, every challenge, every difficulty? This is the key to personal transformation. This is how you gain mastery over your inner world. When you recognize the space between stimulus and response, you no longer become a prisoner of your impulses. Instead, you become the master of your reactions. And in doing so, you gain control over your life. Let me deeper. The space Frankl speaks of is more than just a mental exercise. It is not simply a philosophical idea. It is a living, breathing concept that you can integrate into your daily life. Every time you are triggered by someone's words, an unexpected event, a difficult situation, you have the opportunity to choose. Let's make this real. Think of a time when you were angry, frustrated, or sad. How did you react? Did you lash out? Did you suppress your feelings? Or did you take a step back, breathe, and give yourself time to process before acting? How often do you give yourself that space? Most people don't. Instead, they are so caught up in the moment, so wrapped up in their emotions, that they react without thinking. And in that automatic reaction, they lose control. Frankl's message is clear. You have the power to decide how you respond. It is in that decision that your true freedom exists. Let's bring in a simple example. Imagine you are driving and someone cuts you off in traffic. Instantly, you feel anger rising within you. It's a reflex. Your heart starts racing, your hands tighten on the wheel, and you want to scream. But here's the question. Do you act on that anger? Do you let the anger define your response? Or do you take a moment to breathe, realize that the other person's actions are not a reflection of you, and choose to let go of the anger? In that brief moment, you can choose. And when you choose to let go, you reclaim your power. You are no longer a slave to your emotions. You are in control. This is what Frankl calls the last of the human freedoms. Even in the most dehumanizing of situations, like the ones he endured in the concentration camps, he realized that the final freedom, the most profound of all, was the ability to choose how he responded. This freedom is available to you right now. But how often do you overlook it? How often do you simply react without taking a moment to choose? What would your life look like if you consciously chose how to respond to every situation, every challenge, and every moment of discomfort? This is not just a mental exercise. This is the practice of mindfulness, of conscious awareness. Every time you catch yourself reacting without thinking, stop, take a breath. This is your moment to reclaim your power. What you do with that space is your choice. Will you react impulsively, or will you take the time to reflect, to assess, and to respond with purpose and intention? Here's something no one tells you. The more you practice creating space between stimulus and response, the more powerful you become. This space becomes a muscle, one that grows stronger the more you use it. You don't need to be a slave to your emotions. You don't need to be ruled by circumstances. Instead, you become the observer of your life rather than the reactor. And in that observation, in that moment of choice, you gain freedom, you gain control, you regain your humanity. Now let me ask you, what would your life look like if you mastered the space between stimulus and response? What if you stopped reacting automatically and started responding consciously? Imagine the peace, the clarity, and the power you would feel every single day. This is your freedom. It's always been there, waiting for you to claim it. There's a strange illusion we chase. The illusion of control. The idea that if we can just manage every variable, anticipate every outcome, and steer every detail, we will finally be safe, secure, at peace. But here's the truth. Control is a moving target. You can spend your whole life trying to grip it with clenched fists, only to discover that the tighter you squeeze, the more it slips through your fingers. We have been conditioned to believe that control equals power, that it equals safety, that it's the answer to chaos. But what if I told you this? The more you try to control everything, the less you control anything. Let that settle. It's not control that brings peace. It's presence. Think about your life. How much time have you spent planning for things that never happened? Worrying about events that never came? Obsessing over outcomes you had no real power to influence? It's like building a fortress in your mind, brick by anxious brick, believing that if you can just get everything right, nothing will go wrong. But life doesn't operate on your timelines. It doesn't obey your blueprints. It moves, it shifts, it surprises. And in those moments, your fortress cracks. Control is seductive. It feels like strength. But too often, it's just fear in disguise, a desperate attempt to protect ourselves from the unknown. And the unknown is where life lives. Here's a truth no one ever told you out loud. You will never have full control over your life. Not over other people, not over time, not even over your own emotions sometimes. But that doesn't mean you're powerless. There's a deeper form of strength, one that doesn't come from control, but from clarity. Clarity about what is yours to influence and what must be surrendered. Marcus Aurelius said it well, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. In every moment, you can ask, is this mine to control or mine to accept? If you try to control what's not yours, you suffer. But if you learn to release what is not yours and focus deeply on what is, your character, your choices, your responses, you become something rare. You become grounded, awake, unshakable. Let's take an example you may recognize, relationships. Have you ever tried to control someone else's emotions? Tried to predict how they would react? Tried to manage their perception of you? If so, you know the torment it creates, because the moment you seek to control someone else, you hand over your own peace. You cannot control how someone loves you. You cannot control how long someone stays. You can only control how you show up, how honestly you love, how true you remain to yourself. Anything beyond that, it was never yours. And this doesn't just apply to people. It applies to your goals, your career, your health, your legacy. The pursuit of perfection, of certainty, of control is often the greatest thief of joy. Let me ask you something. How much of your life have you wasted trying to hold on to something that was never meant to be held? Control is not stillness, it's tension. When you operate from a place of needing control, you live in fear. Fear of change, fear of loss, fear of imperfection. But life is motion, it's transformation. It is not your job to freeze it into something predictable. It is your task to dance with it, to adapt, to bend like water. The goal isn't to have power over every outcome. The goal is to hold power within yourself regardless of the outcome. So where do we go from here? We begin by redefining power, by unlearning the myth that control is the highest form of strength. True strength is found in fluidity, in the ability to pivot without breaking, in the willingness to let go when the moment calls for it. The ego hates this. It wants guarantees. It wants lines drawn in stone. But the soul understands. It knows that to live is to flow, not to freeze. Buddhists speak of non-attachment, not the absence of care, but the absence of possession, to love, to strive, to build, but without the illusion that you own the outcome. Can you live this way? Can you give your full effort and release your grip on how it unfolds? That's power. That's presence. Here's something no one has ever told you in this exact way. You don't need to control everything. You need to learn how to respond to anything. Control is about prediction. Response is about awareness. Control wants domination. Response wants understanding. When you shift your focus from control to response, your entire emotional world changes. You no longer fear change, you flow with it. You no longer dread mistakes, you learn from them. You stop trying to predict every wave, and instead you become a better swimmer. And there's another layer. Sometimes the desire to control is a signal of deeper pain, of unhealed wounds, of unresolved fear. When we haven't dealt with the chaos inside, we try to tame the world outside, but the world is not yours to tame. Your inner world is, and that's where the real work lies. To confront the storms within, to heal the need for constant control, and to replace it with trust. Trust in your ability to handle what comes. Trust in the intelligence of life. Trust that even the unknown has a purpose. So ask yourself this tonight, as your mind begins to slow. What am I trying to control that I need to release? And more importantly, what within me do I need to reclaim? In that question, there is your strength. In that pause, there is your wisdom. In that surrender, there is your peace. Because the truth is, control was never the goal. Clarity was, awareness was, and presence, always presence, is your anchor. Let me tell you something that few dare to say out loud. Something that, once understood, will change the way you see your entire existence. Chaos is not a failure of the universe. Chaos is its default state. Everything you know, your life, your plans, your expectations, exists like a thin veil stretched over a sea of unpredictability. And that veil is paper thin. We are raised to believe that order is the foundation of reality. That if you line up enough facts, enough rules, enough effort, the world will obey. But the universe was born from an explosion, from scattered matter, from unshaped possibility. The raw material of existence is wild, untamed, and indifferent. And the more you resist that truth, the more you will suffer. Here's the irony. Most people spend their entire lives trying to avoid the inevitable dance with chaos. They live as if unpredictability is an exception, a glitch in the system rather than the system itself. Think about it. Every human invention, every law, every habit is an attempt to draw a straight line across the random, to pretend there's a safe harbor where deep down we know there isn't. But there's freedom in this realization. Because once you see chaos not as an enemy but as a companion, your fear of it disappears. Let me ask you something important. What if the chaos you've spent your life avoiding was, in fact, the birthplace of every breakthrough, every transformation, every moment of true growth you've ever experienced? Nature understands this better than we do. A forest isn't orderly. Roots twist, storms shatter, creatures clash, seasons arrive unannounced. It is from this friction, not from stillness, that life thrives. In chaos, the seed cracks open. In chaos, the old world falls apart so the new one can begin. And in your life, the same law applies. Philosophers have long whispered this truth. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, "One must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star." It is not peace that sharpens your mind. It is not comfort that builds your strength. It is chaos, the unknown, the unplanned, that forces you to evolve, to adapt, to rise. But most people run. They wrap themselves in routine, in illusion, in the soft prison of predictability. And in doing so, they wither. Because life was never designed to be sterile. Here's something no one has probably told you with this much clarity. You will never out-organize the chaos of existence. You can only choose the way you stand inside of it. When you accept this, life stops feeling like a battle. It becomes a dialogue. Chaos becomes your teacher, your mirror, your sharpening stone. It's in the chaos of heartbreak that you learn resilience. It's in the chaos of loss that you learn gratitude. It's in the chaos of uncertainty that you learn courage. And all of these, you must learn, not through theory, but through living. Think of every major shift in your life. Did it arrive on schedule? Did it ask for permission? Did it feel controlled, measured, comfortable? No, growth is not convenient. Growth is born when the ground beneath your feet gives way. When the structures you built fall apart, when the old map no longer fits the new terrain. And so the wise do not curse the arrival of chaos. They expect it. They prepare their mind, not the world. So here's the question you must carry with you. Why fear the inevitable when you could learn to flow with it? There's a reason ancient philosophies spoke in metaphors of water. Like water does not resist the current. It moves with it, over it, through it, unharmed, unchanged at its core. Your mind must do the same. To try and block chaos is like standing on the shore and ordering the tide not to rise. The tide will come, the storm will arrive. But your strength lies not in stopping it. Your strength lies in standing still within it. Let's go even deeper. This moment, the one you are living right now, is a single frame in an endless film of unfolding unpredictability. Even the very act of thought is chaotic. Flashes of memory, sparks of emotion, fragments of language assembling themselves in real time. Your consciousness isn't a neat, ordered library. It's a swirling sea of shifting associations. And somehow through this chaos, clarity is born. Insight is born. Understanding is born. Chaos is not the enemy of knowledge. It is its birthplace. So when your life unravels, when the plan breaks, when the map fails, when the world tilts on its axis, you can either curse it or you can do something better. You can meet it. You can stand in the middle of the unknown and say, I was expecting you. And in that moment, you'll find what most people search for their entire lives: inner stillness amidst outer disorder. Because here's the most important truth I can leave you with tonight. The universe is not meant to be tamed. You are meant to be transformed. And chaos, whether you like it or not, will be your guide. Let it teach you. Let it sharpen you. Let it break what no longer serves you. And when it does, you will see the world not as an accident, not as an enemy, but as it truly is: wild, alive, and endlessly unfolding. I want you to imagine a mirror. Not the kind you hang on your bathroom wall. Not the kind you check before you leave the house. I'm talking about the mirror that has followed you since the day you were born. The one that reflects not your appearance, but your state of being. The world you see around you is that mirror. Here's the part no one teaches you. Everything you experience, everything you judge, everything you react to is nothing but your own mind, projected outward. When you look at the world, you aren't seeing truth. You're seeing your interpretation of it, your conditioning, your fears, your hopes, your memories. And so, before you ever try to change the world, you must first understand the eyes through which you are seeing it. Let me give you a thought few people dare to sit with. There's no real separation between the outer world and your inner state. One is always a reflection of the other. That's why the mirror matters. That's why self-awareness is not a luxury, but the first and only reliable form of control. You've been taught to control circumstances, to control people, to control outcomes. But the only lasting control begins with the awareness of your own mind. Without self-awareness, you're blind. Blind to your habits, blind to your assumptions, blind to the ways you sabotage yourself. But when you become aware, truly aware, you begin to understand. The world hasn't been happening to you. It's been happening through you. Let me ask you this, and I want you to answer silently, right here and now. What part of your life looks chaotic? And what part of your mind is causing it? This is the core of the mirror test. Look around. If your world feels noisy, cluttered, out of control, your mind likely mirrors that. If your relationships feel unstable, your own expectations and self-worth are often the source. If your days feel rushed and empty, your mind has drifted far from presence. And the moment you see this, not as a theory, but as a lived reality, everything shifts. Because self-awareness is a superpower disguised as common sense. The Stoics knew this. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." And strength is exactly what self-awareness gives you. The strength to pause, reflect, choose. Without self-awareness, you are a puppet pulled by unseen strings. With it, you are the hand that holds those strings. This is why journaling matters, why mindfulness matters, why self-inquiry matters. These are not self-help trends. These are ancient tools for those willing to face the mirror. Here's something few people realize. The quality of your life is always equal to the quality of your self-awareness. And the quality of your self-awareness is determined by how honest you are when you look in the mirror. When you write your thoughts on paper, you create distance. You see them for what they are. Thoughts. Not reality, not prophecy, just words floating through your mind. When you sit in mindfulness, you observe the endless stream of sensations, emotions, and mental chatter. And in observing, you realize something profound. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who sees them. And in that realization, you reclaim control. Let me ask you something. What if the peace you've been chasing was never outside of you at all, but buried under your own unconsciousness? Awareness is the act of digging through that soil, of removing the blindfolds, of seeing clearly without distortion. And it's only through this clarity that you can respond to life rather than react to it. This is why the mirror is the most honest teacher you'll ever meet. It never lies. It shows you precisely who you are, whether you're ready to see it or not. Think about this. If your room is messy, it reflects your state of mind. If your relationships are turbulent, they reflect your communication and boundaries. If your days pass in a blur of distraction, they reflect your avoidance of silence. Every external situation carries the fingerprint of your internal world. And so the question becomes not, how do I fix the world, but rather, how do I first understand myself? And I want you to hear this next part closely. You do not control the world, but you do control your relationship with it. That relationship starts within, with self-awareness. Before you can shape your environment, your work, your relationships, you must shape the one thing that shapes all of them, your perception. And perception begins in the quiet corners of the mind where few people ever look. The mirror never stops reflecting. The question is whether you choose to look. Most people spend their lives polishing the glass, rearranging the furniture, altering appearances, chasing goals, but the real transformation begins when you dare to meet your own gaze. And when you do, you will notice something extraordinary. You stop fighting the world, you stop fighting yourself, you start understanding both. And through that understanding, real control, the only kind worth having, is born. So here's the truth I want you to carry with you tonight. The world is your mirror. Self-awareness is your map. And control begins the moment you choose to look inward rather than outward. And once you've seen that, you'll never see the world or yourself the same way again. Of course, here's Chapter 9, the Serenity Prayer, a philosophical gem, written with the same deep, personal, one-on-one conviction and carefully structured for your sleep learning philosophy video. I want you to slow down and listen carefully. Tonight, I'm about to hand you one of the simplest and most powerful truths ever spoken by human language. It's not wrapped in a complex theory. It doesn't belong to any one religion or one culture. It's a sentence, a single sentence that has carried people through war, heartbreak, chaos, and life's quiet personal struggles. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The Serenity Prayer. But this is not about prayer, not in the way you were taught. This is philosophy at its sharpest edge, the distilled formula for navigating existence itself. Let's begin with the first line. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Serenity the quiet strength that comes from inner stillness, the acceptance that not everything will bend to your will, no matter how intelligent, powerful, or prepared you believe yourself to be. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught this long before the prayer was written. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. Most of life is not. You cannot stop time. You cannot rewind the past. You cannot force another person's choices, no matter how right you think you are. You are one thread in the fabric of existence, and learning to release your grip on what you cannot hold is the beginning of peace. Let me offer you this. Acceptance is not weakness. Acceptance is the highest form of strength. Only the ego fights reality. The wise observe, understand, and align themselves with the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. To accept what you cannot control is to free yourself from unnecessary suffering. It is the choice to stop arguing with reality. It is the beginning of all inner calm. And yet, acceptance is only half the equation. Now, the second line. Courage to change the things I can. Courage, not comfort, not ease, not hope, but courage. The willingness to act, even when fear stands in the way. You cannot control the wind, but you can adjust your sails. You cannot control the past, but you can transform the meaning you give it. You cannot control another person's actions, but you can control your response, your attitude, and the boundaries you set. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king of Rome, wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one." This is courage, action over thought, will over hesitation. So let me ask you, and sit with this as the night deepens. Where in your life have you mistaken fear for fate? How many times have you told yourself something cannot be changed simply because the path looked difficult? Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is movement in spite of fear. This is the call to personal responsibility. The reminder that no matter how heavy the world feels, you always hold the power to shift your choices, your habits, your mind. And now the final line. The thread that ties the whole wisdom together, and the wisdom to know the difference. This is the real challenge. Discernment. Philosophy has always returned to this crossroads. Socrates believed that wisdom was not about knowing everything, but knowing what you do not know. The Serenity Prayer is not a passive lullaby. It is an active practice in clear thinking, a map for separating illusion from truth. You will suffer as long as you misplace your energy on things you cannot control. You will stagnate as long as you wait for the world to fix what only you can fix. But when you learn to distinguish the two, when you sharpen your awareness to know what's yours to carry and what must be left behind, that is the moment freedom begins. Let me say this to you with clarity. Most of your suffering comes from failing this distinction. Trying to change people, trying to rewrite the past, trying to control external outcomes, and all the while ignoring the inner work, your thoughts, your beliefs, your choices, your discipline. Life is a constant negotiation between these two forces, but the Serenity Prayer gives you the language to frame it, to pause, to question, and in that questioning, the tension eases. Think about the lives you admire, the people who seem unshaken by chaos. Look closer and you'll see this wisdom at work. They accept the changing seasons of life. They take action where they can. And most importantly, they have learned, often painfully, the difference. This is not passive acceptance of fate, nor is it blind optimism. It is balance, and balance is the art of living. Now, I want to leave you with this thought. The world will not wait for you to understand this, but your peace depends on it. The sooner you embrace this wisdom, the sooner the weight you've been dragging behind you will fall away. Every day, life will hand you both, the uncontrollable and the actionable. Your only task is to recognize which is which, and in doing so, you will live a life not of reaction, but of mastery. The Serenity Prayer is more than words. It is the blueprint for peace. It is the compass for wisdom. And it is the reminder that you have far more power and far less control than you've ever been taught. And knowing the difference makes all the difference. Certainly, here's Chapter 10, Freedom Through Letting Go, keeping the same tone, language, and structure you've requested, with the appropriate connection to the following chapter. Let's talk about freedom. You've heard the word before, perhaps every day, maybe even used it yourself. But what if I told you that true freedom doesn't come from having more control? What if I told you the paradox, the thing that's eluded you your entire life, is that freedom comes not from grasping harder, but from releasing your grip altogether? True freedom comes from letting go. I know what you're thinking. How can that be true? You've been taught your whole life that freedom means the ability to control, to command, to shape the world to your will. But I want to challenge you on this. Let's break that down. True freedom is born when you stop fighting reality. You see, the more you resist, the more you fight, the more the world will push back. It's a law of nature, of life itself. Whatever you resist will persist. We've all heard it before. What you fight, you fuel. And yet, most of us still spend our time resisting discomfort, resisting change, resisting people, resisting life as it is. But here's the truth, something no one has told you yet. The resistance is the prison. The more you resist, the more you remain trapped within the very thing you're fighting. The world doesn't have to imprison you. You do it to yourself. Imagine for a moment that you let go. No more fighting, no more trying to change the past or control the future. No more anxiety over the things outside your control. What would that feel like? What if your mind, instead of being locked in a constant battle, could finally be at peace? This is the paradox. In surrendering, in releasing the need for control, you actually gain control over your life. You stop reacting to the world and start living within it. The wisdom of ancient philosophy, from the Stoics to Eastern thought, tells us this time and again. Let go of your need to control what you cannot, and you will find peace in what remains. The key is acceptance. Acceptance of yourself, of your limitations, of life as it is. There is power in surrender in saying, I do not need to control everything. When you stop forcing everything to fit your narrative, the world unfolds on its own, more beautifully, more effortlessly than you ever imagined. But let's get real here. This is not easy. It's not easy to surrender. It's not easy to accept. But what if the challenge isn't in forcing yourself to control every detail, but in recognizing what truly belongs to you and what doesn't? Letting go is not about giving up. It's about discerning what to release and what to nurture. And this, my friend, is how we integrate the lessons you've learned throughout these chapters. The power of control, the importance of acceptance, the courage to act, they all come together in the practice of letting go. When you live this paradox every day, you are no longer a prisoner to your thoughts, your emotions, or the world's demands. You become free. Freedom does not lie in the force you exert on life, but in the grace with which you let it be. It's a subtle shift, but it's the difference between living under a constant weight and living in effortless flow. You can learn to embrace it. Every moment is an opportunity to practice the art of letting go. It's not something you achieve once. It's something you do again and again, each day, in each small moment. Let go of your need for perfection. Let go of your need for certainty. Let go of your need for control over every outcome. The world will not stop moving because you surrender. In fact, it will move with you. And now let me leave you with this to ponder as you reflect on your journey. The freedom you seek has always been within you, but it cannot be accessed until you release the chains you've put on yourself. You've been taught that control equals freedom, but as you've just learned, true freedom is not grasping, but letting go. And with this lesson, you stand at the edge of something even greater. You are not the fixed, static identity you once believed yourself to be. You are not defined by your past, nor constrained by your present. You are the author of your own story. The pen is always in your hand. Next, we will explore this very concept in depth. In our next chapter, we will uncover the truth about who you really are and the role you play in writing your own narrative. Stay with me. The self is a story, not a fact. A Greek philosopher long buried under the dust of history once offered a thought so sharp it could split your very sense of reality. You cannot step into the same river twice. Think about that for a moment. The water is always flowing. The banks erode, the currents shift, the leaves fall in, the fish move, the silt rearranges. The river is never the same, not even for a second. And neither are you, yet you've been taught to believe otherwise. When you make mistakes, you call yourself stupid. When you succeed, you call yourself talented. When you act out of fear, you believe you are weak. These labels, over time, harden into the concrete of your self-image. But let me show you why that concrete is just soft clay, waiting for you to reshape it. The Buddhists understood this long before modern science ever caught up. Their word for it was anatta, non-self. The belief that the you cling to is a convenient illusion stitched together by habit, by memory, and by fleeting emotion. You are not a solid, unchanging object. You are an unfolding process, a constant act of becoming. And modern neuroscience agrees. Studies of brain plasticity have shattered the old myth that your mind is locked in place by the time you reach adulthood. Neural pathways reroute. Synapses strengthen or weaken, depending on what you practice, what you focus on, and what you believe about yourself. If you feel stuck, it's not because your nature is fixed, it's because you've rehearsed the same identity for too long. Let me ask you something. Who would you be if you stopped believing every story you've ever told yourself? Most people live inside a narrative, one written so long ago they've forgotten they were the author. They say, "I've always been like this," or "That's just the way I am." But that's not the voice of truth. That's the voice of repetition. And repetition is not reality. You see, identity is a strange kind of hypnosis. One you didn't volunteer for, but one you can wake up from. The moment you stop seeing yourself as a static character in a fixed story, you become free to rewrite the entire script. That is not poetry. That is fact. Let me tell you something no one else will. You were never meant to stay the same. Stagnation is death in disguise. Nature doesn't tolerate stillness. Water that doesn't flow becomes stagnant. Muscles that aren't used wither. Minds that aren't stretched shrink. You are here, alive in this moment, precisely because you are designed to change. Have you noticed the way your thoughts evolve after new experiences? The way old beliefs crumble when exposed to new evidence? The way heartbreak changes the sound of a love song? You are fluid. You always were. Here's the most liberating secret of all. If you can change your thoughts, you can change your reality. Not overnight, no. But day by day, thought by thought, choice by choice. This is the essence of neuroplasticity. The brain reshapes itself around your focus. Neurons that fire together, wire together. Your identity is not a prison. It's a sculpture. The Buddhists invite you to sit quietly and watch your thoughts, to observe them the way you might watch clouds drifting across the sky. You'll quickly notice that no thought stays, no emotion lasts, no story about who you are is immune to change. The self is a verb, not a noun. So the real question is not who am I? The real question is, who am I becoming in this very moment? When you believe you are fixed, you surrender your power to change. You become a spectator in your own life. But when you see yourself as fluid, as an evolving process rather than a permanent object, the world opens up. Obstacles become teachers. Failures become raw material. Your past becomes reference, not prophecy. Every morning, the cells in your body have aged, replaced, repaired. Your mind, too, is not the same as it was yesterday. The version of you listening to my voice right now is already different from the version who clicked on this video. So I leave you with this. Stop defending a version of yourself that no longer exists. When you let go of the lie of the fixed self, you will feel something rare. A weight will lift, and you will stand at the doorstep of true freedom. But before we move on, I want you to reflect. What story about yourself are you still clinging to? And who might you become the moment you put it down? The answer is already unfolding within you. Chapter 2, Memory, the editor of identity. Memory is the editor of your identity. It is not a flawless recorder of events, but a constantly shifting and emotionally charged reconstruction. In fact, the very memories you carry are as much a creation of your current self as they are of your past self. These memories, though often perceived as fixed and truthful, are more akin to a story that is continually being rewritten. This is an uncomfortable truth to face, but it is essential to understand in order to truly grasp the nature of yourself. Think of a childhood memory. Now ask yourself, what do you truly remember about it? You may recall certain images, feelings, or sounds. But what if I told you that every time you retrieve that memory, your brain reshapes it slightly based on your current emotional state, your circumstances, and even your age? That childhood memory is no longer the same event it once was. It has evolved along with you. This phenomenon is at the heart of why your sense of self is so fluid and malleable. You may believe that your memories form an unshakable foundation for your identity, but neuroscience has shown us something quite different. Every time you recall a memory, your brain processes it as a new event. The hippocampus, responsible for memory storage, reactivates the experience, but in doing so, it can alter the very details of the memory. When you recall a memory, you are not simply remembering the past, you are reconstructing it with the same brain that is responsible for your current thoughts and emotions. This process becomes even more complex when we understand that memory is not an objective record. Memory is inherently subjective. Cognitive psychology tells us that memories are colored by emotions, which can distort the way we perceive past events. Consider the well-known false memory phenomenon, where individuals vividly recall events that never happened, or they recall events with details that were never part of the original experience. What you think you remember may not even resemble the original event at all. You're not recalling reality, you're recalling your emotional interpretation of reality. Let me ask you, can you recall a moment in your life where you felt betrayed by someone close to you? What happened in that moment? Can you remember every single detail? Your mind will likely fill in gaps with elements of emotion, as if your brain is telling you that this is what must have happened, even though you weren't there yet. In this way, memory is as much an emotional archive as it is a factual one. This brings us to an ancient Greek thought experiment, the ship of Theseus. Imagine a ship that is being gradually repaired. Every part of the ship is replaced over time. The boards, the sails, the rudder, until no original part of the ship remains. The question posed by the ship of Theseus is this: is the ship still the same ship after all of these changes? If every piece of the ship is replaced, is it still the original ship? This paradox is not just philosophical, it is a mirror for the way you experience your identity. If your memory is constantly being edited, reinterpreted, and reshaped, can you really say that you are the same person you were yesterday? If the events that defined your old self are being rewritten in the narrative of your mind, do you remain the same? It is as if your identity is being constructed piece by piece, like a ship slowly being rebuilt. Each thought, each memory, each emotion is an integral part of this transformation. And yet most of us continue to perceive our memories as fixed, as unchangeable, as the bedrock of who we are. But when you begin to acknowledge the fluidity of memory, you begin to realize that the self you carry with you is nothing more than a construction, a mosaic of past experiences, emotional responses, and cognitive filters. Your self-image is not an unchangeable truth. It is a dynamic and malleable creation. The more you try to cling to that image, the more you resist the inevitable flow of change. Now, I want you to think of a time when you felt completely locked into a specific version of yourself. Perhaps it was a time when you believed you were just a shy person or not good enough. Do you still hold on to that label, that identity? Ask yourself, Is this memory of the self truly who you are, or is it a story you've been telling yourself over and over again? What if the story could change? What if your memory of that event could shift? Consider the findings from the field of neuroscience. Recent research into neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself, reveals an extraordinary truth. Your brain is capable of rewriting your story. If you can change the way your brain processes memories, then you can change the way you identify with those memories. This means that you are not trapped by the story you tell about yourself. Your identity is a fluid, malleable, and editable script that can be revised at any point in time. The key lies in conscious awareness. By becoming aware of the way your memories shape your current self-image, you can start to rewrite the narrative of your life. This requires slowing down and recognizing how your past may be influencing your present. It also involves understanding that your memories are not fixed truths, but rather emotional markers that you can choose to reinterpret and reshape. Let me ask you again, what parts of your past are you still clinging to? What memories are you allowing to define you? What if you could rewrite the story that shapes who you are? What if your sense of self didn't have to be anchored to one moment, one memory, one identity? This is the liberating truth. The more you recognize that yourself is not a fixed, unchanging entity, the more you can embrace the fluidity of who you are. Your past does not need to define you. The stories you tell yourself about your identity can be rewritten at any moment, as long as you allow for that transformation. You are not a prisoner of your memories. You are the storyteller, and the narrative can be edited at any time. But perhaps the most profound realization is this. Memory is not merely a reflection of the past. It is the very lens through which we perceive ourselves. When you change your relationship to your memories, you change the way you see the present and the way you imagine the future. Now I'll leave you with this thought. If memory is not a flawless, factual recording, then what does it mean to truly know yourself? Could it be that the self you know is just one version of you, subject to change and evolution at every moment? Your memories are not your prison. They are your gateway to freedom, if only you choose to rewrite the story. Chapter 3, Emotion, the lens of perception. You are not who you think you are. You are not who you remember yourself to be. You are, in fact, the sum of your emotions at any given moment, and in every emotion, you will see yourself differently. This is a profoundly unsettling idea, isn't it? To think that your identity can shift so drastically based on your emotional state. But the truth is, your emotions are not just reactions. They are lenses through which you perceive yourself, your world, and everything in between. When you are happy, you see the world through the lens of optimism. You are confident, open, and full of possibilities. Everything seems manageable. Everything seems brighter. But when you are sad, everything changes. The world feels heavier. Your self-worth seems diminished, and your sense of agency crumbles. Who you are in your joy is not who you are in your sorrow. And this dichotomy speaks to the malleability of your identity. This emotional fluctuation is not a flaw. It is part of the human condition, and the sooner you realize it, the sooner you can begin to understand the true nature of yourself. You see, emotions are not merely responses to external events. They are powerful forces that shape how you interpret and relate to those events. This insight forms the basis of much of Stoic philosophy, which teaches that while you cannot control external circumstances, you can control your internal reactions to those circumstances. Take the Stoic philosophers, for example. They did not claim that emotions were to be eradicated or suppressed. Rather, they believed that emotions, when misaligned with reason, clouded judgment and distorted perception. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, speaks often of the need to accept that emotions are inevitable, but must be carefully examined. He recognized that the key to maintaining peace of mind was not to avoid emotions, but to understand them, to filter them through the lens of reason. When you experience anger, for instance, how do you interpret the world around you? You are likely to view things through the lens of injustice or threat. That person who cut you off in traffic is no longer just an individual on their way somewhere. They become the embodiment of frustration, their actions of personal attack. Now, imagine the same scenario, but you are in a calm, relaxed state. That same person becomes simply someone in a hurry, perhaps unaware of their actions. The external event remains the same, but your emotional state has dramatically altered your perception of it. This is the core principle that Stoicism emphasizes. Your emotional state colors everything. You are not just reacting to the world, you are interpreting it through a subjective emotional lens. If you allow this lens to remain unchecked, it becomes easy to live a life where you are constantly at the mercy of your emotions, where your perception of the world and yourself is in constant flux. But what if I told you that this lens, while powerful, could be adjusted? What if you could learn to detach yourself from the emotions that distort your self-perception, to step back and look at your emotional reactions from a place of awareness and control? This is where cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, comes in. CBT is based on the understanding that your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are deeply interconnected. The way you feel about yourself and the world is not set in stone. It is influenced by the way you interpret events. In CBT, one of the primary exercises is to challenge automatic thoughts, those snap judgments and reactions you have to situations, and examine how they shape your emotional state. For example, let's say you receive a critique at work. If your automatic thought is, "I'm terrible at this," your emotional reaction will likely be one of shame, frustration, or even despair. But if you can challenge that thought, perhaps replacing it with a more constructive one, "I can learn from this, and it doesn't define me," you create an entirely different emotional reaction. Your sense of self shifts, not because the situation has changed, but because your emotional response to it has changed. In this way, emotions serve as the lens through which you perceive yourself and the world. When you are consumed by negative emotions, such as anger, fear, or sadness, your self-image becomes distorted. You see yourself as less capable, less worthy, or less in control. However, when you learn to navigate your emotions, to recognize them, understand them, and adjust your response, you can change the way you see yourself, even in the most challenging of circumstances. Take a moment to reflect on your own emotional fluctuations. Have you ever been in a situation where your emotions completely transformed your perception of who you were? Maybe a stressful workday made you question your abilities, or a disagreement with a loved one made you feel inadequate. These emotional states are not the truth of who you are, but they shape your perception of yourself in that moment. What if you could take a step back from these emotions, just for a moment? What if you could recognize that your emotions are not facts about who you are, but temporary states that will pass? Would this change how you react to your emotions? Would it change how you perceive yourself in moments of anger or sadness? This is the practice of emotional awareness, recognizing that emotions are temporary, that they are not intrinsic to your identity. Your emotional state in any given moment is not the defining truth of who you are. It is a lens, one that can be adjusted, refocused, or even put aside entirely. You are the one holding the lens. The question is, are you aware of how it is distorting your perception? I want you to think about the next time you experience a strong emotion, whether it's happiness, sadness, anger, or anxiety. Ask yourself, is this emotion shaping my perception of myself right now? And then ask yourself, can I step back and view this emotion objectively, understanding that it does not define me? By doing so, you begin to shift from being at the mercy of your emotions to becoming an observer of them. You reclaim control over your perception and, in turn, your self-image. You no longer need to be at the whim of your emotional states. You can understand them for what they are: temporary, changeable, and not the ultimate definition of who you are. In the end, the Stoics were not advocating for emotional suppression. They were advocating for emotional awareness. They knew that your perception of the world is shaped by the emotions you carry, and they believed that by mastering your emotional responses, you could find true peace. This practice is not about eliminating emotions. It's about understanding them, accepting them, and using them as tools to see yourself more clearly. Are you ready to step back and see through the lens of your emotions? Chapter 4, Expectation, the Invisible Author. There is a force shaping your life, your actions, and your sense of self that you may not fully understand. It operates in the background, writing the script of your identity with subtlety, yet immense power. This force is expectation, both your own and the expectations others have of you. What you expect of yourself and what others expect of you shapes your identity more than you realize. The weight of these expectations is not always immediately visible, but its influence is profound. Expectations, especially those that are deeply internalized, do not just guide your behavior. They define the you believe yourself to be. In fact, they may even write your identity for you. And like any author, they determine the course of your life story. But what happens when these expectations, whether conscious or not, limit you or shape you in ways that aren't true to your authentic self? Let me start with a concept that has deep roots in psychology and philosophy, the Pygmalion effect. It's named after a Greek myth where the sculptor Pygmalion falls in love with a statue he has carved, and through his belief that she is alive, she comes to life. The Pygmalion effect in psychology refers to the phenomenon where higher expectations lead to an increase in performance. In other words, the more someone believes in your potential, the more likely you are to rise to meet that potential. This effect is most powerfully seen in education, where teachers' expectations of their students influence the student's performance. When a teacher believes a student is capable of achieving great things, the student often lives up to that belief. This is not magic, it's the power of expectation. And this influence doesn't just come from others. You do the same to yourself, often without even realizing it. You've been taught to believe that your actions are a reflection of who you are, that they are expressions of a consistent, unchanging self. But consider for a moment the possibility that your actions are often merely responses to the expectations you hold, whether it's the expectation you have for yourself or the one you believe others hold for you. Your self is not a static entity. It is constantly being shaped by these invisible forces. What you believe you are capable of is often dictated by the expectation you place on yourself or by the expectations others place on you. Now let's dive deeper into how expectation manifests in your life and shapes who you think you are. Think about how you view your potential, the vision you have of yourself. Is it one of success, or is it one of limitation? Do you expect to fail? Or do you expect to rise to the challenge? The expectations you hold are not just thoughts. They are silent authors of your behavior, your identity, and your life's narrative. But what happens when those expectations are limiting or unaligned with your true self? Here enters the concept of self-fulfilling prophecy. This is the idea that your beliefs about what will happen, about what you are capable of, actually influence your actions in such a way that they lead to the very outcome you expected. This isn't just some theoretical idea. It happens in your life every day, whether you recognize it or not. If you expect failure, you may subconsciously set yourself up to fail by avoiding challenges, procrastinating, or doubting your abilities. And so that self-fulfilling prophecy becomes reality. The cycle continues, reinforcing the belief that failure is your destiny. Think about the last time you failed at something. Was it really failure, or was it simply the manifestation of your expectations, a result of your belief that you wouldn't succeed, reinforced by your behavior? We've all experienced this. The task we didn't start because we expected it to be too difficult. The conversation we avoided because we thought it would be awkward. the opportunity we didn't seize because we feared rejection. In these moments, we are bound by our own expectations and we unknowingly make them come true. But what if you could break free from these self-imposed limits? What if you could rewrite the narrative you've been telling yourself? This is where Sartre's concept of bad faith comes into play. Jean-Paul Sartre, a French existentialist philosopher, defined bad faith as the act of deceiving oneself, of living inauthentically by accepting a predefined role or identity instead of creating one's own. In Sartre's view, people live in bad faith when they allow themselves to be defined by societal expectations, roles, or labels imposed on them. They fail to recognize their own freedom and potential for self-creation. When you accept the expectations that others place on you, or even the ones you place on yourself, without questioning them, you are living in bad faith. You are not taking responsibility for the creation of your identity. Instead, you are letting your identity be shaped by external pressures or assumptions. You're choosing the role others expect you to play instead of writing your own story. Sartre believed that true freedom comes from embracing the responsibility of self-creation. To live authentically, you must recognize that your identity is not something that is handed to you. It is something you actively construct, moment by moment, through your choices and actions. Every expectation you accept, whether from yourself or others, is a potential constraint on that freedom. This brings us to the question: what happens when you realize that you are not bound by the expectations of others or the ones you've internalized? What happens when you recognize that the you believe yourself to be is simply a story written by invisible forces that you can rewrite? To break free from these expectations, you must first recognize them for what they are: external pressures that do not define you. This is no easy task. Expectations are often deeply ingrained, often starting in childhood and reinforced throughout life. But once you realize that they are not your truth, that they are merely stories you've been taught to believe, you can begin to rewrite your narrative. Begin by asking yourself, whose expectations am I living up to? Are they truly your own, or are they the silent authors of a life that is not truly yours? And most importantly, what would happen if I rejected these expectations and chose to create my own story? The truth is, you are not bound by the expectations of others. You are not confined to the script that others have written for you. You are the author of your own life, and the pen is always in your hand. So take a moment and ask yourself, what story do I want to write? Chapter 5, The Self as a Social Construct. You may think you know who you are, the person who stares back at you in the mirror, the one you present to the world, the one you present to yourself. But what if I told you that the you that you see, the you that you believe yourself to be, is not as authentic as you think? What if your self-identity is more of a performance, a role you play in a vast, interconnected stage, shaped by forces outside of your control? The truth is, the self is not a fixed entity, and it is not something that you are born with, but rather something that is continually shaped and reshaped by the people and forces around you. Your identity is a social construct, and by social construct, I mean that your sense of self is built not just by your inner thoughts and feelings, but also by the expectations of the cultures, communities, and societies you inhabit. From the moment you are born, you are thrust into a complex web of social norms, traditions, and expectations. Your identity is not purely individual. It is shaped by others, by society, by the very culture you live in. Take a moment and think about your identity. What does it consist of? Maybe you define yourself by your career, your relationships, your values, or your goals. But where do these elements come from? Your career, for instance, is a social role, a position in a system that others have created. The values you hold dear, they were likely influenced by your family, your culture, and the broader society you were raised in. Even your idea of what a successful life looks like was molded by the media, the educational system, and the people around you. You were taught how to define yourself, and you've been performing that definition ever since. You see, your sense of self is not as authentic as you may think. Instead, it is often a reflection of the societal forces around you. You don't simply discover who you are socialized into it. Your identity is, in many ways, a mirror of culture, family, community, and media. And that mirror can distort what you see. This concept was explored deeply by Erving Goffman in his work, The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life. Goffman argued that life itself is a performance. The way we present ourselves to the world is like a theatrical performance, with roles and scripts that we follow in different contexts. When you meet someone new, you might present a different version of yourself than you do with your family or close friends. You change your behavior based on the situation. You play different roles depending on the audience. In a sense, you're always performing, adjusting yourself based on the expectations of the people around you. Goffman's work teaches us that identity is fluid, constantly changing in response to social contexts. There is no single fixed self, only a series of performances that shift based on the stage you are on. Your true self is not an immutable essence. It is an ever-evolving role that adapts to the world around you. Just as an actor wears different costumes for different roles, you wear different identities depending on the people and environments you encounter. But this isn't just about the performance itself, it's about the audience. Your sense of self is shaped not only by your own actions, but by how others perceive and react to you. Imagine for a moment that you're on stage in front of an audience. Every time you step into a new situation, you are performing for an audience, whether family, your friends, your colleagues, or the society at large. And the feedback you get from that audience influences how you shape your identity. If your audience, the people in your life, approve of your behavior, your sense of self becomes stronger and more defined. If they disapprove, you may start to question your identity, trying to adjust to fit their expectations. In this sense, identity is a social negotiation. The concept of a socially constructed self also resonates with Friedrich Nietzsche's critique of identity. Nietzsche, in his writing, attacked the very notion of a fixed, permanent self. For Nietzsche, the self is not a solid, stable entity, but rather an ever-shifting creation, shaped by society and the dominant moral and cultural norms of the time. Nietzsche argued that the idea of a fixed self, an identity that remains unchanged over time, was a construct designed by society to keep individuals in check, to make them fit into a predefined mold. Nietzsche believed that society's values, moral standards, and norms often restrict personal growth, creativity, and freedom. To truly understand who you are, Nietzsche suggested, you must reject these external definitions of the self. In his Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche famously proclaims, "Become who you are." This statement is a call to liberate oneself from the constraints of societal expectations, to embrace the fluidity of identity, and to create a self that is not defined by outside forces but by one's own will and choice. This brings us to an important question. If your identity is shaped by external forces, can you ever truly know who you are? The question isn't as simple as it seems. You may think you know yourself based on your career, your relationships, your values, but in truth, all of these things are defined by the context in which you live. Your identity is not an absolute fact. It is a social creation that is constantly changing and adapting. And so we return to the paradox of the self. It is a performance, an ever-changing series of roles influenced by the social world in which it exists. But does that mean that you have no control over your identity? Does it mean that you are nothing more than a puppet dancing to the strings of societal forces? Not at all. While it's true that your sense of self is shaped by social forces, you are not entirely powerless. The very act of recognizing the social nature of your identity gives you the power to take control. Once you understand that your sense of self is a construct, that it is shaped by forces you may not even be conscious of, you can start to question and redefine it. You can break free from the roles you've been cast in and create a new identity that is more authentic, one that is not merely a reflection of external expectations, but a creation of your own choosing. So ask yourself, what roles have you been playing in life, and who wrote the script? Are you performing an identity that was handed to you by society, or are you truly the author of your own story? The power is in your hands.
And if you've truly been listening this whole time, tell me, did you notice the duck donning sunglasses quietly observing us from the corner of your mind? Strange how silence makes room for the oddest things. If you're awake right now, let us know how you're feeling.
Chapter 6. The stories we inherit versus the stories we write. You carry stories with you. Whether you're aware of them or not, they shape the way you see yourself, the world, and your place in it. These stories are not yours to begin with. They are passed down to you, handed to you by your family, your culture, your society. You inherit them like ancient scripts that you've never written, but have always been compelled to follow. The stories you inherit are foundational to your identity. You may not even realize that they're stories, let alone that they are not the only stories you can tell about yourself. The weight of race, gender, religion, and nationality influences who you think you are, how you interact with the world, and how others interact with you. These stories, these inherited narratives, have been written for you long before you took your first breath. They may have been handed down through the generations, or they may have been established in the culture and time you were born into. But whatever their origins, these stories are woven into the very fabric of your identity. Take race, for example. Whether you are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, or any other ethnicity, there are stories that you inherit. You inherit historical narratives about your ancestors, their struggles, their triumphs, and their suffering. These stories can shape the way you see yourself, sometimes with pride, but often with a sense of burden. You are told how the world sees people of your race, how others will treat you based on this category. These stories may tell you how far you can go, what opportunities are available to you, and what you must endure. Similarly, your gender is an inherited narrative. You are born into a world where expectations of masculinity and femininity are already written. Boys don't cry. Girls are nurturing. Men are supposed to lead, women to follow. These are narratives that shape how you are seen and how you see yourself. From the moment you are born, you are assigned a role in the grand story of gender. This story doesn't just come from your family, but from society at large, from media, from history, from the conversations you overhear, and the lessons you're taught. Religion, too, is a story that you inherit. Whether you are born into Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, or no religion at all, the beliefs of your family and culture shape your worldview. Your understanding of what is sacred, what is true, and what is right is inherited from the generations before you. In some cultures, your religious identity can feel like a stone around your neck, a constant reminder of the values and practices that you are expected to uphold. You are shaped by the doctrines of your upbringing, and in many cases, those doctrines become part of your story, part of the narrative that defines you. And nationality, that too is an inherited story. Your country of birth, the culture of your homeland, the political and social climate of your nation form the backdrop against which your life unfolds. The values of your country, the expectations of your community, the myths and symbols that represent your nationality, all influence who you believe yourself to be. You may identify strongly with your national identity, or you may feel alienated from it. But no matter how you relate to it, it shapes your identity, often without your conscious awareness. These stories, these inherited narratives, are powerful. They shape how you see yourself and how the world sees you. But here's the truth. They are not the only stories you can tell. At some point, you come to an awakening. You begin to realize that the stories you've inherited, the roles you've been assigned, are just that, stories. They are not fixed truths. They are not the full measure of who you are. They are just narratives. And the moment you realize this, the moment you recognize that you are not the sum of the stories others have written for you, that's when you begin to understand the most profound truth about identity. You are the author of your own story. But that moment of awakening is not always easy. It requires courage. It requires questioning everything you've been told about who you are. The moment you begin to write your own story, to create your own narrative, is the moment you begin to free yourself from the limitations imposed by society, family, and culture. You begin to break free from the inherited stories that no longer serve you. This moment of awakening is different for everyone. It might happen during a quiet moment of reflection. It might come as a result of personal struggle or a challenging experience that forces you to reconsider everything you've believed about yourself. It could happen after years of discomfort, when the weight of societal expectations finally becomes unbearable. But no matter how it happens, it is transformative. It is the moment when you realize that the life you are living does not have to follow the script that others have written for you. Let's take an example. Perhaps you were born into a family where your path in life was clear. You were expected to follow in the footsteps of your parents, carry on the family business, and live up to their dreams for you. But what if, at some point, you realized that this wasn't your dream? What if you felt a pull towards something else? A career in art, or a life of travel, or a path of spirituality? The moment you choose to break away from the story that has been written for you, the moment you choose to write your own story, you are embracing your freedom. You are choosing to stop living out someone else's narrative and begin living your own. Another example might be a woman who was raised in a society with rigid expectations about what it means to be a woman. Perhaps she was told that her value is in her looks, her role as a mother, or her ability to maintain traditional gender roles. But what if she begins to ask herself, who am I outside of this story? Who am I not defined by these roles? The moment she awakens to her own possibility, the moment she starts writing her own story with all its potential and freedom, she steps into a new life, one where she is the author, not just the character in someone else's tale. This is not to say that the stories we inherit are without value. They are part of our history, part of our lineage, part of what makes us who we are. But they are not the whole story. You are not confined to the narrative that was handed to you. You are not limited by the race you were born into, the gender assigned to you, the religion you practice, or the country you call home. These are aspects of your story, but they are not the entire story. The process of rewriting your own story is deeply personal. It is an ongoing journey, a journey where you challenge old beliefs, old identities, and the expectations of the world around you. And while this process can be difficult, it is also deeply empowering. It is the moment when you step into your own life as the author, not just the reader. So ask yourself, what stories are you living out that don't truly belong to you? What roles are you playing because you were told to, not because you chose to? And most importantly, what story would you like to write for yourself? Remember, the pen is in your hand. The page is blank. It's time to write your own story. Chapter 6: The Stories We Inherit versus the Stories We Write. You carry stories with you. Whether you're aware of them or not, they shape the way you see yourself, the world, and your place in it. These stories are not yours to begin with. They are passed down to you, handed to you by your family, your culture, your society. You inherit them like ancient scripts that you've never written, but have always been compelled to follow. The stories you inherit are foundational to your identity. You may not even realize that they're stories, let alone that they are not the only stories you can tell about yourself. The weight of race, gender, religion, and nationality influences who you think you are, how you interact with the world, and how others interact with you. These stories, these inherited narratives, have been written for you long before you took your first breath. They may have been handed down through the generations, or they may have been established in the culture and time you were born into. But whatever their origins, these stories are woven into the very fabric of your identity. Take race, for example. Whether you are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, or any other ethnicity, there are stories that you inherit. You inherit historical narratives about your ancestors, their struggles, their triumphs, and their suffering. These stories can shape the way you see yourself, sometimes with pride, but often with a sense of burden. You are told how the world sees people of your race, how others will treat you based on this category. These stories may tell you how far you can go, what opportunities are available to you, and what you must endure. Similarly, your gender is an inherited narrative. You are born into a world where expectations of masculinity and femininity are already written. Boys don't cry. Girls are nurturing. Men are supposed to lead, women to follow. These are narratives that shape how you are seen and how you see yourself. From the moment you are born, you are assigned a role in the grand story of gender. This story doesn't just come from your family, but from society at large, from media, from history, from the conversations you overhear, and the lessons you're taught. Religion, too, is a story that you inherit. Whether you are born into Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, or no religion at all, the beliefs of your family and culture shape your worldview. Your understanding of what is sacred, what is true, and what is right is inherited from the generations before you. In some cultures, your religious identity can feel like a stone around your neck, a constant reminder of the values and practices that you are expected to uphold. You are shaped by the doctrines of your upbringing, and in many cases, those doctrines become part of your story, part of the narrative that defines you. And nationality, that too is an inherited story. Your country of birth, the culture of your homeland, the political and social climate of your nation form the backdrop against which your life unfolds. The values of your country, the expectations of your community, the myths and symbols that represent your nationality, all influence who you believe yourself to be. You may identify strongly with your national identity, or you may feel alienated from it. But no matter how you relate to it, it shapes your identity, often without your conscious awareness. These stories, these inherited narratives, are powerful. They shape how you see yourself and how the world sees you. But here's the truth. They are not the only stories you can tell. At some point, you come to an awakening. You begin to realize that the stories you've inherited, the roles you've been assigned, are just that, stories. They are not fixed truths. They are not the full measure of who you are. They are just narratives. And the moment you realize this, the moment you recognize that you are not the sum of the stories others have written for you, that's when you begin to understand the most profound truth about identity. You are the author of your own story. But that moment of awakening is not always easy. It requires courage. It requires questioning everything you've been told about who you are. The moment you begin to write your own story, to create your own narrative, is the moment you begin to free yourself from the limitations imposed by society, family, and culture. You begin to break free from the inherited stories that no longer serve you. This moment of awakening is different for everyone. It might happen during a quiet moment of reflection. It might come as a result of personal struggle or a challenging experience that forces you to reconsider everything you've believed about yourself. It could happen after years of discomfort, when the weight of societal expectations finally becomes unbearable. But no matter how it happens, it is transformative. It is the moment when you realize that the life you are living does not have to follow the script that others have written for you. Let's take an example. Perhaps you were born into a family where your path in life was clear. You were expected to follow in the footsteps of your parents, carry on the family business, and live up to their dreams for you. But what if, at some point, you realized that this wasn't your dream? What if you felt a pull towards something else? A career in art, or a life of travel, or a path of spirituality? The moment you choose to break away from the story that has been written for you, the moment you choose to write your own story, you are embracing your freedom. You are choosing to stop living out someone else's narrative and begin living your own. Another example might be a woman who was raised in a society with rigid expectations about what it means to be a woman. Perhaps she was told that her value is in her looks, her role as a mother, or her ability to maintain traditional gender roles. But what if she begins to ask herself, who am I outside of this story? Who am I not defined by these roles? The moment she awakens to her own possibility, the moment she starts writing her own story with all its potential and freedom, she steps into a new life, one where she is the author, not just the character in someone else's tale. This is not to say that the stories we inherit are without value. They are part of our history, part of our lineage, part of what makes us who we are. But they are not the whole story. You are not confined to the narrative that was handed to you. You are not limited by the race you were born into, the gender assigned to you, the religion you practice, or the country you call home. These are aspects of your story, but they are not the entire story. The process of rewriting your own story is deeply personal. It is an ongoing journey, a journey where you challenge old beliefs, old identities, and the expectations of the world around you. And while this process can be difficult, it is also deeply empowering. It is the moment when you step into your own life as the author, not just the reader. So ask yourself, what stories are you living out that don't truly belong to you? What roles are you playing because you were told to, not because you chose to? And most importantly, what story would you like to write for yourself? Remember, the pen is in your hand. The page is blank. It's time to write your own story. Chapter 7, Neuroplasticity, Proof You Are Always Changing. There's a profound truth in the very nature of our brain. The self is not a static entity. Your identity, the person you believe yourself to be, is not fixed, not etched in stone, but rather it's malleable, it's evolving, it's rewiring itself at every moment. And the science behind this revelation? Neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is a term that can sound intimidating at first, but it holds the key to understanding the fluidity of the self. It's the brain's ability to reorganize itself, to form new neural connections, to strengthen or weaken pathways based on experience, learning, and the environment. In simpler terms, it's the brain's ability to adapt, to rewire its circuitry, and to change the way it functions. Imagine this. The brain you have today is not the brain you had yesterday. It's not the brain you had a year ago, nor the brain you will have a year from now. Every thought you have, every emotion you feel, every action you take leaves an imprint on your brain. Your brain is constantly updating itself, constantly adapting to the world around you and to the choices you make. This is the power of neuroplasticity. You are never the same person from one moment to the next. This is not just theoretical, it's well documented by science. Research into neuroplasticity has shown that the brain is constantly changing its structure and function. This change occurs in response to learning, experience, and even our thoughts. For example, when you learn a new skill, whether it's playing an instrument, speaking a new language, or practicing mindfulness, your brain physically changes. The areas involved in those activities become more active, more connected, and more efficient. If you stop practicing those skills, however, those connections may weaken. The brain is constantly in a state of flux, responding to your behaviors, your habits, and your thoughts. This means that you are not fixed. The version of yourself that you identify with, the person you think you are right now, is not set in stone. The self is an ongoing process, one that's being shaped by every interaction you have, every piece of information you absorb, and every moment you experience. Your identity is not a single permanent truth, but rather a series of interconnected, constantly shifting neural patterns. You are always becoming. This concept ties beautifully with Buddhist teachings, particularly the doctrine of anatta or non-self. According to Buddhism, the self is not an unchanging, permanent entity. Instead, it is a collection of transient experiences, thoughts, and emotions that constantly arise and pass away. There is no fixed, enduring self. The more we grasp onto an idea of a permanent, unchanging identity, the more we suffer, because we are constantly trying to hold on to something that is, in reality, always changing. Just as the brain is constantly rewiring itself, the Buddhist practice of mindfulness encourages us to become more aware of these changing states. Mindfulness teaches us to observe our thoughts, feelings, and experiences without attaching permanent labels to them. We learn to see ourselves as fluid, as ever-changing rather than static beings. When we let go of the need to cling to a fixed identity, we can begin to embrace the flow of life as it is, with all its impermanence and change. In fact, mindfulness practices are a direct response to the brain's capacity for neuroplasticity. By practicing mindfulness, you are training your brain to change its patterns. You are consciously rewiring your brain to become more aware of the present moment, to detach from habitual patterns of thought and emotion, and to cultivate a state of equanimity and awareness. Through mindfulness, you're not just changing how you perceive the world, you're changing the very structure of your brain. Modern therapy techniques also leverage neuroplasticity in remarkable ways. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, for instance, is designed to help you reframe negative thought patterns and change unhelpful behaviors. At its core, CBT relies on the understanding that our brains can form new pathways that are more aligned with positive thinking and adaptive behaviors. Through repetitive practice, you can retrain your brain to respond to challenges and stressors in healthier ways. This is proof that the brain can be rewired, and your thoughts and beliefs about yourself can be transformed. So, how does neuroplasticity play into the idea of the self? It suggests that the person you believe yourself to be today is not a permanent fixture. You are constantly evolving. Your self-image, your habits, and your behaviors are subject to change, even when you don't consciously decide to make a shift. Your brain is always open to new experiences and new ways of thinking. The version of you that feels stuck, that feels rigid or unchangeable, can be reworked, reprogrammed, and reimagined. For example, let's say you've been struggling with low self-esteem for years. You've believed deep down that you are unworthy, that you're not capable of achieving your goals. These negative thoughts have been repeated so many times that they've created strong neural pathways in your brain. They've become automatic. But here's where neuroplasticity becomes your ally. By practicing new thought patterns, thoughts of self-compassion, confidence, and possibility, you can start to rewire those pathways. It takes time, effort, and consistency, but eventually those new thoughts become just as automatic as the old negative ones. Your brain adapts. You can change your self-perception. It's the same with habits. If you've been stuck in a pattern of procrastination, for example, your brain has wired itself to avoid tasks, to seek out distractions. But with conscious effort, by starting small, setting clear goals, and changing your environment, you can begin to shift those neural pathways. You can rewire your brain to act in ways that align with your long-term goals. The more you practice, the more your brain adapts, making new behaviors easier and more automatic. In the context of the self, this is incredibly liberating. It means that your identity is not a fixed prison. It's not something you have to accept as unchangeable. Your past doesn't have to dictate your future. The beliefs you hold about yourself are not set in stone. Every day is an opportunity for your brain to adapt, for you to create a new self, a self that is more in alignment with who you want to be. Neuroplasticity offers a glimpse into the incredible power of the mind to evolve. It shows us that the brain is not a passive entity. It's an active participant in shaping who we are. So if you've ever felt like you were stuck in a version of yourself that you didn't like, know that you have the power to change it. Your brain is waiting for you to take action, to learn, to grow, to change. The best part? You don't have to do this alone. Whether it's through mindfulness practices, therapy, or simply becoming more aware of your own thoughts and behaviors, there are countless tools available to help you rewire your brain. The key is to understand that you are always in the process of becoming. Your identity is fluid, and the brain is the tool that makes this transformation possible. So remember this: you are not the person you were yesterday. Your brain is evolving, your sense of self is shifting, and you have the power to steer it in any direction you choose. The question is, what version of yourself will you create today? Chapter 8: Identity in the Flow of Time. Time as we experience it is relentless, a continuous stream of moments that flow endlessly from one to the next. We often think of ourselves as permanent fixtures, static and unchanging, anchored in time. But in reality, your identity changes every single moment, just as the universe around you is in constant flux. In this chapter, we will explore the concept of identity, not as a static entity, but as a fluid, evolving process, a reflection of time's ever-changing nature. This concept ties beautifully with the Buddhist view of momentariness, and Alan Watts' understanding of self as a process, not a permanent being. To start, imagine for a moment that you're standing by a river. You reach out and touch the water. You feel the coolness as it flows around your hand. But before you can even grasp the sensation fully, the water is already moving downstream, replaced by new water. The water you just touched is no longer there. It's gone, replaced by the next wave, the next moment. The river is never the same from one instant to the next. This is the essence of time. It moves forward, constantly shifting, never standing still. Now let's apply this metaphor to you, your sense of self and your identity. The Buddhist doctrine of anicca, impermanence, teaches that everything in the universe, including the self, is constantly changing. One key aspect of this teaching is the idea of momentariness, which suggests that every moment is a completely new experience, that nothing is permanent. According to Buddhism, you are not a fixed, unchanging identity. Your thoughts, feelings, and even your physical body are in a constant state of flux. The you that exists in this moment is not the same you that existed just a second ago. Your sense of self is continuously evolving. This idea is counter to the Western notion that the self is something fixed, an unchanging entity that persists over time. But if we look more closely, we see that we are constantly changing. Our thoughts shift from moment to moment. Our moods ebb and flow. Even our bodies are in a constant state of change. Our cells are constantly dying and regenerating. The very air we breathe is different from one moment to the next. What we think of as the self is, in reality, an accumulation of constantly changing processes. Alan Watts, the renowned philosopher and speaker, beautifully elaborates on this idea when he explains that the self is not a fixed entity, but a process. He compares the self to a wave in the ocean. A wave, he says, is not a separate thing from the ocean. It arises from the ocean and eventually returns to it. The wave appears to have a form, a shape, an identity, but it is not independent of the ocean. It is an expression of the ocean, a temporary manifestation of the water, which then fades back into the whole. In the same way, your sense of self arises from the flow of your thoughts, emotions, and experiences. These moments form the wave of your identity. But this wave, like all waves, is not permanent. It rises and falls with the flow of time. The self is a process, not an entity. It's a dynamic, ever-changing phenomenon, constantly shaped by the forces of your thoughts, perceptions, and experiences. It is not a fixed thing that exists independently of time, but something that is deeply intertwined with the flow of time itself. Think of your thoughts. Just as the river's water is never the same from one moment to the next, neither are your thoughts. The thought you had 5 seconds ago is already gone, replaced by a new thought. The thought of "I am stressed" might arise in your mind right now, but the thought will soon be replaced by something else. Perhaps, "I need to make dinner," or "What should I do next?" Your thoughts are fleeting, momentary, like the water of the river, never the same from one instant to the next. Your emotions, too, are in constant flux. One moment you may feel calm, the next, anxious. Joy can quickly turn into sorrow, and peace into frustration. Emotions are like the waves on the surface of the ocean. They rise and fall, depending on the circumstances, but they are never permanent. When you begin to identify with a fixed emotion, for example, thinking of yourself as a sad person or anxious person, you're missing the point. Emotions are transient. They come and go, much like the waves of the ocean. Even the physical body you inhabit is in a state of constant change. Your cells regenerate, your skin renews itself, your body's processes evolve from moment to moment. The body you see in the mirror today is not the same body you saw yesterday, nor will it be the same tomorrow. Just as the river's water never stays the same, your body too is in a constant state of flux, choosing your story consciously. Your life is a story, not a static, pre-written manuscript, but a living narrative, one that you edit and rewrite every single day, often without realizing it. From the moment you wake up and remember who you are, you slip back into the script, the roles, the beliefs, the expectations you've inherited or adopted. Learning to choose the narrative you live by is one of the most profound shifts a human being can make. For most people, identity feels like something imposed, set in stone, written by history, family, trauma, or circumstance. We speak about ourselves as if the past defines the present. "I've always been this way. I was never good at that. That's just the kind of person I am." These phrases aren't harmless. They're self-imposed prisons. When you repeat them often enough, they become prophecy. But the truth is, you are not your past. You are the author of your present and your future. Neuroscience, psychology, and ancient philosophy all converge on this same quiet truth. The stories you tell yourself shape the reality you live. They filter what you see, dictate how you act, and construct the person you wake up believing you are. Cognitive behavioral therapy, one of the most empirically supported therapeutic methods, rests on this very idea. Your thoughts shape your feelings, which shape your actions, which in turn reinforce your thoughts. A story looping endlessly. But at any point you can pause, you can question the narrative, you can ask, is this true? Does this serve me? Who am I really if I let this belief go? And this is where the practice of narrative reframing becomes a superpower. Reframing isn't about lying to yourself. It's about choosing the most empowering, honest, and constructive interpretation of the facts. It's looking at the same reality but through a different lens. Take failure, for example. One person experiences a setback and immediately drafts the story. "I'm not good enough. I never succeed. This always happens to me." Another person experiences the same setback and writes, "This was a hard moment, but I learned something. I'll adjust and improve." Both people live in the same world. Both experience the same event, but the story they choose shapes who they become. And here's the part that most people miss. The brain, through a process known as neuroplasticity, actually rewires itself to match the story you tell it. Tell yourself you are helpless long enough, and your brain adapts to expect defeat. Tell yourself you're capable of growth, and your brain adapts to seek opportunity. Your neurons follow the trail your thoughts lay out. Repetition hardens it into belief. Belief hardens it into identity. But none of this happens without awareness. That's where mindfulness steps in. Mindfulness is the practice of seeing the stories you're running without getting lost in them. Sitting quietly, observing thoughts as they arise, you start to notice patterns. The self-critic, the worrier, the perfectionist, the victim, the hero. You watch the story loops try to hook you in, and as you watch, a space opens up. In that space, you choose. That space is where your freedom lives. A simple, powerful exercise to train this skill is journaling. When you write your thoughts down, raw and unfiltered, you begin to see the unconscious stories in plain sight. You see how often you write, I can't, I'm not, it always, I never. You see the ways you reduce your infinite potential to a fixed narrative, and then you ask, is this the only way to tell this story? You experiment with other versions. You rewrite it over and over until it feels lighter, clearer, and more true. The world outside you might not change in that moment, but your world, the one you live in, the one between your ears, transforms completely. It's a quiet revolution. The shift from I am broken to I am healing. The shift from life is unfair to life is challenging, but I can grow through it. The shift from they hurt me to I am learning to set boundaries. The facts remain, but the meaning evolves. The meaning is what defines you. Even ancient philosophy whispered this same wisdom long before modern science caught up. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor and one of history's great journalers, reminded himself daily, if you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about it. And it is in your power to wipe out that judgment now. In other words, the story, not the fact, creates the suffering. So the question is no longer whether you have a story. The question is, are you the passive reader of it or the conscious author? And the answer, perhaps unsettling at first but ultimately liberating, is that you have always been both. Once you begin to see the mind's stories for what they are, narratives, not facts, you unlock the power to choose the plot line. You become the author of your resilience. You become the narrator of your self-worth. You choose the lessons, the meaning, the theme. But this isn't a one-time revelation. It's a practice. The mind loves old stories. They're comfortable. They fit like worn shoes. The practice is in catching them, rewriting them, and living by the new version, day after day, moment after moment. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, ask yourself, what story am I living? Whose story is it? Who wrote it? And more importantly, who's holding the pen now? This is the threshold of transformation. It begins the moment you stop asking, who am I? And start asking, who do I choose to become? And yet, even as you sharpen your narrative, even as you reframe and rewrite, there's one deeper lesson waiting. A lesson older than words, older than stories. It's the reality that all suffering, at its core, isn't rooted in the events of life, but in our resistance to them. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is a choice. And in the next chapter, we will confront this truth directly. Together, we'll explore how the human mind resists what is, and in doing so, creates its own suffering. A lesson woven deeply into Buddhist thought, where you will finally come to understand acceptance is not resignation. It is the beginning of freedom. You've arrived at a conversation that few people dare to have. Here tonight, while your body rests, your mind will walk through truths that most spend a lifetime avoiding. You see, the secret no one told you is this: suffering is not life's design. It is a consequence of misunderstanding it. Let me begin by asking you something. Have you ever noticed that pain and suffering are not the same thing? That pain is unavoidable, yes, but suffering is born entirely from what you do with it. Not with your hands, not with your body, but with your mind. That distinction changes everything. And tonight, it will change you. The Buddhists, centuries ago, offered a parable that illustrates this with ruthless elegance. They called it the parable of the two arrows. Imagine this. You're walking through the forest. Suddenly, from nowhere, an arrow pierces your flesh. The sharp sting of pain spreads through your body. This is pain. The first arrow. Physical, inevitable, real. But before your hands reach for the wound, before help can even arrive, your mind fires a second arrow. It whispers, "Why did this happen to me? This isn't fair. I don't deserve this. What if it never heals? What if this pain defines me?" This second arrow, that is suffering. It is not the wound that hurts you most. It is the narrative you wrap around it. Here's something no one has told you in your life. The mind creates the majority of your suffering, not the world. Your job, if you choose to awaken, is not to eliminate all pain. You can't. Your job is to stop the second arrow. The moment you do, you'll find an entirely different life waiting for you. One not ruled by reaction, but by understanding. Now, let's slow down here because this is where it becomes deeply personal. Pain is a biological message crafted by nature, a system alerting you that something needs attention. If you place your hand on a flame, the sharp sensation forces you to pull away. Pain is useful. It protects the body. It tells the truth of what is. But suffering is a psychological invention. It is born from resistance to what has already happened, from the mental story that this moment, this event, should be different. And here's the paradox. The event cannot be different. It is already done. The Stoics spoke about this with equal clarity. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and philosopher, wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Pause with me here. Let that truth sink in. The world wounds, yes, but suffering is an inside job. Let me ask you something you've likely never asked yourself. How many second arrows have you fired today? Most people live under a relentless barrage of second arrows. Disappointments become despair, rejection becomes self-hatred, loss becomes the loss of all meaning. But each of these is only the second arrow doing its work. The first arrow is inevitable. The second is optional. That is the great hidden power you've always had. Now imagine your mind as a quiet pond. Pain is like a stone tossed into the water, the splash sharp and sudden, but it is the ripples that disturb the surface long after. Those ripples are your thoughts, your stories, your resistance. Most people focus on the stone, never realizing the ripples are what stir the waters of the mind into chaos. Here's a truth worth holding on to as you drift deeper into this conversation. Life does not ask you to avoid pain. It asks you to understand it. Pain can be endured, but suffering is multiplied by every moment you resist what is. One of the most liberating lessons you will ever internalize is this: you are not obligated to suffer, no matter how painful the situation. Now let me guide you through an example. Think of someone you've lost. The first arrow was their absence, the irrefutable reality of their departure. The second arrow was your mind saying, "This shouldn't have happened, I can't survive this." And yet, here you are, breathing, listening, living, which proves that the second arrow was always a lie. If you pause to observe, you will notice something remarkable. Pain is sharp, but it passes. Suffering, however, loops. It repeats over and over as long as you hold on to the thought, "This should not have happened." That thought is the architect of your suffering. And so the work is not about numbing your heart, nor is it about becoming indifferent to life's trials. The work is to break the cycle of self-inflicted wounds, to see clearly the first arrow and gently refuse the second. There is profound freedom in accepting what is, not because acceptance erases the pain, but because it denies suffering the fuel of your resistance. And now I leave you with this question. How much of your life has been written not by events, but by your reaction to them? When you wake, or perhaps even before, I invite you to observe your day with new eyes. Watch as the first arrow strikes, the moment of discomfort, the sting of disappointment, and then witness your mind's attempt to fire the second. In that split second of awareness, you will reclaim a power few ever learn to use. Because the truth is simple, and it always has been. Pain is part of life, but suffering is a choice. And that choice from this night forward belongs to you. Let me tell you something you've probably never heard laid out so plainly. Every ounce of your suffering can be traced back to three simple patterns. Not fate, not luck, not the so-called unfairness of life. No, just three mental habits, deeply woven into the fabric of your thoughts. The Buddhists call them the three poisons: craving, aversion, ignorance. This isn't about religion. This is about reality. The reality of your mind and the quiet war it's been waging against itself every single day you've drawn breath. You see, the roots of your discontent aren't hidden in some external situation. They're right here, embedded in the way you interact with reality itself. Let's begin with the first: craving. Craving is the never-ending hunger for more. More comfort, more status, more validation, more security, more control. It wears many masks: ambition, desire, even love. But at its core, craving is the mind's inability to sit still, to be satisfied. When you crave, you chase, you cling. And every chase is a declaration that the present moment is insufficient. You're living in a future that does not exist, reaching for something just out of grasp, while the life you already have slips silently through your fingers. The mind tells itself, once I have this, then I'll be at peace. But the goalposts move. Again and again, the new car, the perfect relationship, the next promotion, the next escape. One need fulfilled, 10 more emerge. Craving is a hungry ghost. Feed it, and it only grows hungrier. Here's a question most people have never dared to ask themselves. What if happiness isn't found in getting what you want, but in needing less? Now, let me introduce you to craving's bitter twin: aversion. If craving is the pull toward pleasure, aversion is the push away from discomfort. You spend your life erecting walls against the parts of reality you refuse to accept: pain, loss, uncertainty, change. The mind says, this shouldn't be happening, and the battle begins. But the world doesn't care whether you like something or not. The world simply is. Every moment spent in resistance is a moment spent in suffering. You're holding your hand in a fire and blaming the flame for burning you, rather than realizing you could move your hand. Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote, "To live is to suffer, to survive is to find meaning in the suffering. But meaning cannot bloom if you refuse to acknowledge reality as it stands." Aversion is an invisible prison. You can only escape once you stop denying the walls are there. Which leads us to the final and most dangerous poison: ignorance. Ignorance isn't just not knowing. It's misunderstanding. It's the fundamental confusion about what life is and what you are. It's the belief that the world should bend to your preferences, that permanence can be found in an impermanent world, that the self is some fixed entity rather than an unfolding process. Ignorance blinds you to the cause of your own discontent. It makes you chase illusions and avoid truths. It keeps you cycling through craving and aversion like a moth circling a flame. Modern neuroscience has even confirmed what the Buddha intuited 2,500 years ago. The brain is a prediction machine. It weaves stories to make sense of reality, but the map is not the territory. Your thoughts about the world aren't the world itself. Ignorance is confusing your mental map for the real thing and getting lost in it. Now pause. Let that settle. Most of your suffering is optional because most of your suffering is self-created. That might sting the first time you hear it, but once you grasp it, you realize the door has always been open. Here's the simple truth. The poisons feed each other. You crave because you believe the next moment will finally bring peace. You resist because you believe this moment should look different. You misunderstand, and so the cycle repeats. But the mind doesn't need to be a battleground. Once you see the cycle, you can step outside it. Observation breaks the spell. The Stoics too echoed this wisdom. Epictetus once taught, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Reaction is where suffering is born, not in the event itself. Consider the last time you were angry, frustrated, anxious. Was it the event that caused your pain, or your mind's story about the event? More often than not, It's the latter. The story feeds the poison feeds the suffering. But the antidote, too, is simple: awareness. Awareness dissolves craving, it softens resistance, it illuminates ignorance. Every single time you catch yourself in craving, aversion, or confusion, you weaken their hold. Not by force, not by guilt, but by noticing. The first step toward peace is the simple act of seeing things as they are, not as you wish them to be. This is the core of Buddhist practice, the heart of mindfulness, and the quiet truth beneath every wise tradition. And here's the paradox. The poisons lose power the moment you stop fighting them. Resistance tightens the chain, acceptance loosens it. So I want you to carry this thought as you drift into sleep. You do not need to add anything to your life to be free. You only need to stop clinging to what isn't. Let it echo in the quiet places of your mind. The poisons have been whispering to you for a long time. It's time to start whispering back. And if you've been truly listening, I'll leave you with this odd question. Have you ever noticed that the mind, like a room, feels emptier once you switch off the light? Strange, isn't it? As though thoughts themselves are afraid of the dark. Let that thought follow you as we continue. Let me tell you a secret, one that most people spend their entire lives avoiding. Control is an illusion, not some cynical platitude, not some mystical riddle, just a sober observation. A truth so simple that it slips through your fingers the moment you try to hold on to it. Most of your resistance, most of your frustration, and most of your suffering comes from this illusion, the false belief that you can or should control life. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time the world asked for your permission before it changed? The rain never consults your schedule before it falls. The sun never checks whether you're ready for another day. Your body never asks if it's a good time to get sick, to age, to ache, to die. And yet, the human mind wages a silent rebellion against this flow. It spends its life building sandcastles against an incoming tide, demanding permanence in an impermanent world. In ancient philosophy, the Stoics spoke of this tension. Their teacher Epictetus offered the simplest formula for peace. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. That's it, the entire architecture of resilience and wisdom reduced to a single sentence. But most people, perhaps even you, spend their lives inverting this logic. They attempt to control the uncontrollable and neglect the only thing that was ever theirs to master, their own mind. You can't control whether the world changes, whether others approve of you, whether life unfolds as planned, but you can control the lens through which you meet these experiences. And that is where the illusion begins to break. Buddhist thought sharpens this point even further. The concept of impermanence, anicca, reveals that the world is in a constant state of flux. Nothing holds still. Not your circumstances, not your relationships, not your body, and certainly not your thoughts. Everything is moving. Everything is becoming. When you resist this truth, you suffer. Not because change is cruel, but because your mind insists that change shouldn't happen. Control is the mind's attempt to freeze the flow of existence, to hold the river in place. But no matter how tightly you cling, the current moves on. Now pause. Breathe. Let me offer you this question. What if your peace doesn't depend on control, but on surrender? That's the antidote. Letting go is not giving up, it is giving way. It is the act of stepping aside and allowing life to be what it is, instead of what you demand it to be. Imagine a leaf floating down a stream. No matter how the water twists or turns, the leaf remains light, flexible. It doesn't resist the flow, it dances with it. Now imagine a stone in the same current. The water batters it, grinds it down, wears it away. The stone resists, the stone suffers. So the question is simple. In this life, do you wish to be the leaf or the stone? When you see this clearly, something changes inside you. The world doesn't stop moving, but your war against it does. And with the end of that war comes a kind of peace you've never known. Because suffering at its root isn't caused by pain or loss. Suffering is born from the refusal to accept what is. from the belief that life should behave according to your terms. But life has no obligation to meet your expectations. The universe existed long before you, and it will continue long after. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control. Modern psychology calls it radical acceptance. Buddhist monks call it letting go. Different names, same freedom. And here's the strange beauty. When you stop trying to control everything, you finally regain control of the only thing you ever could, your own mind. This is not passivity, this is clarity. The moment you let go of the illusion of control, you become deeply present. You stop living in stories about the future or regrets about the past. You meet life on its own terms, moment by moment, and that is the birthplace of peace. Now let me leave you with a thought experiment. Imagine standing on a train platform, clutching a heavy suitcase. The longer you hold it, the more your arms ache. But the moment you place it on the ground, the weight vanishes. The suitcase was always heavy. But your suffering was born not from the weight. It was born from your refusal to put it down. Life is the same. Control is the same. You don't have to carry the world on your back. You only have to realize you were never meant to. And if you're still awake, still with me in the quiet space between these words, here's a little riddle for your mind to chew on as you drift off. When you let go, what was ever holding on to you? Let that question dissolve into your dreams, and we'll continue the journey from there. If you've been walking this quiet path with me long enough, you've probably noticed reality isn't as loud as your mind makes it out to be. Events happen, moments pass, and then the mind begins to weave. It spins stories around the raw facts of life, and that's where most suffering is born. Not from what happened, but from what you told yourself it meant. The Austrian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl understood this better than almost anyone. He wrote, "Everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances." Frankl learned this not from theory, but from experience. Stripped of his home, his family, and nearly his life in the concentration camps. But even there, amid unthinkable cruelty, he observed something extraordinary. Two men could face the same hunger, the same cold, the same brutality, but one would break and the other would endure. The difference? The story they told themselves about their suffering. One saw himself as a helpless victim in a meaningless world. The other saw his pain as part of a larger human journey, a momentary hardship in a life that still had meaning. And that subtle, invisible shift was enough to save a life. Now pause for a second. Reflect on this. What story are you telling yourself about your own pain? When something painful happens, the mind leaps into narrative. She shouldn't have left me. I'll never be good enough. This always happens to me. Life isn't fair. The event might have lasted only a moment, but the story can linger for years. Even a lifetime. The event is the spark. The story is the wildfire. When you understand this, you begin to see your suffering not as an inevitable sentence, but as a choice, a story you can rewrite. Let me tell you about a simple experiment in cognitive therapy. Two people are both laid off from the same job on the same day. One tells himself, "I'm worthless. I failed. My life is over." The other tells himself, "This is painful, but it's also an opening. Maybe it's the push I needed to make a real change." The event is identical. The emotional outcome is worlds apart, because pain is what life does to you. Suffering is what you do to yourself. And the tool you use to build that suffering, brick by brick, is always the same: narrative. The mind has a compulsive need to make sense of things, to wrap raw experience in language and meaning. That's how humans survive, and it's also how they create much of their unnecessary misery. Because stories can do two things. They can either cage you, or they can free you. A story of defeat will chain you to the past. A story of growth will set you in motion. Even ancient wisdom understood this. The Buddha taught that all suffering was born from attachment, and there is no greater attachment than the attachment to your own stories. Stories about who you are, stories about what you deserve, stories about what should or shouldn't have happened. But what if you could pause right at the moment of hurt and step outside the story? Not deny the pain, but deny the need to turn it into a tragedy. That is the beginning of liberation. Frankl called it meaning-making. He believed human beings could endure almost any suffering if they could find or create meaning in it. It wasn't about pretending the pain wasn't real. It was about refusing to let it define you. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. And the difference rests in the story you choose to tell. Consider this. 2 seeds are buried beneath the soil. Both sit in darkness. Both feel the weight of the earth pressing down. One seed tells itself, I've been buried, forgotten, trapped. The other tells itself, I've been planted, nourished, prepared. Same soil, same darkness. One withers, one grows. The story makes all the difference. And so the real work of life isn't to escape pain. That's impossible. The real work is to see your stories clearly enough to choose them, to shape them, to change them. Because most people live as if their stories are facts. But the truth is far more freeing. You are the narrator. You've always been the narrator. The moment you remember that, you stop being a prisoner of your past. You stop being at the mercy of circumstance. You start writing a new chapter, one where your suffering becomes your teacher, not your captor. So I'll ask you, what would your life look like if you told yourself a kinder, truer story about your pain? Not one of blame, not one of self-pity, but one of strength, one of growth. The same event seen through a new lens becomes something else entirely. And perhaps that's the quiet miracle hidden in plain sight. You can't control what happens, but you can always control the story. And the story is where suffering begins or ends. So the next time life hands you pain, before the story begins, pause, breathe, choose. And if you're still awake with me, drifting somewhere between thought and dream, let this last question float with you. If the story changes, does the pain change too? The role of acceptance. Acceptance, a word so often mistaken for weakness, for giving up, for resignation. But the truth is, acceptance is not the end of effort. It is the beginning of wisdom. Sit quietly with me and let this idea unfold. When life collides with your expectations, your first reflex is usually resistance. You tense, you push back, you wish the moment were different, or you demand that it change. But reality is indifferent to your struggle. Life continues. Events unfold whether or not your mind approves, and it is precisely this gap between what is and what you think should be where suffering is born. Acceptance in its truest form is the art of closing that gap. But don't misunderstand me. Acceptance is not about pretending that everything is perfect. It is not passive. It is not the absence of action. It is the refusal to deny the present moment. The Zen tradition offers a simple, piercing koan. Let go or be dragged. A single sentence that contains the entire essence of human suffering. Imagine you are holding onto a rope that's being pulled downstream by a violent current. The more you cling to it, the more it burns your hands, pulling you under. But the moment you release the rope, the moment you let go, you rise to the surface. Letting go is not the same as giving up. It is seeing clearly, and it is only from that place of clarity that you can make wise choices. Acceptance is not submission to circumstance. It is alignment with reality. When you stop resisting what is, you free your energy to act where action is possible, to heal where healing can happen, to move forward where forward is the only way. The Stoics knew this too. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the sooner you accept the obstacle, the sooner you can turn it into a path. Resistance is the habit of the mind that says, this shouldn't be happening. Acceptance is the voice of wisdom that replies, but it is. And once you accept that fully, without flinching, the suffering begins to loosen its grip. There's a quiet, almost paradoxical strength in acceptance. It doesn't scream, it doesn't force, it doesn't demand, it simply sees. And from clear seeing, calm action follows. So ask yourself, how often do you suffer? Not because of the event itself, but because you are fighting against its reality. A breakup, a failure, a diagnosis, a loss. The pain of the moment is sharp, but often short-lived. What stretches the pain into weeks, months, even years is the mind's refusal to let the event be real. This can't be happening. This isn't fair. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Each thought pulls you deeper into the current. Acceptance, by contrast, doesn't deny the pain. It welcomes it, and by doing so, dissolves the extra suffering layered on top. In Buddhist practice, this is known as radical acceptance, seeing reality exactly as it is, without judgment, without embellishment, without resistance. Only then can real peace emerge. Now, here's the great irony. Most people believe that accepting their pain will somehow make it worse, as if acknowledgement will anchor it deeper. But the opposite is true. Pain fully accepted loses its power to define you. It becomes an experience, not a sentence. Like a thunderstorm that passes overhead rather than a storm you try to outrun. And once you see this clearly, you begin to realize something even more profound. Acceptance is the doorway to transformation. You can't change what you refuse to acknowledge. You can't heal what you pretend isn't broken. You can't move forward until you've stood still, fully present in the truth of what is. The world, as it turns out, is not your enemy. Life is not conspiring against you. The weather changes, the tides rise and fall, people come and go, and you, standing there expecting permanence, suffer. But the world was never the problem. Your refusal to accept its nature was. And the moment you stop resisting, something remarkable happens. You don't lose your strength. You reclaim it. Acceptance is the courage to meet life on its own terms. It's looking directly at disappointment, at grief, at change, and whispering, I see you. You are real, and I will meet you fully. From this space, you can act without bitterness. You can grieve without collapse. You can let go without fear. You can finally be free. So the next time you find yourself trapped in the storm of this shouldn't be happening, pause, breathe, and ask yourself, what if I accepted this moment just as it is without trying to change it? Feel the tension start to soften. Feel the burden lighten, even if only by a fraction. This is not resignation, this is strength, because it's only after acceptance that wise choices emerge. And if you hold on to nothing else from this chapter, hold on to this. Let go or be dragged. A few words that may one day save you from years of unnecessary suffering. Now rest easy. Let this thought settle deep into your mind, because in the next chapter, we'll meet another subtle enemy of peace, the illusion of control, a hidden architect of suffering. But for now, simply rest in the understanding that acceptance is not giving up. It is showing up, fully, courageously, and that changes everything. There is a quiet revolution that begins the moment you stop fighting your own experience, a moment when you turn toward discomfort rather than away from it. That revolution is called mindfulness. It's one of those words overused yet underlived, printed on coffee mugs and yoga studio posters, but rarely understood for the profound transformation it actually offers. Mindfulness is not a technique for emptying the mind. It is not about forcing calm. It is about observation, pure, unfiltered, non-judgmental observation. And through that observation, suffering begins to dissolve. Let me show you. When something painful arises, whether physical, emotional, or mental, your habitual reaction is to tense up, to label it, to resist it, and to weave a story around it. For example, a sharp pang of anxiety flickers in your chest, and your mind immediately screams, "This is bad. I can't handle this. I need to make this go away." That reaction is the second arrow, the resistance, the unnecessary layer of suffering placed on top of the raw sensation. Mindfulness invites you to remove the second arrow, to allow the sensation to exist as it is, without the story, without the struggle, without the judgment. Buddhist Vipassana meditation is built entirely on this principle. The practice is deceptively simple. Sit still, observe the body, notice the breath, Feel sensations. Watch thoughts rise and fall like clouds passing across a vast open sky. You do not chase pleasant sensations. You do not flinch from unpleasant ones. You simply observe. The great teacher S.N. Gonka would often tell his students, see the sensation, smile to it, let it be. In that moment, the pain still exists, but the suffering lessens, because you are no longer trapped inside the experience. You are witnessing it, and in witnessing, you reclaim your freedom. The body itself becomes your greatest teacher in this practice. Physical sensations are always honest. They do not lie. They arise, they peak, they fade, whether you resist them or not. A sharp cramp in your leg during meditation. A flutter of nervousness in your chest. A tight knot of grief in your stomach. These are the raw, unedited realities of being alive. But it is your mind that turns them into monsters. Mindfulness invites you to return to the source, to drop below the story, below the fear, into the raw sensation itself. When you do, you start to see the impermanent nature of all things. The ache in your back that seemed unbearable, it shifts, it fades, it returns, it changes. The wave of sadness that flooded your chest, it softens, it sharpens, it moves. No sensation, no emotion, no thought, no state is permanent. And in this realization, suffering begins to loosen its grip. But this requires presence, and presence is cultivated, moment by moment. Vipassana teaches that sensation is not the enemy, it is the gateway. By observing it without judgment, you move from identification to liberation. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you felt an emotion fully without trying to label it, suppress it, or explain it? Most people don't allow this. They rush to change the feeling, distract from it, argue with it. But when you stop, sit, and observe, something incredible happens. The emotion flows through. It does not stay stuck. It moves. The body is designed to feel, not to hold on to feelings. This is why mindfulness is not an escape from life. It is a return to life, a return to what is real right now. Pain, in this practice, becomes a messenger, not an enemy. It tells you, this is happening, but it does not say this will always happen. That, my friend, is the story your mind adds. When you sit in mindfulness, you begin to notice this gap between sensation and story, between reality and your mental narrative. And the wider that gap becomes, the freer you are. Now, I want you to remember this. Mindfulness is not a state. It is a skill. It is practiced like playing an instrument. At first, your mind will wander. You will resist. You will forget to observe. That is normal. That is expected. But each time you return to observation, without judgment, you are strengthening your capacity for peace. And over time, that peace becomes less fragile, less dependent on circumstances. It becomes the ground you stand on, even in the middle of life's most difficult storms. Mindfulness does not make pain disappear, but it removes the extra suffering caused by your resistance to pain. It is, in the purest sense, the practice of befriending reality. So the next time you feel a wave of discomfort, try this. Pause. Notice the raw sensation. Resist the urge to label or judge it. Simply observe it. Feel the shape of it. Notice its texture. Watch it rise and fall like a wave in the ocean. And as you do, feel the space that opens around it. That space is where suffering softens. That space is freedom. So sit with your experience, not as its prisoner, but as its witness. This is mindfulness, observing without resistance, and it will change your relationship to life forever. Now let this understanding settle deep into your mind, because in the next chapter we will explore another path to liberation: compassion, the antidote to self-inflicted pain. A powerful force not only for connecting with others, but for healing the wounds we carry within. But for now, rest in this simple truth. You are not the sensation. You are the observer, and the observer is always free. Resistance and identity. How the self-image you cling to feeds resistance and, by extension, suffering. There's a strange and beautiful truth buried deep inside human experience. The tighter you hold on to who you think you are, the more you suffer. This is one of the most uncomfortable discoveries on the path of self-understanding. Not the idea that life is hard, but the deeper realization that it's often you, your attachment to your identity, who is standing in the way of peace. The self-image you protect, the labels you cling to, the roles you insist on playing, all these form the cage of resistance. And the bars of that cage, they are made from one simple belief. I must be this person. The truth is, you don't even notice the weight of your own identity until something threatens it. When your story is challenged, your mind resists, and where there's resistance, there's suffering. Let's slow down and feel into this together. Consider this. Who are you? Maybe you answer with a name or a job title, a set of traits. I'm kind, I'm strong, I'm independent, I'm successful, I'm the quiet one. But if life at any moment dares to contradict your story, if a situation arises that makes you feel weak instead of strong, foolish instead of smart, ordinary instead of special, the mind recoils. The reaction isn't about the moment itself. The reaction is about the identity being threatened, and that is the seed of suffering. The ancient spiritual traditions knew this well. In Buddhism, the idea of anatta, or non-self, directly challenges the belief that there is a solid, unchanging you at the center of experience. The Buddha taught, there is no permanent self, only a constantly changing process of thoughts, sensations, and perceptions. In other words, what you call you is not a fixed thing, but a river, always in motion. And just like trying to grasp water, the harder you try to hold on to your self-image, the more it slips away. The more tightly you cling, the more painful the process becomes. This is why identity crises hurt so much. Think about it. When a person loses their job, the suffering often isn't just financial. It's the death of a role. I was the provider. When a long relationship ends, the heartbreak isn't only about loss of love. It's about identity. I was their partner. I was their anchor. When health fails, the struggle isn't just physical. It's the collapse of self-image. I was strong. I was healthy. It's identity, not circumstance, that dictates the depth of suffering. And that's why surrendering the illusion of a fixed self, even for a moment, can create a flood of peace. The mystics called this ego death, not the death of the body, but the death of the idea of yourself. In psychedelic therapy, deep meditation, near-death experiences, ego death often feels like an unbearable loss at first. The loss of all the labels, all the stories, all the roles, but then beneath the terror, there is silence, a peace you cannot describe, a peace that isn't earned, isn't bought, and isn't conditional, because it comes from no longer needing to be anything. And here lies the paradox. When you stop clinging to a fixed self, the suffering dissolves. Now let me ask you, who would you be if you didn't need to be anyone? Pause with that question for a moment. Let it soak in, that space between I am and the rest of the sentence. That's freedom. That's the doorway out of resistance. And this is why so many wise traditions don't aim to build a stronger identity, but rather to soften it. The great philosopher Alan Watts once wrote, "The real you is not a puppet which life pushes around. The real you is the whole universe, experiencing itself." When you believe you're just the puppet, the ego self, you spend your life fighting to protect it. You resist every moment that seems to threaten it. But when you glimpse the possibility that you are something larger, that you are the awareness, not the story, the resistance loosens. The suffering fades. So how do you begin loosening the grip of identity? Start by observing the language of your mind. Notice every sentence that begins with I am or I must be. These are clues, little flags, markers of attachment. I must be strong. I'm the type of person who, I could never do that because I'm. Behind each of these statements lives resistance, and with mindfulness you can see these patterns as they arise, not to judge them, but to soften them. To remind yourself, I am not this story, I am not this label, I am not this role, I am the awareness beneath it all. This practice is not about erasing your personality. It's about seeing it for what it is, a helpful but temporary mask, a way of moving through the world, not the core of your being. The moment you let go of your need to be anyone, You become free to experience life as it is. And the strange, beautiful twist is that your real self, the deeper self beyond roles, labels, and stories, was never in danger at all. Only the mask gets scared. Only the mask resists. Your true nature is untouched. So the next time suffering knocks at your door, ask yourself, what part of me is resisting this? What part of me feels threatened? What identity am I trying to protect? Often the simple act of asking that question loosens the knot, because behind resistance is a fragile self-image begging for survival. And beyond that image, there is peace. In the next chapter, we'll explore the natural extension of this insight. Compassion, the antidote to self-inflicted pain. When you understand that everyone else is caught in the same dance, clinging to self-images, resisting their own pain, your heart opens. And when the heart opens, the suffering softens. But for now, rest with this quiet reminder. You are not the mask you wear, and you were never meant to suffer defending it. Non-attachment versus detachment. Clarifying one of the most understood ideas in philosophy. There's a quiet misunderstanding that lives in the heart of almost every spiritual path, every stoic discipline, and every attempt at emotional mastery. It's the confusion between detachment and non-attachment. And the difference between the two is not just academic, it's the difference between isolation and peace, between numbness and true freedom. So let's sit with this distinction, slowly and clearly. Most people, when they first encounter the idea of letting go, imagine it as a form of emotional withdrawal. To them, detachment means building walls, protecting themselves from feeling too much, creating distance from people, places, and emotions, as if that distance might protect them from pain. But this is not wisdom. This is fear wearing the mask of wisdom. Real peace, real strength comes not from emotional avoidance, but from the ability to experience fully without clinging. And that is the essence of non-attachment. Non-attachment isn't the absence of emotion. It isn't about becoming cold, unfeeling, or empty. It's about being present enough to allow every experience to flow through you. Joy, sorrow, love, loss, without tightening your grip on it. Imagine your heart as an open palm. When life offers you a moment, you hold it gently without closing your fist around it. When it passes, as all things do, you let it go, not out of bitterness, but out of understanding. This is non-attachment. But when you close your palm, when you cling, when you try to freeze a moment or control an outcome, the tension begins. And with tension comes suffering. Let's use a simple metaphor. Picture standing at the edge of a river. Non-attachment is like watching the water flow, letting each ripple, each leaf, each reflection pass through your field of awareness without needing to chase or hold on to any of it. Detachment, on the other hand, is like turning away from the river entirely, avoiding the view so you won't feel the ache of impermanence. But turning away doesn't prevent the river from flowing. It only disconnects you from the beauty of the moment. Detachment is defensive. Non-attachment is freeing. Buddhist philosophy, especially in the teachings of Zen and Theravada, places this distinction at the very heart of the path to inner peace. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from clinging, attachment to people, to experiences, to ideas, to self-image. But he never said to close your heart or to reject the world. In fact, non-attachment allows you to love more deeply, not less. Because true love, whether for a person, a place, or a moment, is not about possession. It is about appreciation. And when you appreciate something, rather than possess it, you are free from the fear of losing it. You are no longer held hostage by the endless what-ifs of the mind. This applies not just to relationships, but to every corner of life. When you chase happiness, clinging to the good days, you suffer when the inevitable bad ones arrive. When you attach to your youth, you suffer as your body ages. When you attach to status, you suffer when your reputation is questioned. But when you allow yourself to be fully present, neither grasping at the pleasant nor resisting the unpleasant, you create a quiet space inside. a space where peace is not dependent on circumstance. This is the heart of non-attachment. It's important to mention that non-attachment does not mean apathy. In fact, it often leads to greater care, not less. When you are no longer attached to outcomes, your actions can be rooted in sincerity rather than fear. You help because it is right to help, not because you expect gratitude. You love because love is a gift, not a transaction. You create, not for fame, but for the joy of expression. Non-attachment removes the ego's hooks from experience, allowing life to flow without entanglement. Now the question, how do you cultivate non-attachment? One of the most profound practices is mindfulness. Through mindful observation, you learn to notice your thoughts and emotions as passing phenomena rather than absolute truths. You begin to see joy rise and fall, sadness rise and fall, anger rise and fall, each like a wave on the ocean. And the more you practice observing without identification, the more you loosen your grip on the moment. You begin to trust the impermanence of all things. You start to see that resistance doesn't prevent change. It only makes the process more painful. The Stoics, too, taught this lesson, though they used a different language. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." For the Stoic, this wasn't about becoming cold, but about embracing reality on its own terms. The art of non-attachment is the art of inner flexibility. Like bamboo in the wind, you do not break when the storms of life arrive. You bend, you flow, you return to stillness. Detachment makes you brittle. Non-attachment makes you resilient. So let me leave you with this reflection. Are you living with an open palm or a closed fist? What moments, what people, what ideas have you been clinging to, believing they could save you from discomfort? And can you, even for a moment, loosen your grip? That single moment of release is the beginning of peace. In the next chapter, we'll take this even deeper. Because once you've tasted non-attachment, you realize that suffering is not something life does to you. Suffering is what happens when you argue with what is. And that brings us to Chapter 9, The Path of Acceptance, Flowing with Reality, Not Against It. A chapter where we explore how acceptance, when grounded in non-attachment, becomes a lifelong practice for peace. But for now, breathe gently, rest in this stillness, and remember, you are allowed to feel everything. You are allowed to let it all pass, and you are allowed to be free. The paradox of surrender. Real freedom comes not from overpowering circumstances, but from releasing the mental grip on how things should be. Close your eyes. Let your body settle into stillness. Let the world spin on without you for a moment. Now consider this quiet question. What if the strength you've spent your whole life chasing wasn't strength at all? What if true power is not the power to control, but the power to let go? This is the paradox of surrender. For most of your life, you've been taught, directly or indirectly, that control equals security. Work harder, plan better, be smarter, faster, stronger, get ahead of the curve, stay sharp, stay vigilant, shape life to your will, and suffering will leave you alone. But no matter how tightly you grip the wheel, life does what it has always done. It changes. It shifts, slips, sways. It unravels your carefully tied knots. It humbles your expectations, and this is where the old habit kicks in, resistance. You tighten your grip even more. You insist that things should be different, and in that moment, you suffer. Surrender is not the same as defeat. In fact, surrender is the ultimate act of wisdom, because surrender is the recognition that the world was never yours to control in the first place. The Taoist sage Lao Tzu wrote, "Water is fluid, soft, and yielding, but water will wear away rock, which is rigid and cannot yield. As you adapt to life, you become stronger, not weaker." The paradox is clear. The most flexible force is also the most enduring. The softest substance, water, can erode mountains over time, and so it is with the human heart. In Taoism, the highest virtue is wei, effortless action, not action born from force, but action that arises from alignment with the natural flow of life. When you stop resisting the present moment, when you stop arguing with what is, something astonishing happens. Your heart unbinds, your mind softens, your body breathes, and peace, not as a concept but as a lived reality, becomes possible. Now, this might sound like passivity, but it isn't. Surrender is not the absence of action. It's the absence of inner conflict. You still move, you still choose, you still live fully. But you no longer waste your energy trying to bend reality into your preferred shape. You accept the rain when it falls, you welcome the sun when it shines, and you respond to each moment, not from fear, but from presence. This is the art of surrender. There's a Zen story about a man trapped on a broken raft, carried down a wild river. The man can't control the current. No amount of shouting or struggling changes the water's course. But the moment he relaxes, the moment he lets the water carry him rather than fight it, something miraculous happens. His body stays afloat, his panic disappears, and he sees the shoreline with clarity. His circumstances haven't changed, but his resistance has, and that alone alters his experience. This is the lesson of surrender. It's not about liking every moment. It's not about pretending that loss, grief, or pain are pleasant. It's about allowing what is true to be true, without layering over it the mental script of, this shouldn't be happening. Because that script is where suffering is born. This approach is not unique to Taoism. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus taught the same principle. Seek not for events to happen as you wish, but wish for events to happen as they do, and your life will flow serenely. Acceptance, surrender, flow, these are different languages for the same wisdom. It is not the event itself that wounds the heart, but the belief that things should be otherwise. When you release that belief, your heart becomes light, and lightness is the foundation of peace. Consider this. The tree that bends in the wind survives the storm. The tree that resists is the one that breaks. And so it is with the human spirit. Life will always carry you forward. Whether you're clinging to the past or fearing the future, you can hold on and be dragged, or you can let go and flow. That is the paradox of surrender. So tonight, as your body rests, let this idea settle deep inside. You don't have to solve everything. You don't have to fix the past. You don't have to predict the future. You only need to release the mental grip on how things should be. And when you do, the world softens, the heart unbinds, and peace, which once seemed so distant, will feel as close as your next breath. In the final chapter of this journey, we will explore how this surrender leads to the ultimate transformation. The ability to walk through life, not unscathed, but unshaken. The ability to love, to lose, to begin again, and still remain whole. The ability to embrace reality so fully that suffering no longer finds a place to hide inside you. Because the real ending of suffering is not about changing life, it's about changing how you meet it. And that will be the heart of our next chapter. Chapter 10, Living Beyond Suffering, Life as It Is, Not As You Fear. For now, let the world be as it is. Let go and drift into rest. The author within, a living identity. Your identity is a living draft, not a completed manuscript. Throughout this journey, we've explored countless ways the self is not an unchangeable fact, but a dynamic, evolving story, one you are constantly writing and rewriting. From the illusion of a fixed self to the surrender of resistance, we've learned that who you are is not defined by your past, your flaws, or even your victories. It's defined by your willingness to continuously craft, edit, and redefine your narrative. Now, let's bring everything together. In the beginning, you may have believed that you were a finished piece, a product of your circumstances, your history, your pain, or your success. You might have sought to find yourself, as if there was a hidden truth buried somewhere deep within here, waiting for you to discover it. But the real truth is this: you are not meant to be found. You are meant to be created. Think about this for a moment. The notion of finding yourself suggests a static entity, something to be unearthed. as if your identity is a treasure buried in the past or a fate waiting for you to fulfill. But identity is a living, evolving process. It's not something you uncover, it's something you write. And this is where the freedom lies. In our earlier chapters, we learned about the role of memory, emotion, and expectation in shaping our self-image. We saw how the illusion of control, attachment to the past, and resistance to what is can imprison us in a narrative that doesn't serve us. But there is good news. The pen is always in your hand. Every thought, every choice, every action, no matter how small, contributes to the identity you're constructing, moment by moment. You are the author of your life. When you realize this, something profound happens. You begin to take full responsibility for your story. Not in a burdensome way, but in a way that empowers you. You are no longer shackled by the beliefs, expectations, and societal roles that were handed to you. You are no longer a passive character swept along by life's plot twists. Instead, you begin to write with intent. You actively shape who you are and who you want to become. But here's the key. The story is always a work in progress. It is never finished. This doesn't mean that you're perpetually lost or adrift. It means that the opportunity for growth is always available. The version of yourself you are today is just one chapter in a much larger, much richer narrative. You can always change your course, add new characters, or alter the plot. This is why identity is a living draft. It's not a stone-carved monument. It's more like a novel that's constantly being edited and revised. And in this editing process, you are both the author and the reader, constantly revising the story as you learn, grow, and reflect. Consider the poet Rainer Maria Rilke, who once said, "You are so young, so much before all beginning, and I want to tell you that you are not yet yourself." In other words, you are not a fixed version of yourself, waiting to be discovered. You are a continuous unfolding. You are in the act of becoming. And this becoming doesn't happen in isolation. It happens in relationship to your experiences, your interactions, your challenges, and your triumphs. This is not a call for an identity crisis, but an invitation to embrace the fluidity of self. You are always becoming, and that's what makes you free. Let's also consider a practical approach to this. Every decision you make, however seemingly insignificant, is an act of self-creation. Your habits, your words, your responses to challenges, they are the brushstrokes of the identity you are painting. Some strokes will be bold, others will be subtle. Some will reflect your past, while others will push you toward a future that has yet to be written. But regardless of the type of stroke, every moment is an opportunity to write your story in a way that aligns with who you want to become. This understanding of identity as a living, evolving process also ties directly into the concept of acceptance that we explored earlier. You do not need to accept a fixed, limiting version of yourself. Instead, you can embrace the fluidity of who you are becoming. This is the freedom of self-creation. You have the agency to craft a narrative that speaks to your highest potential, not just your past. So the next time you find yourself saying, "This is just who I am," pause, reflect. Is that really true? Or are you holding on to an outdated story simply because it feels familiar? You are not the sum of your past choices or your circumstances. You are the creator of your future self. In fact, this very moment is the most important moment of all, because it's the one where you get to choose. You can change the direction of your life right now. You can decide to stop seeing yourself as a passive recipient of life's narrative and instead pick up the pen. As you begin to write your story consciously, be sure to ask yourself, what do I want my story to be? And remember, there is no deadline. There is no final draft. You can always add new chapters, revise old ones, and most importantly, keep writing. You are the author of your life. As we come to the end of this chapter, we've reached a profound realization. The freedom you seek in life does not come from searching for your true self. It comes from embracing your role as the writer of your own existence. But as you write, you'll realize that your body, your mind, and your emotions are all part of the story too. They are the instruments through which you experience and express this narrative. In the next chapter, we will explore how the body, that often neglected character in our mental story, plays a critical role in shaping who you are. Because the body isn't just the vessel you carry around, it's also the first language your mind speaks. Next chapter, the body as a thought translator. Your body is your mind's first language. The idea that the body is merely a vessel for the mind is a deeply ingrained notion in Western thought. For centuries, we've been taught to view the brain as the true command center, a sovereign entity controlling the body. However, this view is rapidly being challenged by new scientific research and ancient philosophies, which reveal a profound truth. The body and mind are not separate entities. They are inseparable, constantly influencing one another in an intricate dance of reciprocal feedback. In this chapter, we're going to dive into this fascinating relationship, exploring how the body shapes the brain, and ultimately, how our physical state shapes who we are. To do this, we'll explore the science of neuroplasticity, dive into holistic philosophies like yoga and Taoism, and reflect on the wisdom of philosophers like Baruch Spinoza, who understood the mind-body connection long before modern science began to catch up. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change. Let's begin with neuroplasticity, the brain's astonishing ability to change itself based on experiences, environment, and importantly, physical states. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's capacity to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This was a concept that was once believed to be limited to childhood, but we now know that our brains remain plastic throughout adulthood, continuously adapting and rewiring in response to our actions and experiences. But what does this have to do with the body? When we think about how our physical state affects the brain, we have to look at the way movement, exercise, and even posture can literally reshape brain structure and function. Physical activity, for example, doesn't just keep the body healthy, it stimulates the brain, encouraging the growth of new neurons and the development of new neural pathways. Studies have shown that regular physical activity can improve cognitive function, reduce stress, and even help in the recovery of brain injuries. Consider how a simple act like walking can stimulate neurogenesis, the formation of new neurons. Walking in nature has even been shown to improve cognitive function, mood, and creativity. In this sense, the body is not a passive object for the mind to control. It is actively shaping the mind, creating new ways of thinking, learning, and perceiving the world. But this process works in both directions. Our thoughts and emotions can influence the body just as powerfully. A negative thought or an anxious feeling can lead to physical symptoms like muscle tension, shallow breathing, or headaches. The body responds to the mind just as the mind responds to the body. Holistic philosophies, yoga, Taoism, and the unity of mind and body. This idea of the inseparability of mind and body is not a new one. In fact, it's at the heart of many ancient philosophical systems, especially those rooted in Eastern traditions like yoga and Taoism. In yoga, the mind and body are seen as two sides of the same coin. The practice of yoga, through postures, breathing exercises, and meditation, helps align and harmonize both. According to yogic philosophy, the body is a vehicle for the soul, and by bringing awareness to the body, we can cultivate mental clarity and spiritual growth. Each movement in yoga is seen as a physical manifestation of our mental state, and each breath is a reminder of our connection to the present moment. The breath, prana, in yoga is thought to flow through the body's energy channels, nadis, and when these channels are blocked, mental and emotional turmoil can arise. Similarly, Taoism, an ancient Chinese philosophy, emphasizes the flow of energy, qi, through the body. According to Taoist thought, the body is not separate from the world around it. The mind and body are connected to the natural flow of the universe, and to live in harmony with this flow, is to achieve peace and balance. Taoist practices like Tai Chi and Qigong are designed to cultivate the balance between mind and body, fostering both physical health and mental clarity. The body, in Taoism, is not an object to be controlled. It is a dynamic participant in the greater flow of life. In both yoga and Taoism, the idea that the body and mind are not separate is central. These philosophies recognize that the body's physical condition directly influences our mental and emotional well-being, and conversely, our mental state can profoundly affect our physical health. Spinoza, The Mind-Body Unity. If we look at Baruch Spinoza, the Dutch philosopher from the 17th century, we see another perspective on the mind-body connection. Spinoza famously rejected the idea of a dualism between mind and body, an idea popularized by René Descartes. For Descartes, the mind was a separate, non-material substance distinct from the body. But for Spinoza, mind and body were two expressions of the same substance. They were intimately connected and in fact could not be separated. Spinoza argued that the mind and body are part of a single system, operating according to the same laws of nature. Just as the body is made up of physical substances, so too is the mind a reflection of the body's physical state. This means that our mental states, our emotions, thoughts, and perceptions are not only influenced by our internal mental processes, but are also shaped by our physical experiences. Consider the experiencing physically stressed. The body's stress response, tight muscles, shallow breathing, increased heart rate leads to a cascade of mental effects, anxiety, worry, racing thoughts. The mind and body are locked in a loop, with each one feeding the other. Spinoza believed that in order to achieve peace and clarity, we must understand this interconnectedness and work to align both the body and the mind. The impact of physical practices on mental clarity. Now, let's discuss the tangible ways in which we can experience this mind-body connection in everyday life. One simple practice is posture. The way we hold ourselves, whether slouched or upright, has a profound effect on our mental state. Studies have shown that adopting an open, upright posture can lead to higher levels of self-confidence and lower levels of stress. In contrast, slouching or adopting a closed posture can make us feel more vulnerable or anxious. Our physical stance communicates to our brain whether we are in a state of power or weakness. Another example is breathing. Controlled deep breathing can trigger the body's relaxation response, lowering cortisol levels, the stress hormone, and promoting calmness. On the other hand, shallow, rapid breathing is associated with anxiety and stress. The act of consciously slowing down and deepening our breath can shift our mental state from one of panic or agitation to one of serenity and mindfulness. Physical activity is also crucial. Regular exercise, whether it's aerobic exercise, strength training, or simply taking a walk, stimulates the release of endorphins, those feel-good chemicals that improve mood and reduce pain. It also enhances neuroplasticity, fostering new brain connections and promoting mental clarity. Even something as simple as dancing or stretching can create immediate changes in how we think and feel, reflecting the deep interdependence of mind and body. Conclusion: the body and mind are one. The connection between mind and body is not just theoretical. It is grounded in science, philosophy, and lived experience. From the science of neuroplasticity to ancient wisdom traditions like yoga and Taoism, the evidence is clear. The body and mind are not separate entities. They are two parts of a dynamic, interdependent system. When we take care of our bodies, we're not just improving our physical health, we're nurturing our mental and emotional well-being as well. And when we cultivate a peaceful, mindful state of mind, we're enhancing our physical health too. In the end, the body and mind are not distinct entities, but two expressions of a single reality, both deeply intertwined and constantly shaping one another. So the next time you feel a rush of stress or anxiety, remember that your body is not just reacting passively, it is communicating with your mind. And by listening to your body, you can begin to reshape your thoughts, emotions, and even your sense of self. This chapter has set the stage for the deeper exploration of the body as a thought translator. As we continue, we'll dive into practical techniques for using the body's language to unlock greater mental clarity and emotional balance. In every interaction we have, we communicate far more than just words. Our bodies are constantly transmitting messages, and one of the most powerful ways the body communicates is through posture. How we sit, stand, or even walk is a direct reflection of our internal emotional state. But what if I told you that by changing our posture, we could change the way we feel and think? This chapter will explore the fascinating connection between posture, emotion, and mental well-being, using insights from cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, somatic psychology, and real-world examples to illustrate how posture is not merely a passive expression of how we feel. It can actively shape our emotional and mental states. Posture as a mirror of emotion. The first thing to understand about posture is that it is not simply about how we look or how we hold ourselves physically. Posture is deeply intertwined with our emotional experiences. Consider how someone feels after a stressful day. They may slump their shoulders, hold their head down, or cross their arms in a protective manner. These physical movements are not just habits. They are a direct expression of emotional states like stress, anxiety, or insecurity. On the flip side, imagine a person who stands tall, shoulders back, chest open. This posture exudes confidence, openness, and strength. Posture communicates to others, but more importantly, it communicates to ourselves. The way we carry ourselves sends a constant stream of feedback to our brain, reinforcing certain emotional states. Posture, then, is more than just a passive reflection of how we feel. It is a tool we can use to actively influence how we think and feel. This idea is central to the mind-body feedback loop, which suggests that our mental states are deeply affected by our physical states and vice versa. The mind-body feedback loop. The mind-body feedback loop is a concept often explored in cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and somatic psychology. According to this model, our mental and emotional states influence our physical actions, but our physical actions also influence our thoughts and feelings. Take stress, for example. When we are stressed, our bodies tense up. We might hunch our shoulders, tighten our jaws, or clench our fists. These physical manifestations of stress send signals to the brain, reinforcing the feeling of anxiety or tension. In this way, our bodies and minds are caught in a cycle, each feeding the other. This feedback loop can create a loop of negative emotions, making us feel increasingly anxious, tense, or overwhelmed. However, the mind-body feedback loop works in both directions. Just as negative emotions can affect our posture can influence our emotions. When we consciously adjust our posture by standing up straight, rolling our shoulders back, and opening up our chest, we send signals to our brain that we are in control, confident, and strong. This simple change can have a profound effect on our emotional state, helping to break the cycle of stress and anxiety. The power of posture, real-world examples. Now that we understand the theoretical framework behind the mind-body feedback loop, let's explore some real-world examples and studies that illustrate the power of posture in shaping our emotional and mental well-being. One of the most well-known studies on the connection between posture and mental state was conducted by social psychologist Amy Cuddy. In her research on power poses, Cuddy demonstrated that adopting expansive, open postures, such as standing with your feet shoulder-width apart and your arms raised in a victory pose, can increase feelings of confidence and power. In her study, participants who held power poses for just 2 minutes before an important interview or task showed increased testosterone levels, a hormone associated with confidence, and decreased cortisol levels, a hormone associated with stress. They were also rated as more confident by others. This research highlights the significant impact that posture can have on our psychological state. By consciously adopting power poses, we can influence how we feel and how others perceive us. What's more, these physical changes can translate into better performance in high-pressure situations, such as job interviews, public speaking engagements, or social interactions. Another example comes from the world of somatic psychology, which looks at the ways our bodies hold on to emotional experiences. In somatic therapy, clients are encouraged to tune into their bodies and notice how emotions manifest physically. For example, a person who feels anxious might notice that they tend to hunch their shoulders or hold tension in their neck. By becoming aware of these physical cues, individuals can learn to release the tension and adopt more open, relaxed postures. This shift not only alleviates physical discomfort, but also helps to reduce the emotional intensity of the anxiety itself. Somatic therapists also use posture as a tool for healing. For example, in the case of trauma, individuals may unconsciously adopt closed-off postures to protect themselves. Through body-centered therapies, people begin to consciously open up their posture, which in turn helps to release stored emotions and foster a sense of safety and openness. The role of posture in confidence and self-esteem. One of the most important emotional states affected by posture is confidence. We've all encountered those moments where we feel insecure or self-doubting, perhaps before a big presentation, an important meeting, or even during a social interaction. In these moments, we often see ourselves physically shrinking, hunching our shoulders, crossing our arms, or avoiding eye contact. These protective postures signal insecurity, not just to others, but to our own minds as well. By consciously shifting into a more open, expansive posture, we can help counteract feelings of insecurity and build our confidence. This is not about faking confidence, but about using the body to communicate to our brains that we are capable, strong, and in control. When we embody confidence, our brain starts to reinforce that belief, creating a positive feedback loop that builds self-esteem and resilience. In fact, studies have shown that adopting more open, upright postures can have lasting effects on self-esteem. People who consistently carry themselves with good posture tend to report higher levels of self-confidence and overall well-being. Practical strategies for shifting posture and emotional state. So, how can we use posture to influence our emotional and mental state in practical terms? Here are a few techniques. 1. Power poses. As mentioned earlier, power poses, standing tall with open, expansive postures, can increase feelings of confidence and reduce stress. Try standing in a power pose for 2 minutes before entering a challenging situation. 2. Mindful posture check-ins. Throughout the day, take a moment to check in with your posture. Are you slouching? Are your shoulders tense? Consciously adjust your posture to be more open, relaxed, and upright. This simple awareness can help shift your emotional state in real time. 3. Breathing with posture. Pair your posture adjustments with deep, slow breathing. This will help calm the nervous system and reinforce the positive feedback loop between body and mind. Take a deep breath, roll your shoulders back, and open your chest. You'll feel an immediate shift. 4. Somatic awareness. Pay attention to how your body feels during moments of stress or anxiety. Notice where you tend to hold tension: neck, shoulders, jaw, etc. Take a few moments to relax these areas and consciously shift your posture to a more open, relaxed stance. 5. Stretching and movement. Regular movement, such as stretching or yoga, helps release physical tension that can accumulate in the body. By releasing this tension, you can alleviate the emotional strain that accompanies it. Shifting the feedback loop. Posture is not just about how we look or how we sit. It is a direct expression of our inner emotional and mental state. By consciously adjusting our posture, we can influence our feelings, thoughts, and overall well-being. Whether you're preparing for a big presentation, dealing with stress, or simply seeking to improve your self-esteem, posture is a powerful tool for shaping your emotional and mental reality. By recognizing the mind-body feedback loop and harnessing the power of posture, we can break free from patterns of stress, anxiety, and insecurity, and instead cultivate a state of confidence, calm, and strength. And as we continue exploring the ways in which our bodies communicate with our minds, we will uncover more tools for enhancing our well-being and achieving mental clarity. Chapter 3: Breath as Thought, the Bridge Between Mind and Body. Breathing is the most natural, involuntary act we perform each day, yet it holds extraordinary power to influence our mental and emotional states. It is the most direct connection between the body and the mind, an essential bridge between our physical and psychological well-being. We often take it for granted, but what if I told you that by simply tuning into our breath, we can alter our thoughts, calm our emotions, and regulate our stress? This chapter will explore the powerful connection between breath and mind, drawing from practices like pranayama and mindfulness meditation, and provide practical techniques for using breath as a tool for emotional regulation and mental clarity. The power of breath, beyond the physical. Breathing is more than just a physical process. It is intricately connected to our mental and emotional states. In fact, our breath is one of the few physiological processes that we can control consciously. This dual nature of breath, simultaneously automatic and voluntary, makes it a powerful tool for influencing our psychological state. When we experience intense emotions, whether it's stress, anxiety, excitement, or anger, our breathing changes. We may notice ourselves holding our breath, breathing shallowly, or even gasping for air. This is the body's way of responding to emotional arousal. Similarly, when we're calm and relaxed, our breath becomes slower, deeper, and more rhythmic. The connection between breath and emotion is rooted in the autonomic nervous system, which controls involuntary bodily functions such as heart rate, digestion, and respiration. The autonomic nervous system is divided into two branches: the sympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for the fight or flight response, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which governs the rest and digest state. When we are stressed, our sympathetic nervous system activates, leading to shallow, rapid breathing. Conversely, when we are relaxed, our parasympathetic nervous system kicks in, slowing our breath and calming our body. By consciously controlling our breath, we can activate the parasympathetic nervous system, helping us to regulate stress and return to a state of calm. This is why breath is such a powerful bridge between the mind and body. It allows us to influence our emotional and cognitive states through a simple yet profound act. Breathing practices across traditions. Many ancient traditions have long recognized the connection between breath and well-being. One of the most well-known practices is pranayama, a form of breath control in yoga. Pranayama involves specific breathing techniques designed to regulate the flow of energy, prana, in the body and calm the mind. The practice of pranayama can have profound effects on both the body and mind, helping to reduce stress, improve focus, and promote emotional balance. In pranayama, techniques like nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, and ujjayi, victorious breath, are used to bring balance to the body and mind. These techniques help to calm the nervous system, reduce anxiety, and foster a sense of inner peace. Similarly, mindfulness meditation, which often incorporates breath awareness, teaches individuals to observe their breath without judgment, helping to cultivate presence and awareness in the moment. In both traditions, the act of breathing becomes a tool for connecting the body with the mind. By bringing attention to the breath, we can gain insight into our emotional state and create space for deeper mental clarity. The physiological effects of breath control. Breath control doesn't just calm the mind, it has profound physiological effects on the body as well. Studies have shown that controlled breathing can influence brain function, improve heart rate variability, and lower blood pressure. Let's dive into some of the most significant physiological effects of controlled breathing. When we engage in deep, slow breathing, we activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which helps to calm the body and reduce stress. This is why breathing exercises are often used as a tool for relaxation. Controlled breathing can slow the heart rate, lower blood pressure, and reduce the levels of the stress hormone cortisol in the body. These physiological changes are important because they help to counteract the effects of chronic stress, which can contribute to a variety of health problems, including heart disease, digestive issues, and mental health disorders like anxiety and depression. In addition to the relaxation response, deep breathing has a direct impact on brain function. Research has shown that controlled breathing can increase prefrontal cortex activity, the area of the brain responsible for executive functions such as decision-making, problem-solving, and emotional regulation. When we are stressed, the amygdala, the brain's fear center, becomes more active, while the prefrontal cortex activity diminishes. This can impair our ability to think clearly, make decisions, and regulate our emotions. However, by engaging in deep breathing exercises, we can activate the prefrontal cortex and improve our ability to think clearly and remain calm under pressure. Practical techniques for breath-based emotional regulation. Now that we understand the physiological and psychological effects of breath control, let's explore some practical techniques that you can use to regulate your emotions and mental state. These techniques are simple to learn, but their effects can be profound. 1. Deep belly breathing, diaphragmatic breathing. One of the most effective ways to calm the nervous system is through deep belly breathing. This technique involves breathing deeply into the diaphragm, allowing the belly to expand with each inhale and contract with each exhale. This type of breathing engages the parasympathetic nervous system, slowing the heart rate and promoting relaxation. To practice deep belly breathing, sit or lie down in a comfortable position. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your abdomen. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, allowing your abdomen to rise as you inhale. Exhale slowly through your mouth, feeling your abdomen fall. Continue breathing in this way for several minutes, focusing on the rise and fall of your belly. 2. Box breathing, square breathing. Box breathing is a technique often used in mindfulness practices and by individuals in high-stress professions, such as the military. This technique involves inhaling, holding the breath, exhaling, and holding the breath again, each for a count of 4. Box breathing helps to calm the mind, reduce anxiety, and improve focus. To practice box breathing, sit in a comfortable position with your back straight. Inhale through your nose for a count of 4. Hold your breath for a count of 4. Exhale slowly through your mouth for a count of 4. Hold your breath again for a count of 4. Repeat this cycle for several minutes. 3. 4-7-8 breathing. The 4-7-8 breathing technique is a powerful tool for calming the nervous system and promoting relaxation. This technique is particularly useful for those struggling with insomnia or anxiety. To practice 4-7-8 breathing, sit in a comfortable position with your back straight. Close your eyes and inhale quietly through your nose for a count of 4. Hold your breath for a count of 7. Exhale slowly through your mouth for a count of 8. Repeat this cycle for several minutes. 4. Mindful breathing. Mindful breathing is a simple yet effective practice that involves paying full attention to your breath without judgment. This practice can be done anywhere and is particularly helpful for reducing stress in the moment. To practice mindful breathing, find a quiet space and sit comfortably. Close your eyes and bring your attention to your breath. Notice the sensation of the air entering and leaving your nostrils, the rise and fall of your chest, and the expansion and contraction of your abdomen. If your mind wanders, gently bring your focus back to your breath. The breath-mind connection, a continuous flow. Breath is not just the bridge between the body and mind. It is a continuous flow that can shape our emotional and mental states. By consciously controlling our breath, we have the ability to influence our nervous system, reduce stress, and cultivate mental clarity. Whether we're seeking to calm anxiety, improve focus, or simply relax, breath is a tool that is always available to us. In the next chapter, we'll explore how physical movement, through practices like yoga and mindful walking, can further enhance our emotional well-being and bring the mind and body into greater harmony. Nutrition and thought clarity, fueling the mind. We often hear the phrase, "You are what you eat," but how many of us truly understand the profound impact that food has on our minds? The truth is, what we eat directly influences how we feel, how we think, and even how we perceive the world around us. The mind and body are inextricably linked, and the fuel we give our body has a direct effect on our cognitive function, emotional regulation, and overall mental clarity. In this chapter, we'll delve into the science of nutrition, exploring how the foods we consume influence our mental state. We'll examine the powerful effects of certain nutrients like omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants, and complex carbohydrates on brain health, while also considering how others like sugar and caffeine can contribute to mental fog and emotional volatility. Along the way, we'll tie in philosophical concepts, particularly Aristotle's idea of the golden mean, to highlight the importance of moderation in nourishment. The science of nutrition and brain function. The human brain is an incredibly complex organ, and its function depends on the quality of the nutrients we provide it. As the control center for our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, the brain requires a steady supply of specific nutrients to operate at its optimal level. These nutrients influence everything from memory and concentration to mood and emotional resilience. Our brain is made up of billions of neurons that communicate through electrical and chemical signals. These neurons need a consistent supply of nutrients to maintain their function and communication. One of the most important nutrients for brain health is omega-3 fatty acids. Found in fatty fish like salmon, walnuts, and flax seeds, omega-3s are essential for maintaining the structure of brain cells and supporting healthy neurotransmitter function. Studies have shown that omega-3 fatty acids can improve cognitive function, boost memory, and even reduce the risk of mental health conditions like depression and anxiety. In addition to omega-3s, antioxidants play a crucial role in protecting the brain from oxidative stress, which can damage brain cells and impair cognitive function. Foods rich in antioxidants such as berries, dark chocolate, and leafy greens help neutralize free radicals and protect the brain from aging and degenerative diseases. Complex carbohydrates, found in whole grains, legumes, and vegetables, provide a slow and steady release of glucose, the brain's primary fuel source, helping to maintain mental energy and focus throughout the day. The importance of vitamins and minerals for brain health cannot be overstated. For example, Nietzsche B vitamins, found in whole grains, eggs, and leafy greens, support brain metabolism and the production of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, which regulate mood and cognitive function. Vitamin D, which can be obtained through exposure to sunlight and certain foods like fatty fish and fortified dairy products, has been shown to improve mood and cognitive performance. The impact of poor nutrition on mental health. While certain foods can enhance cognitive function and emotional well-being, others can have the opposite effect. Poor nutrition, particularly diets high in processed foods, refined sugars, and unhealthy fats, can impair brain function and contribute to mental health problems. One of the most problematic substances when it comes to brain function is sugar. High sugar intake can cause fluctuations in blood sugar levels, leading to mood swings, irritability, and cognitive fog. Research has shown that diets high in refined sugars can increase the risk of depression and anxiety by affecting the balance of neurotransmitters in the brain. Over time, chronic sugar consumption can also lead to inflammation in the brain impairing cognitive function and increasing the risk of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Similarly, caffeine, although widely consumed to boost alertness, can have negative effects on mental clarity when consumed in excess. While caffeine may provide a short-term energy boost, it can lead to increased anxiety, disrupted sleep patterns, and energy crashes. Over-reliance on caffeine can result in mental fatigue and decreased cognitive function in the long run, as it interferes with the body's natural circadian rhythm. The modern Western diet, which is often rich in processed foods, unhealthy fats, and added sugars, has been linked to rising rates of mental health issues, including anxiety, depression, and cognitive decline. The connection between poor nutrition and mental health is clear, yet the solution often lies in simple dietary changes that prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. The golden mean, Aristotle's wisdom on balance. In navigating the vast world of nutrition, it's important to remember that moderation is key. This is where Aristotle's concept of the golden mean becomes relevant. According to Aristotle, virtue lies in finding balance and avoiding extremes. The golden mean is the idea that every aspect of life should be approached with moderation, neither too much nor too little. When it comes to nourishment, the golden mean suggests that we should aim to strike a balance in our diet, enough to fuel our bodies and minds, but not so much that we overindulge in foods that may harm our well-being. Just as Aristotle taught that we should seek balance in our actions, emotions, and desires, we should also seek balance in our nutrition. For example, while omega-3 fatty acids and antioxidants are essential for brain health, overconsumption of even healthy fats or too many high antioxidant foods can lead to imbalance in the body. Moderation in our intake of such nutrients ensures that our bodies function optimally without overstimulating any particular system. Similarly, while it's important to avoid excessive sugar or caffeine, it is not necessary to eliminate them entirely from our lives. The golden mean encourages us to enjoy foods and drinks that bring us pleasure without overindulging. For instance, a small amount of dark chocolate or a cup of coffee can be part of a balanced diet when consumed mindfully and in moderation. The role of hydration in mental clarity. One often overlooked aspect of nutrition is hydration. The brain is made up of about 75% water, and staying properly hydrated is essential for optimal cognitive function. Even mild dehydration can impair concentration, memory, and mood. Water is necessary for the transport of nutrients to brain cells, the removal of waste products, and the production of neurotransmitters that regulate mood and cognition. To maintain mental clarity and avoid the cognitive fog associated with dehydration, it's important to drink enough water throughout the day. The amount of water each person needs varies based on factors like age, activity level, and climate, but a general guideline is to aim for at least 8-ounce glasses of water per day. Nourishing the mind. The mind-body connection is not just a metaphor, it is a reality that is deeply rooted in the science of nutrition. By providing our bodies with the nutrients they need, we are fueling our minds and supporting mental clarity, emotional regulation, and cognitive function. The foods we consume can either promote brain health and well-being or contribute to mental fog, mood swings, and cognitive decline. As we strive to achieve balance in our diets, we can draw inspiration from the wisdom of Aristotle's golden mean. By approaching nutrition with moderation and mindfulness, we can nourish both our bodies and our minds, ultimately leading to improved well-being and mental clarity. How the body reflects inner life. The body, often perceived as a mere vessel for our consciousness, holds much deeper significance. It is not only the physical entity that we experience life through, but also the mirror of our inner world. The way we carry ourselves, the tension in our muscles, the way we stand, sit, or walk reflects our mental and emotional states. This chapter will explore the profound connection between the body and soul. Drawing from ancient Greek and Eastern philosophies, which suggests that the body's condition, posture, and even illness are reflections of our emotional and mental imbalances. By cultivating mindfulness about how we inhabit our bodies, we can gain deep insights into our inner life, leading to personal transformation and greater emotional clarity. The body as a mirror. Ancient wisdom on the connection between body and soul. In many ancient philosophies, the body was seen not just as a biological entity, but as an extension of the soul, embodying the emotional and mental states of the individual. The ancient Greeks, for instance, held the belief that physical health was deeply intertwined with emotional and mental balance. Hippocrates, the father of medicine, famously stated, "Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food," emphasizing the deep connection between physical well-being and internal harmony. This view was reflected in Greek philosophy, particularly in the works of Aristotle, who saw the body as a critical part of achieving eudaimonia, human flourishing or well-being. For Aristotle, true happiness came from aligning the mind, body, and soul through virtuous living, with the body serving as a crucial component of this balance. Similarly, in Eastern philosophies such as Taoism and Buddhism, the mind-body connection is viewed as inseparable. In Taoism, the idea of qi, life energy, is central. Qi flows through the body, and any imbalance in the flow of qi can lead to physical and emotional dissonance. Buddhism, too, teaches that the body and mind are interconnected, and suffering arises not only from mental attachments, but also from how we treat and inhabit our bodies. Practices like Qigong and Tai Chi are designed to balance the body's energy, promoting emotional and physical healing through mindful movement. In these philosophies, the body is more than a container for the soul. It is a reflection of the soul's state. And by understanding the body's signals, one can gain deeper insight into one's emotional and mental life. How posture and movement reflect inner states. One of the clearest ways the body mirrors the mind is through posture. How we hold ourselves speaks volumes about our emotional and mental states. Someone who is feeling confident might stand tall with an open chest and shoulders back, while someone experiencing fear, anxiety, or low self-esteem may hunch their shoulders or contract their body inward. Body language experts often use posture as a tool to assess emotions because the body unconsciously reflects what the mind is experiencing. This principle is not just a modern observation, but an ancient one as well. The Stoics, for example, believed in the power of the body to influence the mind and vice versa. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, advised his students to practice controlling their bodies, recognizing that the physical posture could reinforce emotional discipline. A person who adopts an upright, composed posture can cultivate a sense of control and strength, even in difficult circumstances. On the flip side, poor posture, such as slumping or excessive tension in the body, can contribute to feelings of helplessness or stress. When we carry emotional tension in our muscles, it becomes physically visible. Tension in the shoulders, neck, and jaw, for instance, can indicate an individual's mental struggle with anxiety, frustration, or unresolved emotions. By cultivating mindfulness around how we carry our bodies, we can begin to uncover the emotional baggage we may be unconsciously holding on to and begin the process of emotional release and healing. The mind-body connection and emotional awareness. If we pay attention to the way we move and how our bodies feel, we can often trace emotional patterns and mental states that we may not have been fully aware of. Mindfulness, the practice of being present and fully aware of the body's sensations, can be a powerful tool in this regard. The body's sensations act as cues for what is happening emotionally. For example, the tightness in the chest might signal anxiety or stress, while a feeling of lightness in the body can indicate joy or relaxation. Somatic psychology, a field that examines the relationship between the body and the psyche, teaches us that the body stores memories and emotions. This means that past traumas, Unresolved conflicts and even daily stressors are often stored in the body's tissues. By becoming more attuned to our bodily sensations, we can unlock these emotions and release them in a healthy way. This practice allows us to align our bodies with our emotional and mental states, facilitating healing and greater self-awareness. Incorporating practices like yoga, tai chi, or mindful movement can help us reconnect with our bodies and bring us into alignment with our emotional and mental states. These practices encourage fluidity of movement, awareness of the breath, and a deeper connection to the body. Through them, we can clear emotional blockages, release pent-up tension, and find a sense of peace and balance. Practical techniques for embodying clarity and peace. 1. Mindful movement. Practices like yoga and tai chi offer a perfect blend of physical activity and mindfulness. They encourage slow, deliberate movements while paying attention to breath and sensation. In yoga, for example, each posture is designed not only to stretch and strengthen the body, but also to cultivate emotional awareness. The act of slowing down and focusing on each movement can help us tune into our bodies, recognize emotional patterns, and create a sense of clarity and peace. 2. Breathing exercises. Breathwork can be a powerful tool for calming the mind and body. Techniques like diaphragmatic breathing, deep belly breathing, and box breathing can help activate the parasympathetic nervous system, calming the body's stress response. These practices help us center ourselves, reducing the tension in both the mind and body. 3. Postural awareness. Paying attention to posture throughout the day is an easy but effective way to shift our emotional state. Regularly checking in with how we are standing or sitting can reveal underlying emotional tension. Adopting an upright, open posture, standing tall with shoulders back, can encourage feelings of strength, confidence, and calm. 4. Progressive muscle relaxation. This technique involves consciously tensing and then relaxing each muscle group in the body. It helps release physical tension, increase body awareness, and calm the mind. As you progress through the different muscle groups, you will begin to notice areas of tension that you may not have been aware of before. The body's role in our emotional life. The body serves as a mirror of the soul, reflecting our deepest emotions, thoughts, and inner states. By becoming mindful of how we carry our bodies, we can access a wealth of information about our emotional lives. Ancient philosophies and modern psychology both emphasize the importance of maintaining balance between body and mind. The practices we engage in, whether through posture, breathwork, or movement, offer us an opportunity to align our bodies with our inner selves, leading to emotional clarity and peace. As we continue our exploration of emotional well-being, we will delve into the idea that happiness is not a destination, but an action. Drawing from Aristotelian ethics and modern psychological principles, we will explore how happiness is a continual practice, a process of living in alignment with our values and actions. Next chapter, happiness is an action, not an outcome. You do not find happiness, you generate it. The Ethics of Happiness, Aristotle and the Golden Mean. Happiness. It's something everyone seeks, yet it remains one of the most elusive and misunderstood concepts in our lives. We often imagine happiness as a fleeting emotion, something we feel in moments of joy, pleasure, or achievement. But is happiness simply a feeling, or is it something deeper, more lasting? For Aristotle, the answer was clear. Happiness, or eudaimonia, is the highest human good. It is not a transient state, but a lasting state of being, the result of living a life of virtue and rational action. It's a fulfillment of human potential that is found through purposeful living, aligned with our true nature. In this chapter, we will explore Aristotle's profound understanding of happiness, examining how it's not something we stumble upon, but something we generate through the cultivation of virtues and the consistent practice of moderation. Eudaimonia, the highest human good. In his landmark work, Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle defines happiness as eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or living well. For Aristotle, happiness is not about a momentary feeling of pleasure or achievement. It's a life well lived, a state of fulfillment that comes from fully realizing our human potential. This form of happiness is not passive or dependent on external circumstances. Rather, it is an active and intentional state of being, which we bring about through conscious choice and virtuous action. Aristotle believed that every being has a unique function or purpose. The good of a thing, whether a tool or a human, is determined by how well it fulfills that purpose. For human beings, that purpose is to live in accordance with reason and to practice virtue. This, Aristotle argued, is the foundation of a truly happy life. Unlike pleasure-seeking or fame-chasing, eudaimonia is not an outcome of what we have or achieve. It is the result of the choices we make in line with our highest potential. The role of virtue in achieving happiness. According to Aristotle, virtue is essential to happiness. Virtue in this context is not an abstract concept. It is the practice of cultivating good character traits and aligning our actions with what is morally right. Virtues are habitual, ingrained behaviors that allow us to navigate life in a way that fosters our flourishing. In other words, virtue is not something we have, it is something we do. Aristotle divided virtues into two categories, moral virtues and intellectual virtues. Moral virtues include traits like courage, honesty, and generosity, while intellectual virtues include traits like wisdom, understanding, and judgment. Both categories are critical to achieving happiness, but moral virtues are particularly important because they guide our behavior and choices in everyday life. Intellectual virtues, meanwhile, help us reason well and make wise decisions. Together, these virtues allow us to live in harmony with our true nature, to flourish both as individuals and as members of society. The golden mean, moderation in all things. One of Aristotle's most important concepts is the golden mean. This principle asserts that virtue lies in finding a balance between two extremes. For example, courage lies between the extremes of recklessness and cowardice. Generosity lies between profligacy, wasting resources, and stinginess. The golden mean teaches that happiness is not about excess or deficiency, but about finding the right balance, a harmony between extremes that is aligned with our rational nature. For Aristotle, moderation is key. Living a virtuous life means exercising self-control and rational decision-making, choosing the right course of action in the right measure at the right time. In a world where extremes often dominate, Aristotle's golden mean encourages us to cultivate a balanced life, where neither indulgence nor austerity takes control. For instance, consider pleasure. In excess, pleasure-seeking becomes hedonism, which can lead to addiction and dissatisfaction. But pleasure, when experienced in moderation, can enrich our lives without overwhelming them. Pleasure in moderation becomes a natural part of a flourishing life, supporting the happiness we generate through virtuous living. Living in accordance with nature and reason. For Aristotle, human beings are rational animals, and our highest potential lies in the exercise of reason. Happiness is the result of living in accordance with reason and understanding our true nature. It's not about mindlessly pursuing pleasure or wealth, but about consciously engaging in purposeful action aligned with our rational selves. To be happy, we must recognize our nature. We are not meant to chase after fleeting desires or act in ways that undermine our deeper purpose. Thus, Aristotle suggests that happiness is also about self-knowledge, understanding who we are, what we value, and what our higher purpose is. It's only by knowing ourselves that we can choose virtue and align our actions with our true nature. Self-awareness allows us to make decisions that contribute to our flourishing rather than undermine it. The social dimension of happiness. Aristotle also believed that happiness is not purely an individual pursuit. Human beings, by their nature, are social creatures. We do not exist in isolation. We are part of a community, and our happiness is intrinsically tied to the well-being of those around us. Aristotle famously said, "Man is by nature a political animal," emphasizing that our relationships with others, family, friends, society, are central to our ability to achieve happiness. This social aspect of happiness is critical. Virtue does not only guide our personal behavior, but it also shapes how we contribute to the flourishing of others. To live a truly happy life, we must practice virtues that strengthen our connections with others. Justice, friendship, compassion. Our happiness, then, is inseparable from the happiness of those around us. Aristotle believed that a well-functioning society, where individuals practice virtue, is essential for the flourishing of all its members. Happiness as a lifelong journey. Aristotle's view of happiness is deeply connected to the idea of a lifelong journey. Happiness is not an instantaneous reward. It's the culmination of a lifetime of choices and actions aligned with our values and virtues. This long-term view of happiness is a constant reminder that fulfillment is not something we can grab in a moment, but something we generate over time through living well and continually striving for excellence. In contrast to the fleeting pleasures of material goods or external success, the happiness that Aristotle describes is lasting, rooted in who we are as people and how we engage with the world. The more we live in line with our true nature, guided by virtue and rationality, the more happiness we generate, not only for ourselves, but for the communities we are part of. Practical application: generating happiness. To apply Aristotle's teachings in our daily lives, we can focus on the following principles. 1. Self-reflection. Take time each day to reflect on your actions and how they align with your values and virtues. 2. Virtuous actions. Act intentionally to develop virtues like courage, honesty, and generosity, making them a regular part of your life. 3. Balance. Strive for the golden mean, avoid extremes, and cultivate moderation in all aspects of life. 4. Social engagement. Build and nurture relationships based on justice, friendship, and compassion. By actively choosing to live a virtuous life, we generate happiness, not as an external reward, but as the natural outcome of living in alignment with our highest potential. In the chapters that follow, we'll build upon this foundation, exploring how modern ideas and practices align with Aristotle's timeless wisdom. But remember, happiness is not something you stumble upon, it's something you cultivate, one virtuous action at a time. Viktor Frankl and the search for purpose. In the quest for happiness, we often focus on external sources, achievements, pleasures, or possessions. But what if happiness isn't something we can chase or accumulate? What if it's something we generate by finding meaning and purpose in our lives, especially in the face of adversity? This is the central tenet of Viktor Frankl's philosophy as laid out in his seminal book, Man's Search for Meaning. Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, argues that the key to happiness lies not in escaping pain or suffering, but in finding meaning in our experiences, even the most harrowing ones. Happiness, according to Frankl, arises when we discover a reason to live, no matter the circumstances. In this chapter, we will delve into Frankl's profound insights on meaning, purpose, and the human condition. We will explore how he survived the unimaginable horrors of the concentration camps and how he used his experience to craft a life philosophy that offers hope and direction for all. This philosophy challenges us to embrace responsibility, freedom, and purpose as the pillars upon which we can generate lasting happiness. Viktor Frankl, a life shaped by adversity. Viktor Frankl's life was forever changed by the horrors of the Holocaust. As a young psychiatrist, Frankl was taken to the concentration camps of Auschwitz, where he endured unimaginable suffering. He lost his family, his possessions, and his freedom. Yet amidst the brutality and chaos, Frankl found a powerful truth. Even in the darkest of circumstances, we have the power to find meaning in our lives. Frankl's experiences in the camps formed the foundation of his life's work. Observing the behavior of his fellow prisoners, Frankl noticed that those who were able to find meaning, even in the most devastating situations, were more likely to survive. Survival was not just a matter of physical endurance. It depended on the psychological ability to find purpose, even in the most despairing moments. He realized that meaning is essential for human resilience, and it is this meaning that fuels the will to live. In Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl famously writes, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." This powerful statement underscores his belief that when we have a clear purpose, we can endure almost any hardship. The search for meaning, a fundamental human need. According to Frankl, the pursuit of meaning is a universal and essential human drive. Unlike the search for pleasure or material success, which can be fleeting, like the search for meaning is a deep and lasting quest that shapes our entire existence. It is this search that ultimately leads to authentic happiness, which is not about avoiding pain or seeking pleasure, but about finding purpose in both joy and suffering. In Frankl's existentialist framework, the pursuit of meaning is not a passive process. It requires active engagement with life and a willingness to take responsibility for one's own existence. We must be willing to confront life's challenges, accept them, and choose to make sense of them. Frankl suggests that meaning can be found in three primary ways. 1. Through work or achievement. We find meaning by contributing to something larger than ourselves, whether through our work, creative endeavors, or accomplishments. 2. Through relationships. Meaning arises from love, compassion, and the connections we form with others. It is through these connections that we experience profound fulfillment. 3. Through suffering. Frankl argues that we can even find meaning in suffering, provided we face it with dignity and purpose. It's not about seeking pain, but about choosing how we respond to the pain we inevitably encounter. Freedom and responsibility, the cornerstones of meaning. Frankl's philosophy is rooted in the belief that freedom and responsibility are integral to our search for meaning. Unlike determinism, which suggests that our actions are shaped solely by external forces, Frankl's existential approach emphasizes personal responsibility in creating meaning. We have the freedom to choose our responses to the challenges we face, and it is in exercising this freedom that we find our purpose. This idea of responsibility is central to Frankl's teachings. He suggests that even when we cannot control our circumstances, we can always choose how we react to them. This freedom to choose is what distinguishes us from other creatures. It is what allows us to shape our lives even in the face of suffering. Frankl believed that true meaning emerges when we take responsibility for our choices, actively shaping our lives in accordance with our values and goals. This is a radical shift from the view that happiness is an outcome of external circumstances. Frankl's philosophy asserts that happiness comes not from what happens to us, but from how we choose to respond to what happens. This principle is liberating. It places the power of meaning firmly in our own hands. Existential vacuum and the crisis of meaning. Frankl's insights into the human condition are particularly relevant today as we live in a world increasingly characterized by disconnection, consumerism, and a sense of meaninglessness. Frankl observed that many people experience what he called an existential vacuum, a sense of emptiness or lack of purpose that can lead to feelings of anxiety, depression, and despair. In the absence of a guiding sense of meaning, people often turn to superficial pursuits to fill the void, pleasure, material success, or fleeting distractions. But these external satisfactions cannot provide the deep sense of fulfillment that comes from living with purpose. Frankl believed that the existential vacuum was a crisis of meaning that could only be addressed by embracing personal responsibility, discovering our unique purpose, and committing to the pursuit of meaning in all areas of life.
Living authentically.
The power of choice. One of the key elements of Frankl's philosophy is the idea of authentic living, living in a way that is true to our values, goals, and deepest sense of purpose. This requires self-awareness and a commitment to facing the challenges of life with courage and determination. Authentic living is not about escaping hardship, but about embracing it as an integral part of our journey. Frankl emphasizes that we must accept the freedom and responsibility to shape our own lives, even when faced with overwhelming obstacles. By doing so, we align ourselves with our truest selves and experience a sense of fulfillment that cannot be found in external success or material possessions. Practical steps to cultivate meaning. To apply Frankl's insights in our own lives, we can take the following steps. 1. Clarify your values. Reflect on what truly matters to you, what you want to contribute to the world, and how you want to live. Clarifying your values provides a roadmap for living authentically. 2. Take responsibility for your choices. Recognize that you have the freedom to choose how to respond to the circumstances of your life. Accepting responsibility empowers you to shape your life with intention. 3. Find purpose in everyday actions. Whether through your work, relationships, or even in suffering, look for ways to imbue your daily life with meaning. Every action, no matter how small, can contribute to a larger sense of purpose. 4. Embrace suffering with dignity. When faced with hardship, instead of seeking to escape it, ask yourself how you can respond to it in a way that aligns with your values and purpose. By embracing Frankl's approach to meaning and purpose, we can generate a sense of lasting happiness, not by avoiding pain or chasing pleasure, but by choosing to live with intention, freedom, and responsibility. In the next chapter, we will explore how happiness is not a passive experience, but something that we actively create through our daily actions. The myth of the perfect life, understanding hedonic treadmills. In our modern world, we are often told that happiness is the result of acquiring more wealth, more status, more possessions, more achievements. Advertisements, media, and societal expectations bombard us with the idea that if we just get that next promotion, buy the latest gadget, or achieve some new milestone, we'll finally be happy. But is that really the path to lasting happiness, or are we merely caught on a never-ending hedonic treadmill? This chapter will explore the concept of the hedonic treadmill, a psychological phenomenon that explains why the pursuit of pleasure and material success often leads to temporary happiness, but ultimately leaves us feeling unfulfilled. We will delve into the research that demonstrates how we tend to return to a baseline level of happiness, no matter how much we gain. More importantly, we will reflect on the deeper question. Is true happiness found in external rewards, or is it rooted in something far more enduring, inner growth and meaningful engagement with life? The hedonic treadmill, what it is and how it works. The hedonic treadmill is a concept introduced by psychologists Philip Brickman and Donald T. Campbell in the 1970s. It posits that humans have a set point for happiness, a baseline level of contentment that we naturally return to, regardless of external circumstances. The idea is that when we acquire something new or achieve a major goal, such as getting a promotion, buying a house, or taking a vacation, we experience a burst of happiness. However, this happiness is often temporary. Over time, we adjust to the new circumstances, and our happiness returns to its baseline level, just as a treadmill keeps us moving without actually getting anywhere. This concept is reinforced by various psychological studies. One famous study conducted by psychologists found that lottery winners, who initially reported an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction after winning large sums of money, ultimately returned to the same level of happiness they had before. Similarly, paraplegics and people who had suffered from severe accidents, despite experiencing initial shock and sadness, reported returning to their baseline levels of happiness within a year or so. Why external success fails to bring lasting happiness. The The hedonic treadmill phenomenon explains why the pursuit of external rewards, such as material possessions or success, does not lead to lasting fulfillment. The idea of more often becomes a seductive trap. We believe that achieving a particular goal will bring us happiness, but once we attain it, the novelty wears off. Instead of continuing to climb toward lasting joy, we return to our baseline, unsatisfied and seeking the next achievement. The happiness that we believe is a product of these rewards is ephemeral. It fades as quickly as it arrives. In essence, the hedonic treadmill suggests that we are chasing a moving target, always striving for the next acquisition or accomplishment without ever feeling truly fulfilled. This pursuit often creates a vicious cycle where we feel compelled to chase external success in an attempt to fill a gap we can't quite identify. However, the gap persists and we remain on the treadmill, endlessly seeking something outside ourselves that can provide permanent satisfaction. Happiness versus well-being, the difference. While external rewards can provide temporary pleasure, true happiness is different from well-being. Hedonic happiness, derived from pleasurable experiences or material success, is fleeting. On the other hand, well-being is a deeper, more enduring state of being, one that is not dependent on external circumstances. Meaningful well-being emerges when we cultivate inner growth, purpose, and authentic engagement with life. The philosopher Aristotle famously spoke of eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing, which can be thought of as true happiness. Unlike the momentary pleasure derived from fleeting experiences, eudaimonia is the happiness that comes from living a life of virtue, purpose, and fulfillment. In other words, it is not an external outcome, but an internal state that arises when we align our actions with our values and cultivate meaningful relationships and experiences. In contrast to hedonic happiness, which comes and goes, well-being is something that can be sustained and cultivated through intentional action. It's the result of living authentically, engaging in meaningful pursuits, and nurturing a deep connection to others and to our own sense of purpose. The role of adaptation. The human tendency to return to a baseline level of happiness, no matter how much we achieve, can also be explained by the concept of adaptation. Psychologists refer to this as the point theory of happiness, which suggests that we have a natural predisposition to return to a stable level of happiness after experiencing significant changes in our lives, whether positive or negative. When we experience something new and exciting, like getting a promotion or purchasing a luxury item, we experience a temporary surge of happiness. However, over time, we adapt to the new situation and the excitement fades. This is why people often feel that the happiness they sought from external achievements is short-lived. The adaptation process ensures that we eventually get used to our circumstances, which leads to a return to our baseline level of happiness. This adaptation is not inherently bad. It allows us to cope with life's ups and downs and maintain emotional stability. However, it does suggest that external rewards are not the key to lasting fulfillment. True happiness, therefore, must be cultivated from within, through intentional actions that align with our values and bring us long-term satisfaction. The real path to happiness, inner growth, and engagement. If the pursuit of external rewards and pleasure does not lead to lasting happiness, what does? The answer lies in inner growth, the process of developing ourselves emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. True happiness is not about what we acquire, but about how we choose to engage with life. This means focusing less on chasing external goals and more on cultivating practices that foster meaning, connection, and personal growth. Here are a few key ways to generate lasting happiness. 1. Cultivate gratitude. Research has shown that practicing gratitude can have profound effects on our sense of well-being. By regularly reflecting on the things we are thankful for, we can shift our focus away from what we lack and toward what we already have. 2. Engage in meaningful activities. Instead of seeking pleasure for its own sake, focus on activities that align with your values and contribute to your growth. Whether through work, relationships, or personal projects, engage in activities that have purpose and depth. 3. Develop resilience. Life is full of challenges, but the key to lasting happiness lies not in avoiding difficulty, but in learning to face it with resilience. The more we develop the ability to overcome adversity, the more we experience lasting fulfillment. 4. Nurture relationships. Deep, meaningful connections with others are among the most important sources of lasting happiness. Invest in relationships that offer mutual support, understanding, and love. Escaping the hedonic treadmill. Practical steps for lasting happiness. To escape the cycle of the hedonic treadmill, we must shift our focus from the external pursuit of success to the internal cultivation of meaningful engagement. This requires intention and awareness, recognizing that the things we chase in the hope of finding happiness often leave us feeling empty. Instead of seeking more, we must ask ourselves, what can I do today to nurture my well-being, to engage more fully with life, and to create meaning in my daily actions? In the next chapter, we will explore the power of habits and how consistent actions can shape our lives and happiness. The power of relationships, how connection fuels happiness. In a world that often emphasizes individual achievement and personal success, it's easy to believe that happiness is something we must pursue alone, through personal effort, wealth, or status. However, the truth is that happiness is not a solitary pursuit. It is deeply rooted in the quality of our relationships. This chapter explores the essential role of human connection in generating lasting happiness. Through research in positive psychology, attachment theory, and timeless philosophical insights, we'll argue that happiness is most profoundly experienced in the context of our relationships with others. The interconnectedness we share with our family, friends, colleagues, and even our communities is one of the most powerful influences on our sense of well-being. But how do our relationships contribute to happiness? And how can we nurture connections that enrich our lives? This chapter will explore these questions by drawing on insights from Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, Confucian thought, and modern psychology, highlighting how community, friendship, and love are integral to a flourishing life. The philosophical foundation of human connection. Historically, philosophers have emphasized the importance of relationships and community in living a fulfilling life. One of the most significant contributions comes from Aristotle, whose Nicomachean Ethics is a foundational text in the philosophy of well-being. Aristotle proposed that eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or happiness, is achieved not through isolated effort, but through virtue and community. For Aristotle, friendship is one of the cornerstones of a good life. He categorized friendships into 3 types: friendships of utility, friendships of pleasure, and friendships of virtue. The highest form of friendship, according to Aristotle, is based on virtue, when 2 individuals share a deep bond rooted in mutual respect, understanding, and a desire for each other's flourishing. These relationships, Aristotle argued, are the most fulfilling because they contribute to both individuals' growth and happiness. Confucianism, an influential philosophical system in East Asia, also places a strong emphasis on the importance of relationships. For Confucius, Ren, benevolence or humanity, is the foundation of a harmonious society, and it is cultivated through proper relationships, such as those between parent and child, ruler and subject, and friend and friend. Confucius argued that by nurturing these relationships, individuals not only contribute to the well-being of others, but also cultivate their own happiness and moral development. The concept of filial piety, for example, highlights the importance of familial bonds and respect in creating a happy and flourishing life. Both Aristotle and Confucius understood that happiness does not arise from individual success, but from the quality of our connections with others. These insights remain profoundly relevant today. The role of attachment in happiness. One of the most significant insights from modern psychology is the role of attachment in shaping our emotional well-being. Attachment theory, pioneered by British psychologist John Bowlby, suggests that the bonds we form with our caregivers early in life profoundly influence our emotional and social development throughout our lives. These early bonds create what is known as an attachment style, which influences how we relate to others in adulthood. People with secure attachment styles tend to form healthy, stable relationships and experience greater happiness in their interpersonal connections. On the other hand, those with insecure attachment styles, such as anxious or avoidant attachment, may struggle with emotional regulation and relationship difficulties, which can lead to lower levels of happiness. Research in positive psychology has also shown that social relationships are one of the most important predictors of happiness. Studies consistently find that people with strong social connections are happier, healthier, and live longer than those who are socially isolated. Dr. Robert Waldinger, the director of the Harvard Study of Adult Development, one of the longest-running studies on happiness, has emphasized that the key to a fulfilling life is quality relationships, not wealth, fame, or success. According to Waldinger's research, the warmth of our relationships is the greatest predictor of our long-term well-being. This understanding aligns with attachment theory in highlighting that our relationships shape not only our happiness, but our mental and emotional health. Positive, secure relationships provide a sense of safety, support, and belonging, all of which are critical to experiencing happiness in life. How relationships contribute to well-being. The importance of relationships in fostering happiness is not just about the number of people we know, but the quality of those connections. Meaningful relationships provide a foundation for emotional support, shared joy, and collective growth. Here's how different kinds of relationships contribute to our well-being. 1. Family. Close family bonds, particularly those with parents, siblings, and children, provide a sense of belonging and continuity. Family members often act as our first sources of unconditional love and support, which are crucial for building emotional resilience and security. 2. Friendship. As Aristotle noted, friendship is not merely a source of companionship, but a deep bond based on shared values and mutual respect. True friends celebrate our successes, help us cope with challenges, and offer honesty and acceptance. These authentic relationships are a vital source of happiness and growth. 3. Romantic relationships. Romantic love can provide both intimacy and companionship. When grounded in mutual respect and communication, romantic relationships foster emotional connection and support. Moreover, research shows that people in fulfilling romantic relationships experience greater happiness and lower levels of stress. 4. Community. Aristotle and Confucius both stressed the importance of the community in the individual's flourishing. Being part of a community, whether it's a religious group, a cultural community, or a shared interest group, provides a sense of purpose, belonging, and collective identity. Community connection also fosters a sense of responsibility and accountability, which contribute to personal growth and happiness. Nurturing meaningful relationships. While relationships are a critical source of happiness, not all relationships are created equal. To foster happiness, we must intentionally nurture meaningful connections and engage in actions that deepen our bonds. Here are some ways to cultivate relationships that contribute to lasting happiness. 1. Prioritize quality over quantity. It's not about having the most friends, but about having the right kind of friendships. Focus on deepening existing connections rather than spreading yourself thin across many acquaintances. 2. Practice empathy and active listening. Relationships thrive when both parties feel heard and understood. Active listening, paying full attention, asking thoughtful questions, and showing empathy builds trust and intimacy. 3. Invest in emotional support. Offer your loved ones emotional support, whether through comforting them during tough times or celebrating their successes. Shared experiences and support strengthen the bond between people. 4. Be vulnerable. True connection requires vulnerability. Sharing your true self, your fears, hopes, and dreams creates deeper, more authentic relationships. 5. Show appreciation. Small acts of kindness, gratitude, and appreciation go a long way in strengthening relationships. Showing that you value and care for someone enhances the emotional closeness and trust in a relationship. The interconnectedness of life. As we explore the role of relationships in happiness, we see that we are inherently interconnected. Whether through family, friendships, romantic partners, or communities, our relationships are the threads that weave the fabric of our lives. In fact, the more we cultivate positive, meaningful relationships, the more we experience a profound sense of fulfillment, purpose, and happiness. In the next chapter, we'll dive into the psychology of gratitude, exploring how cultivating a thankful mindset can enhance our well-being and strengthen our relationships. The science of gratitude, a practice for sustainable happiness. In our modern world, it's easy to focus on what's missing in our lives, the things we lack, the goals we haven't achieved, or the relationships we wish were different. However, there's a powerful practice that has the ability to shift our focus and drastically improve our happiness: gratitude. The act of appreciating and acknowledging the good in our lives, no matter how small, has been shown to have profound effects on our emotional and mental well-being. In this chapter, we'll explore the science behind gratitude, examining how this simple practice can lead to sustainable happiness. Gratitude isn't just a fleeting feeling or a passing moment of appreciation. It's a practice that, when cultivated regularly, can train our minds to focus on the positive aspects of life. We'll dive into psychological research, positive psychology, and Stoic philosophy to understand how gratitude works and why it's such an effective tool for increasing happiness. By the end of this chapter, you'll have practical ways to integrate gratitude into your daily routine, helping to shift your mindset and create lasting well-being. Gratitude, at its core, is the acknowledgement of the good in our lives, a recognition of the kindness or positive outcomes we've received. According to Robert Emmons, a leading researcher on the topic, gratitude is associated with increased happiness and well-being. In his research, Emmons found that people who practice gratitude regularly experience a range of positive emotional and physical effects. These include improved mood. Grateful individuals report feeling happier, more content, and less stressed. Better sleep. Gratitude has been linked to improved sleep quality, with individuals who regularly practice gratitude experiencing fewer sleep disturbances. Stronger relationships. Expressing gratitude strengthens relationships, fostering trust, empathy, and emotional closeness between individuals. Better physical health. Grateful individuals tend to report fewer physical symptoms of illness, such as headaches or back pain, and are more likely to engage in healthy behaviors. Gratitude, as Emmons explains, creates a virtuous cycle. The more we acknowledge the good in our lives, the more positive experiences we notice. Over time, this practice trains our brain to naturally focus on the positive aspects of our lives, rather than on what is lacking. The neuroscience of gratitude. The effects of gratitude are not just psychological, they're also neurological. Research has shown that practicing gratitude activates specific areas of the brain that are associated with positive emotions and well-being. The ventral tegmental area, VTA, a part of the brain associated with reward and motivation, is activated when we feel grateful. This area is also linked to the release of dopamine, the brain's feel-good neurotransmitter. In addition to the VTA, gratitude also activates the medial prefrontal cortex, MPFC, a region involved in higher cognitive functions such as decision-making and self-regulation. This activation suggests that gratitude doesn't just make us feel good in the moment. It can help us make better decisions, manage our emotions, and regulate our behavior over time. When we express gratitude, whether through thank you notes, verbal appreciation, or silent reflection, we are essentially training our brain to recognize and seek out positive experiences. This rewires the brain's reward system, creating a lasting impact on our emotional well-being. Gratitude and positive psychology. In the field of positive psychology, gratitude is considered one of the most effective practices for increasing well-being. Positive psychology, which focuses on the study of positive emotions and human flourishing, emphasizes the role of strengths, virtues, and meaning in enhancing happiness. Gratitude fits seamlessly into this framework, as it is both a strength and a tool for creating meaning in our lives. One of the most famous gratitude exercises, known as the Gratitude Journal, involves writing down 3 things you are grateful for each day. This practice encourages individuals to reflect on the positive aspects of their lives, helping them to shift their focus from what's going wrong to what's going right. Research has shown that this exercise can significantly increase happiness levels, reduce stress, and even enhance overall life satisfaction. In addition to journaling, another powerful gratitude exercise involves expressing thanks to others. Gratitude letters, where individuals write a letter of thanks to someone who has had a positive impact on their lives, have been shown to significantly improve mood and overall well-being. One study by Martin Seligman, a founder of positive psychology, found that people who wrote and delivered a gratitude letter experienced a profound increase in happiness that lasted for up to a month. The Stoic practice of negative visualization. While modern psychology and gratitude research emphasize the benefits of appreciating the good in our lives, Stoic philosophy offers a unique twist on this practice. Stoic philosophers such as Seneca and Epictetus believe that we can increase our gratitude by visualizing the loss of the things we value most. The Stoics practiced what is known as negative visualization, the intentional act of imagining the loss of something we hold dear, by mentally rehearsing the potential loss of our health, loved ones, or material possessions. We come to appreciate their true value and recognize the fleeting nature of life. This practice isn't about dwelling on negative thoughts, but rather about fostering appreciation for the things we have by confronting the reality that they could be taken away at any time. For example, a Stoic might spend a few moments imagining losing their job or their health. After the exercise, they would return to their day with a renewed sense of appreciation for the things they have, knowing that nothing is guaranteed. In this way, negative visualization helps us cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude for our current circumstances and fosters an attitude of acceptance and peace. How gratitude creates sustainable happiness. Gratitude is not a fleeting emotion. It is a practice that can be cultivated and built upon over time. As we regularly engage in gratitude exercises, we train our brains to seek out the positive aspects of life, which creates lasting changes in our emotional and neurological patterns. This is where the power of sustainable happiness comes in. Unlike momentary pleasures or fleeting emotions, gratitude helps us build a deep, lasting sense of well-being. By practicing gratitude daily, we begin to see the world through a lens of abundance rather than scarcity, focusing on what we have rather than what we lack. Practical gratitude exercises. To integrate gratitude into your life, try some of these practical exercises. 1. Gratitude journal. Write down 3 things you are grateful for every day. This simple exercise helps you focus on the positive aspects of your life and trains your brain to seek out the good. 2. Gratitude letter. Write a letter to someone who has positively impacted your life and deliver it in person or through email. Express your appreciation for their influence on your life. 3. Gratitude walk. Take a walk in nature and reflect on the things you are grateful for. Notice the beauty around you and feel a deep sense of appreciation for the world you live in. 4. Negative visualization. Practice imagining the loss of something important to you, such as your health or a relationship, and then return to the present moment with a renewed sense of appreciation for what you have. 5. Express gratitude to others. Regularly express gratitude to those around you. Let your loved ones, colleagues, or friends know that you appreciate them and the positive impact they have on your life. Shifting the mindset to gratitude. Gratitude isn't just about feeling thankful, it's about creating a lasting shift in our mindset. By consistently practicing gratitude, we train ourselves to see the good in our lives, no matter the circumstances. Over time, this shift in perspective can lead to deeper, more sustainable happiness and a greater sense of fulfillment. In the next chapter, we'll explore the concept of mindfulness and how being present in the moment enhances our ability to experience happiness. The freedom of acceptance, finding happiness through letting go. In a world that constantly demands more from us, more success, more possessions, more achievement, it's easy to feel trapped in the never-ending chase for control. We spend much of our lives trying to shape our circumstances, pushing against the flow of life, and resisting anything that falls outside our ideal narrative. But what if the key to happiness isn't control, but rather acceptance? In this chapter, we'll explore how the practice of acceptance, the ability to embrace what we cannot change, can be a profound source of happiness. Drawing from the teachings of Stoic philosophers like Epictetus and the principles of mindfulness, we'll look at how letting go of our attachment to outcomes can free us from suffering and open the door to genuine well-being. We'll delve into the concept of amor fati, or the love of fate, and discuss how surrendering to the uncertainties of life allows happiness to arise naturally, rather than as something we have to chase. The Stoic wisdom of acceptance. The Stoics, ancient philosophers who sought to cultivate verdant wisdom in the face of life's challenges, offer us valuable insights into the power of acceptance. At the heart of Stoic philosophy is the idea that our peace of mind is not dependent on external circumstances, but on how we respond to them. One of the most powerful Stoic teachings comes from Epictetus, who famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This profound statement encapsulates the essence of Stoic thought, that while we cannot control the events of our lives, we have full control over our reactions to them. The Stoics taught that the world is governed by forces beyond our comprehension, and that our attempts to control these forces are futile. Instead, they encouraged us to focus on what we can control: our thoughts, emotions, and actions. When we accept that certain things are simply beyond our influence, we free ourselves from the constant frustration of trying to change the unchangeable. In this acceptance, we find the freedom to live fully in the present moment, to align ourselves with the flow of life, and to respond to challenges with equanimity rather than resistance. Amor fati, the love of fate. One of the most striking ideas in Stoic philosophy is amor fati, which translates to love of fate. This concept encourages us to embrace everything that happens in our lives, not just the pleasant or desirable, but also the painful and difficult. Amor fati invites us to love life in all its facets, to accept our fate and everything that comes with it as part of a larger, meaningful whole. The idea of amor fati is rooted in the understanding that everything in life, even hardship, can be a teacher. By fully accepting our circumstances, we create space for growth, resilience, and inner peace. Instead of resisting pain, loss, or disappointment, we can learn to see them as opportunities for personal development. The Stoic philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche famously said, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." Amor Fati teaches us to cultivate that mindset, not to run from challenges, but to embrace them as essential parts of our journey. When we practice Amor Fati, we stop viewing life's difficulties as obstacles to happiness. Instead, we see them as integral parts of the human experience, worthy of our acceptance and even our gratitude. The more we embrace life in its entirety, the more we open ourselves to joy, peace, and contentment. Mindfulness and acceptance. While Stoicism provides us with a philosophical framework for acceptance, mindfulness offers us practical tools to cultivate this mindset in our daily lives. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present in the moment, without judgment, and with a sense of openness and acceptance toward whatever arises. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our thoughts and feelings without attaching labels of good or bad to them. Rather than resisting negative emotions, mindfulness teaches us to allow them to come and go, much like clouds drifting across the sky. By learning to detach from our reactions and simply observe the flow of experience, we reduce the power that external events have over our well-being. Research in positive psychology and neuroscience has shown that mindfulness can significantly reduce stress, improve emotional regulation, and increase happiness. One of the key benefits of mindfulness is that it helps us become less reactive to external circumstances. By embracing the present moment as it is without the need for things to be different, we cultivate a deep sense of acceptance and inner peace. Letting go of control, the key to freedom. The desire for control is deeply ingrained in human nature. We seek to control our environment, our relationships, and even our emotions in an effort to ensure that things go according to plan. However, the more we try to control life, the more we become entangled in it, unable to escape the cycle of worry, frustration, and disappointment when things inevitably do not go as expected. The practice of letting go, relinquishing our grip on the outcome of events, can be incredibly liberating. When we stop trying to force life into a mold, we allow it to unfold naturally with all of its imperfections and surprises. This doesn't mean giving up on goals or ambitions. It means releasing the need for certainty and embracing the unpredictability of life. By letting go of control, we create space for life to surprise us in unexpected and beautiful ways. We begin to trust that things will unfold as they are meant to, even if it's not the way we imagined. This trust leads to a sense of freedom, the freedom to live fully, to enjoy life as it is, and to respond to challenges with grace rather than resistance. The paradox of acceptance. One of the paradoxes of acceptance is that by fully embracing life as it is, we often find ourselves more capable of creating positive change. When we stop struggling against the current, we can navigate it with more ease and effectiveness. In other words, acceptance doesn't mean passivity or resignation. It means actively engaging with life in a way that is grounded in peace, clarity, and a deep sense of inner strength. For example, consider the story of Maya Angelou, the renowned poet and author who faced immense challenges throughout her life, including racism, abuse, and hardship. Despite these struggles, she embraced her circumstances and used them as fuel for personal growth and creative expression. Through her acceptance of her experiences, she became a powerful voice for change, touching the lives of millions around the world. Acceptance, then, is not about giving up on our dreams or resigning ourselves to mediocrity. It is about surrendering to the process of life, trusting that everything we encounter is an opportunity for growth and responding to it with wisdom and grace. Practical techniques for cultivating acceptance. 1. The Serenity Prayer. A widely known prayer often associated with addiction recovery, the Serenity Prayer asks for the wisdom to accept what cannot be changed, the courage to change what can be changed, and the wisdom to know the difference. This prayer encapsulates the core idea of acceptance and provides a powerful reminder to let go of what is beyond our control. 2. Mindful breathing. Practice mindful breathing by focusing your attention on your breath, allowing each inhale and exhale to ground you in the present moment. As you breathe, let go of any tension or worry you may be holding. Allow the breath to remind you that life is always in motion and you are part of that flow. 3. Gratitude practice. Regularly reflect on the things you are grateful for, especially those that you might take for granted. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you cultivate a mindset of acceptance and appreciation for life as it is. 4. Journaling. Write about the things you're struggling to accept. Reflect on the reasons why you're resisting them and explore how your attachment to outcomes is affecting your well-being. Over time, journaling can help you shift your perspective toward acceptance. 5. Visualization. Use visualization to imagine yourself letting go of the things you're holding on to. Picture yourself releasing your attachment to outcomes and embracing the flow of life. This can be a powerful tool for accepting things as they are without judgment. Living with freedom and peace. Acceptance is the gateway to profound freedom and happiness. By embracing life's uncertainties and letting go of our need for control, we make room for peace to settle within us. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity or resignation. It means embracing the flow of life with open arms, trusting that everything we experience has value and purpose. In the next chapter, we will explore the role of self-compassion in fostering happiness and well-being. The impact of action. Happiness through doing, not being. We often think of happiness as something that happens to us, a fleeting emotion that strikes unexpectedly when we least expect it. We wait for it to appear, hoping for a moment of joy to break through the monotony of life. But what if happiness isn't something that simply comes to us, but something we actively create through our choices and actions? In this chapter, we will explore the idea that happiness is not a passive state, but something that requires active engagement with life. Drawing from the wisdom of Aristotle and insights from modern behavioral psychology, we'll argue that true happiness arises when we take purposeful action, whether by contributing to society, pursuing meaningful goals, or creating something of value. Happiness, in this sense, is a product of doing, not just being. It's about how we engage with the world and take steps to create the life we desire. Aristotle's view on happiness and action. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle offers a profound insight into the nature of happiness. He argues that the ultimate goal of human life is eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or well-being. But happiness, according to Aristotle, is not something that comes from external rewards or idle contemplation. Instead, it is achieved through virtue, through the deliberate, intentional actions we take in accordance with our true nature. For Aristotle, virtue is not just about having good intentions, but about actively choosing to behave in ways that align with our best selves. He writes, "The good for man is an activity of the soul in accordance with virtue." This implies that happiness is something we do, rather than something we simply feel. It's the result of engaging in actions that are in line with our values, our purpose, and our innate potential. In other words, happiness is not a passive byproduct of good fortune, but the result of intentional living, of consciously choosing to engage in actions that contribute to our own growth and the well-being of others. Happiness, according to Aristotle, is cultivated through the habitual practice of virtuous actions, whether it's exercising courage, practicing generosity, or striving for wisdom. Behavioral psychology and the power of action. Modern behavioral psychology offers additional support for this idea. Research has consistently shown that our happiness is strongly linked to our engagement with life. According to the broaden and build theory of positive emotions, proposed by psychologist Barbara Fredrickson, positive emotions like joy, gratitude, and interest are not just fleeting experiences. They play a crucial role in our ability to engage with the world and achieve long-term well-being. Fredrickson's theory suggests that positive emotions broaden our scope of attention, creativity, and action. When we feel happy, we are more likely to engage with others, take risks, and pursue new opportunities. This, in turn, leads to increased happiness over time as we build positive resources in our lives, whether that's through stronger social connections, enhanced skills, or a sense of accomplishment. One key finding in behavioral psychology is that doing something meaningful, whether it's working toward a goal, contributing to a cause, or engaging in creative expression, leads to higher levels of happiness than passive activities, like simply waiting for happiness to find us. Studies have shown that people who engage in purposeful action tend to have higher levels of life satisfaction and emotional well-being. Purposeful action as the path to meaningful happiness. At the heart of this approach is the idea of purposeful action, choosing to act in ways that align with our values and goals. Whether we are working on a personal project, helping others, or pursuing a career that aligns with our passions, we experience happiness when we are actively engaged in activities that provide us with a sense of meaning and contribution. Research in positive psychology also supports the notion that people who have a clear sense of purpose in life are happier and more resilient in the face of challenges. When we feel that our actions are aligned with a greater purpose, whether that purpose is helping others, creating something beautiful, or striving toward personal growth, we experience a deeper sense of fulfillment and happiness. This doesn't mean that happiness comes from grand gestures or monumental achievements. Instead, it's the small, everyday actions that matter, the intentional steps we take toward our goals, the contributions we make to our communities, and the care we give to our relationships. It's the act of showing up, of being present, and of engaging with life in a meaningful way. Denmianer. The role of agency and self-efficacy in happiness. One of the most important psychological factors in achieving happiness is agency, the belief that we have the power to influence our lives and make meaningful changes. When we take action, we reinforce our sense of agency, which contributes to a feeling of empowerment and control over our destiny. This sense of agency is closely tied to self-efficacy, or our belief in our ability to achieve specific goals. People with high self-efficacy are more likely to take proactive steps toward their goals, persist in the face of setbacks, and experience higher levels of happiness and well-being. By actively engaging with life, setting meaningful goals, and taking concrete steps toward achieving them, we reinforce our belief in our ability to shape our lives, and this belief fuels our happiness. The simple act of doing something, even if it's just taking one small step toward a goal, creates a sense of progress and accomplishment. This in turn fosters greater happiness as we feel that our efforts are making a difference and moving us closer to a fulfilling life. One of the most empowering aspects of the relationship between action and happiness is that it doesn't require grand, life-altering changes. Often, the smallest actions, like sending a kind message to a friend, taking a walk in nature, or working on a personal project, can create significant boosts in our well-being. By focusing on small, intentional actions, we can generate a consistent sense of progress and fulfillment. These small actions accumulate over time, building a foundation for lasting happiness. Whether it's learning a new skill, volunteering for a cause you care about, or simply taking care of your physical and emotional health, each small step contributes to a larger sense of meaning and purpose. In fact, it's often the small, daily actions that have the greatest impact on our happiness. The act of engaging with life, whether through work, creativity, or relationships, helps cultivate a sense of agency and satisfaction that no passive experience can provide. Finding happiness through doing. The key takeaway from this chapter is that happiness is not something that we can simply wait for or expect to arrive on its own. It is something we must create through our actions, choices, and engagement with the world. By embracing purposeful action, whether big or small, we tap into a deeper source of fulfillment and well-being. In the next chapter, we'll explore the concept of self-compassion and how treating ourselves with kindness can lead to greater happiness. Emotions and happiness, the role of emotional intelligence. In our pursuit of happiness, we often focus on external circumstances, the things we can acquire, the goals we can achieve, or the relationships we can cultivate. But what if the key to lasting happiness lies not in what happens to us, but in how we respond to the world around us? The answer may be found in a concept that has gained significant attention in recent years: emotional intelligence. In this chapter, we will explore how emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our emotions, plays a pivotal role in the cultivation of happiness. Drawing from the work of renowned psychologists like Daniel Goleman and Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, and we will examine how the development of emotional awareness and self-regulation enables us to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and equanimity. Happiness, we will discover, does not require the absence of negative emotions, but rather the ability to engage with and learn from them. By honing our emotional intelligence, we can unlock a deeper, more sustainable form of happiness. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence, often abbreviated as EI or EQ, emotional quotient, refers to the ability to identify and manage our own emotions, as well as the ability to recognize and influence the emotions of others. Goleman, in his groundbreaking book, Emotional Intelligence, identifies 5 core components of emotional intelligence. 1. Self-awareness. Recognizing and understanding one's own emotions and how they affect thoughts and behavior. 2. Self-regulation. Managing one's emotions in healthy ways, particularly in stressful or challenging situations. 3. Motivation. Harnessing emotions to pursue goals with energy and persistence. 4. Empathy, understanding the emotions of others and responding appropriately. 5. Social skills, building and maintaining healthy relationships through effective communication and conflict resolution. Goleman's work has shown that high emotional intelligence is crucial not only for personal well-being, but also for success in interpersonal relationships and professional environments. In fact, research has demonstrated that people with higher emotional intelligence tend to be happier, healthier, and more successful than those with lower EQ. The role of self-awareness in happiness. The first and perhaps most critical component of emotional intelligence is self-awareness, the ability to recognize and understand our own emotions. Self-awareness is the foundation of all other emotional intelligence skills, as it allows us to be mindful of our emotional states, identify patterns in our emotional responses, and make more conscious choices about how we react to situations. When we are self-aware, we are better able to understand what triggers our emotions and how they influence our thoughts and actions. This awareness enables us to make more informed decisions and navigate challenging situations without being overwhelmed by our emotions. For example, if we recognize that we tend to feel anxious before a big presentation, we can prepare ourselves mentally and emotionally to handle that anxiety in a constructive way. Self-awareness also allows us to understand our needs and desires more clearly, which in turn leads to more authentic and fulfilling choices. By being in tune with our emotions, we can prioritize our well-being and make decisions that align with our values, rather than being driven solely by external pressures or impulsive desires. This level of emotional clarity contributes to greater happiness, as we are more likely to engage in activities and relationships that nurture our true selves. Self-regulation and happiness. While self-awareness is about recognizing our emotions, self-regulation is about managing them in a healthy and constructive way. Self-regulation involves the ability to control our impulses, stay calm under pressure, and respond thoughtfully, rather than reacting impulsively. This skill is particularly important in maintaining emotional equilibrium, even in stressful or challenging situations. When we cultivate self-regulation, we are better equipped to handle negative emotions like anger, frustration, or sadness without allowing them to overwhelm us or cloud our judgment. For example, instead of lashing out in anger when faced with a difficult situation, someone with high emotional intelligence might take a deep breath, reflect on the underlying cause of their emotions, and choose a more measured response. This ability to manage our emotional reactions is critical for maintaining inner peace and resilience, which are key components of lasting happiness. Research has shown that people who are able to regulate their emotions effectively are not only better at managing stress, but also experience greater life satisfaction and well-being. In essence, the ability to control our emotional responses creates a sense of agency, the power to shape our emotional landscape and direct our energy toward more constructive outcomes. Emotions and resilience, navigating the ups and downs. Happiness does not arise from the absence of negative emotions, but rather from our ability to navigate and learn from them. In fact, one of the key insights of emotional intelligence is that negative emotions, such as sadness, fear, and anger, are not inherently bad. These emotions can actually provide us with valuable insights into ourselves and the world around us. The challenge, however, lies in how we engage with these emotions. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, known for his work on flow and optimal experience, argues that happiness comes from being fully engaged in life, even when faced with adversity. He emphasizes that our ability to find meaning and purpose in all experiences, whether positive or negative, contributes significantly to our well-being. This perspective aligns with the concept of resilience, which refers to our capacity to bounce back from setbacks and adapt to challenges. Resilience is closely linked to emotional intelligence, as it involves recognizing and accepting difficult emotions without being overwhelmed by them. People with high emotional intelligence are better able to cope with adversity by maintaining a sense of balance and perspective. They understand that negative emotions are a natural part of life and can be used as a source of growth and learning. Empathy and happiness, the power of connection. Another crucial aspect of emotional intelligence is empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. Empathy allows us to connect with others on a deeper level, fostering more meaningful relationships and creating a sense of belonging. Studies have shown that people who practice empathy are not only better at building supportive social networks, but also experience higher levels of happiness. When we empathize with others, we feel more connected to them and more capable of offering compassion and support. These emotional bonds contribute to our sense of security and well-being as we experience the joy of helping others and being helped in return. Moreover, empathy encourages us to approach others with kindness and understanding, which can diffuse conflict and strengthen relationships. As we develop our emotional intelligence, we become more attuned to the emotions of those around us, which enables us to create stronger, more fulfilling connections. These relationships, in turn, contribute to our overall sense of happiness and life satisfaction. The happiness of emotional intelligence. In this chapter, we have seen how the development of emotional intelligence through self-awareness, self-regulation, resilience, and empathy plays a critical role in generating happiness. Happiness is not a static state, but a dynamic process that is deeply influenced by how we engage with our emotions and navigate life's challenges. By cultivating emotional intelligence, we empower ourselves to experience happiness more fully, not by avoiding negative emotions, but by learning to navigate them with grace and wisdom. In the next chapter, we'll explore the role of mindfulness in cultivating happiness and well-being. the role of purposeful suffering, how adversity can lead to growth and happiness. Adversity is a universal human experience, a facet of life we cannot escape. We all encounter challenges, whether they are physical, emotional, or existential, and it often seems like suffering is an inevitable part of the human condition. But what if suffering, rather than being something to avoid or fear, could actually serve as a catalyst for growth and deeper happiness? This chapter will delve into the concept of purposeful suffering, a notion explored by various philosophical traditions that suggests adversity can, when approached correctly, lead to profound personal development and greater fulfillment. In this chapter, we will examine how we respond to suffering and how, through the lens of philosophical teachings, we can find purpose and growth within adversity. Drawing on the Buddhist principle of dukkha, Nietzsche's Übermensch, and various real-life examples, we will explore how embracing struggle and overcoming challenges can lead to a form of happiness rooted not in the absence of difficulty, but in the resilience and wisdom gained from facing it. The Buddhist concept of dukkha, embracing suffering as a pathway to enlightenment. One of the most profound philosophical teachings on suffering comes from Buddhism, where suffering, or dukkha, is seen as a central tenet of human existence. According to the Buddha, suffering is an inescapable part of life, and the desire to avoid it leads to attachment and frustration. However, Buddhism does not suggest that we should passively endure suffering or see it as something inherently bad. Instead, it offers a transformative approach to suffering, the path of acceptance and understanding. The Buddha's teachings on dukkha propose that suffering is not merely a negative force, but an opportunity to cultivate wisdom and compassion. By recognizing suffering as a part of life, we begin to loosen the grip of attachment and desire, which, according to Buddhist philosophy, are the root causes of suffering. The realization that all things are impermanent can help us approach adversity with greater equanimity, understanding that our struggles are temporary and part of the natural flow of life. Embracing suffering rather than resisting it leads to a deeper sense of inner peace. Buddhist practitioners often engage in mindfulness meditation to acknowledge their suffering without judgment or resistance. This process of acceptance, of seeing suffering as part of the human experience, allows for personal growth as it opens the door to greater self-awareness and compassion for others. In this sense, suffering becomes not an obstacle to happiness, but a vehicle for transformation, helping us cultivate a more profound and lasting sense of well-being. Nietzsche's Übermensch, transcending adversity to achieve greatness. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche takes a different, yet complementary approach to suffering. In his concept of the Übermensch, often translated as the overman or superman, Nietzsche envisions an individual who embraces struggle and adversity as essential elements of self-overcoming. For Nietzsche, suffering is not something to be avoided or feared, but something to be harnessed as a force for personal growth and transcendence. The Übermensch represents the highest ideal of human potential, a person who does not succumb to societal norms or the pressures of external forces, but instead forges their own path, guided by their inner strength and vision. Nietzsche believed that through adversity and hardship, individuals can develop resilience and self-mastery, ultimately becoming stronger, wiser, and more capable of living authentically. In this way, Nietzsche's philosophy aligns with the idea that suffering, when approached with the right mindset, can lead to self-empowerment and deeper fulfillment. Rather than seeing suffering as a weakness or a reason for despair, Nietzsche suggests that it is through embracing and overcoming our challenges that we can achieve greatness and discover true happiness. The struggle itself becomes the source of meaning, and the ability to transcend it becomes a path to profound personal freedom. The role of resilience in personal growth. Both Buddhism and Nietzsche's philosophy emphasize resilience as a key factor in turning suffering into a transformative experience. Resilience, defined as the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, is central to navigating adversity in a way that fosters growth. People who cultivate resilience are able to approach setbacks and hardships not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for learning and self-discovery. Research in positive psychology has shown that resilience is strongly linked to well-being. In the face of hardship, resilient individuals are more likely to engage in positive coping strategies, maintain a hopeful outlook, and ultimately emerge from challenges with a greater sense of purpose and meaning. This capacity to bounce back from adversity and find value in struggle is crucial for cultivating long-term happiness. Resilience is not an innate trait, but a skill that can be developed over time. Practices such as mindfulness, cognitive reframing, looking at challenges from a different perspective, and building supportive social networks all contribute to greater resilience. As we learn to navigate adversity with greater strength and awareness, we find that our capacity for happiness increases. Not because our problems disappear, but because we develop a more empowered relationship with them. Real-life examples of turning adversity into opportunity. Many people throughout history have exemplified the transformative power of suffering. Take Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist who, in his book, Man's Search for Meaning, writes about how he found purpose and meaning even in the brutal conditions of a concentration camp. Frankl's experience is a powerful testament to the idea that even in the most extreme suffering, we have the power to choose our response and find meaning. Frankl's philosophy is rooted in the belief that meaning, not pleasure or comfort, is the ultimate source of happiness. In the concentration camp, he observed that those who were able to find meaning in their suffering, whether through a sense of purpose, connection to loved ones, or spiritual faith, were more likely to survive and thrive. His message is clear. Suffering does not have to defeat us. Rather, it can be the crucible in which our greatest strengths are forged. Similarly, individuals like Nelson Mandela, who endured 27 years of imprisonment, or Malala Yousafzai, who survived a Taliban assassination attempt, show how adversity can be transformed into a source of purpose and activism. Their stories are powerful reminders that suffering, when met with the right mindset, can fuel resilience and lead to remarkable achievements. Purposeful suffering and happiness. The idea of purposeful suffering does not suggest that suffering itself is inherently good or that we should seek out pain for its own sake. Instead, it teaches us that suffering, when it arises, can serve as a pathway to growth, meaning, and ultimately happiness. The key lies in how we respond to it. By embracing suffering, seeing it as a part of life's natural ebb and flow, and using it as an opportunity for self-discovery and resilience, we can transform adversity into a stepping stone toward a more fulfilling life. In the next chapter, we will explore how the pursuit of goals, rather than the goals themselves, can contribute to lasting happiness. The ever-expanding horizon, happiness as a lifelong journey. Happiness is often perceived as something we strive to attain, a destination we will reach once certain conditions are met. This might involve achieving career success, cultivating relationships, or attaining material wealth. However, in reality, happiness is not a fixed endpoint, but a lifelong journey, a continuous process of growth, exploration, and refinement. In this final chapter, we will argue that happiness, like life itself, is not static, but a dynamic experience that evolves over time. Through the lens of philosophical insights and psychological research, we will explore how happiness is a process, one that requires ongoing effort, reflection, and the expansion of our potential. By embracing the idea that happiness is an ever-changing journey, we can open ourselves to deeper experiences, growth, and a more fulfilling life. The pursuit of happiness is not a Chapter 10, The Ever-Expanding Horizon, Happiness as a Lifelong Journey. Happiness is often perceived as something we strive to attain, a destination we will reach once certain conditions are met. This might involve achieving career success, cultivating relationships, or attaining material wealth. However, in reality, happiness is not a fixed endpoint, but a lifelong journey, a continuous process of growth, exploration, and refinement. In this final chapter, we will argue that happiness, like life itself, is not static, but a dynamic experience that evolves over time. Through the lens of philosophical insights and psychological research, we will explore how happiness is a process, one that requires ongoing effort, reflection, and the expansion of our potential. By embracing the idea that happiness is an ever-changing journey, we can open ourselves to deeper experiences, growth, and a more fulfilling life. The pursuit of happiness is not a race to a singular finish line, but an unfolding path that demands attention, intentionality, and a deep commitment to personal development. The dynamic nature of happiness. To understand happiness as a lifelong journey, we must first recognize that it is not a state we can permanently settle into. Rather, happiness is dynamic. It fluctuates, evolves, and requires our active engagement to sustain. The philosopher John Stuart Mill posited that happiness is not a simple pleasure or momentary satisfaction, but the pursuit of a well-lived life. Mill argued that true happiness arises from the cultivation of higher pleasures, those that engage our intellect, our creativity, and our deepest passions. These pleasures are not fleeting, they are enduring, and are tied to our personal growth and contributions to the world around us. This dynamic nature of happiness aligns with the work of positive psychology pioneers such as Martin Seligman, who developed the concept of flourishing. Flourishing refers to the idea that happiness is about thriving in multiple dimensions of life: emotional, psychological, and social. It is not a one-time achievement, but an ongoing process of growth that occurs when we align our actions with our values. Flourishing is about becoming the best version of ourselves, continuously seeking new experiences, learning from our challenges, and deepening our connections with others. It's a pursuit that never truly ends, but becomes a continuous evolution of self-discovery and engagement with the world. Embracing the journey of self-discovery. When we view happiness as a journey rather than a destination, we can see that it is intrinsically tied to the process of self-discovery. This involves asking deep questions about who we are, what we value, and how we want to engage with the world. Philosophers like Socrates and Plato emphasized that the unexamined life is not worth living, underscoring the importance of reflection and self-awareness in our pursuit of well-being. In the same vein, the existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir argued that meaning and happiness are not handed to us by external forces or predetermined paths. Instead, they are something we must create through our choices, our actions, and our commitment to living authentically. Embracing this idea that happiness is a self-constructed journey allows us to take ownership of our lives and empowers us to make choices that align with our deepest values and desires. By embracing the idea of a lifelong journey, we open ourselves up to new possibilities, adventures, and challenges. Every moment becomes an opportunity for growth, every setback an invitation to deepen our understanding of ourselves and the world. Happiness is not something to chase after or hope to possess, but something we create continuously through our ongoing engagement with life. The role of purpose in the lifelong journey. One of the central elements of happiness as a journey is the presence of purpose. Having a sense of purpose is essential in guiding us through life's twists and turns. Viktor Frankl, whose life and work we discussed earlier, emphasized that purpose is the primary driver of happiness. In his seminal work, Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl reflected on how, even in the most dire and dehumanizing circumstances, Individuals could find happiness if they had a sense of purpose. For Frankl, meaning and purpose were the key factors that helped people survive the concentration camps and overcome unimaginable hardship. This sense of purpose doesn't need to be grand or world-changing. It can be as simple as pursuing a creative passion, nurturing relationships, contributing to a community, or engaging in activities that bring us joy. What matters is that we engage with our lives purposefully, always seeking ways to create meaning in our daily actions. As we age and accumulate experiences, our sense of purpose may evolve, but it remains a crucial element of our happiness journey. The ever-expanding horizon of potential. When we think about happiness as a journey, we must also consider the ever-expanding horizon of our potential. Life is not about achieving a finite set of goals and then stopping. Rather, it is about the continual growth and expansion of who we are as individuals. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle believed in the concept of eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or the good life. For Aristotle, this concept was not about reaching a single goal, but about constantly striving to live a life in accordance with our highest potential. Our potential is not something fixed. It is unlimited and can continue to evolve throughout our lives. Every challenge we face, every new experience, and every person we meet contributes to expanding our horizons and refining our understanding of who we are and what we are capable of achieving. Happiness comes not from a destination, but from the ongoing process of becoming the best version of ourselves. This idea of continual growth is crucial to understanding happiness as a lifelong journey. We are not aiming for a fixed state of happiness. Rather, we are constantly evolving, improving, and seeking new avenues for joy, fulfillment, and meaning. Happiness is the natural byproduct of this expansive approach to life, one in which we are always seeking to maximize our potential and engage with the world in ever more meaningful ways. The practice of well-being, aligning values and actions. In order to sustain this journey of happiness, we must practice well-being every day. Well-being is not a passive state, but an active process that requires intentional choices and actions aligned with our deepest values. This means reflecting on what truly matters to us, setting goals that align with these values, and consistently acting in ways that honor our authentic selves. Research shows that people who live in alignment with their core values experience greater well-being and fulfillment. By consistently engaging in actions that reflect our values, whether it's contributing to others, cultivating meaningful relationships, or pursuing our passions, we build a foundation for happiness that is not dependent on external circumstances, but on the integrity of our actions and the authenticity of our lives. Teaser for the next chapter. As we journey toward a fuller, richer life, it's crucial to remember that you are not just a product of your thoughts, but also a reflection of your surroundings. The spaces you inhabit influence your habits, behaviors, and ultimately your mind. In the next chapter, we'll dive into how your environment shapes your happiness, how the spaces you create and the chaos you choose to surround yourself with can either elevate or diminish your well-being. Next chapter, your environment thinks for you, how curating your space curates your mind. The power of physical space. We often think of thought as a private act, something that happens quietly inside our minds. But rarely do we realize how much our external world shapes that internal dialogue. The room you're sitting in, the objects on your desk, the colors on your walls. They're not just a backdrop to your thinking, they're participants. Your environment is not a passive container, it speaks to you. It nudges, distracts, comforts, and energizes you. The spaces we inhabit whisper instructions about how to feel, what to value, and even who to become. One of the most striking examples of this can be found in the design of the traditional Zen garden. These gardens are not lush, overflowing with color and complexity. They are sparse, deliberate, and often comprised of little more than sand, stone, and a few strategically placed plants or lanterns. At first glance, they may even appear empty. But in that emptiness lies their genius. A Zen garden invites stillness. The raked patterns in the gravel mimic flowing water, guiding the eye without overwhelming it. Each stone is placed with care, evoking balance, asymmetry, and the awareness of impermanence. These gardens are not built for decoration. They are built for meditation. Every inch is curated to encourage one thing: presence. When you enter a Zen garden, you are not meant to feel stimulated. You are meant to feel clear. And this is the first truth about physical space. It frames your consciousness. The concept of minimalism, popularized in design circles and productivity philosophies, extends directly from this wisdom. A minimalist space, like a Zen garden, strips away the non-essential. It offers clarity, not clutter. It's not just about aesthetics, it's about mental hygiene. When your desk is buried under piles of papers, tangled cords, and yesterday's coffee mug, you may not consciously register it, but your mind does. Studies in environmental psychology confirm that clutter increases cortisol levels, the stress hormone. It becomes a low-grade background noise, draining your cognitive resources before you even realize it. Conversely, clean, intentional spaces create room to think. Just as a sculptor sees art in the stone she hasn't yet carved, a mindful space allows your mind to stretch into possibility. This is not just modern science, it's ancient philosophy. In Plato's theory of forms, the material world is a shadow of a higher realm of ideal forms, perfect, eternal templates that underlie reality. A beautiful object is beautiful only because it participates in the form of beauty. A well-made chair is good because it approximates the ideal form of chairness. Plato believed that a philosopher's task was to ascend beyond the messy particulars of the material world toward the purity of these forms. Now imagine a space, your living room, your office, your kitchen, that strives toward this ideal. Clean lines, purposeful furniture, art that inspires thought rather than distraction. In such a space, you're not just closer to aesthetic beauty, you're closer to mental order. You are, in a way, reaching toward the forms. Eastern philosophy also echoes this alignment of space with spirit. In feng shui, the traditional Chinese art of placement, objects and architecture are arranged to align with the flow of qi life energy. The premise is simple. Physical disorder disrupts inner harmony. A blocked hallway, a cluttered entrance, harsh lighting. These are not neutral design choices. They distort the energy of the space and, by extension, the well-being of those within it. Feng Shui encourages balance through the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Each element contributes a particular energy: vitality, passion, stability, clarity, fluidity. When integrated harmoniously, they produce environments that nurture not just the body, but the spirit. There's wisdom here for all of us, whether or not we subscribe to metaphysical interpretations. The modern workplace, the bedroom, the creative studio, they all carry energy. Some uplift us, others oppress us, and many fall somewhere in between, not because they're intentionally bad, but because they're not intentional at all. A room speaks. The question is, what is it saying? Imagine 2 different home offices. One is cluttered with cables, mismatched furniture, last year's unopened mail. The air is stale, the lighting cold. The second office is simple: a clean desk, a plant, natural light, a few objects that matter. Which space invites focused work? Which one nurtures calm? This isn't about perfection, it's about presence. A mindful space invites a mindful life. The minimalist writer Fumio Sasaki once said, "The things we own wind up owning us." And he's right. Every object in our space takes up mental bandwidth. If your environment is full of noise, your mind will echo it. If your environment is designed for silence, insight has a place to arrive. So how do we begin? You start with subtraction. Look around your room right now. What in this space is purposeful? What adds beauty, function, peace, or inspiration? What is simply there, unquestioned, unhelpful, and unexamined? Remove one object that doesn't serve, then another. then another, until your space starts to breathe again. Then be intentional with what you add. Bring in elements that soothe or spark creativity, a candle with a grounding scent, a lamp with warm light, a chair that invites stillness. This is not indulgence. This is self-care at the architectural level. And most importantly, create a space that remembers who you want to become. If you want to be a thinker, create a space that thinks. If you want to be calm, create a space that calms. If you want to be present, remove what distracts. The philosopher Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." We often think of that waste in terms of actions, scrolling on our phones, procrastinating, chasing what doesn't matter, but we also waste life by living in spaces that resist who we are. You deserve a space that supports your mind, not fights it. So take a deep breath, look around you, and ask, is this space helping me become the person I want to be? If not, start curating. Your environment is not outside of you, it is part of you. The power of physical space is not decoration, it is transformation. Use it well. Urban chaos versus nature's calm. You open your eyes to the sound of sirens. A car horn stabs the air outside your window. You fumble for your phone, which has already buzzed 5 times. Notifications flash, ads scream. The day begins with a jolt. Now imagine something else. You open your eyes to bird song. Wind rustling through trees, sunlight spilling softly across your floor. No rush, no notifications, just a moment of stillness where your thoughts arrive without force. Same person, different environments, radically different minds. The spaces we inhabit aren't just geographic, they are mental blueprints. And nowhere is the difference more profound than in the contrast between urban chaos and nature's calm. The city as a storm. Cities are modern marvels. They pulse with life, with opportunity, with connection. But they are also machines of sensory overload. Noise pollution, light pollution, constant motion. Our minds evolved to navigate the forest, but we've placed them in a maze of concrete and asphalt. In cities, we move faster, we talk faster, we think in fragments. Every intersection, every advertisement, every honking horn is a small demand on our attention. This demand accumulates. It's subtle at first, like background static, but over time it shapes the way we feel, think, and behave. Research has confirmed what many of us have felt but could not articulate. Urban living increases the risk of anxiety and mood disorders. A 2011 study published in Nature found that city dwellers have a higher activation in the amygdala, the brain's fear and stress center, compared to people who live in rural environments. In short, cities stress us out. There's a name for this state: cognitive fatigue. Your brain, overwhelmed by stimuli, begins to short circuit. You find it harder to concentrate. You become irritable. You scroll instead of think. You react instead of reflect. And yet we rarely question it. We normalize the noise. But what happens when we step away? Into the quiet Enter Henry David Thoreau, the American philosopher and transcendentalist who famously retreated to Walden Pond to live deliberately. In his memoir, Walden, Thoreau recounts the joys of solitude, simplicity, and communion with nature. He writes, "I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, and not when I came to die, discover that I had not lived." What did he find in the forest that the city could not give? He found clarity. Nature does not demand, it invites. The rustle of trees doesn't interrupt your thoughts, it deepens them. The rhythm of waves, the call of birds, the shifting clouds, these are not distractions. They are meditations. And this isn't just romanticism, it's biology. A walk through the woods has been shown to lower cortisol, the body's primary stress hormone. A study from Stanford University found that participants who walked in natural environments showed reduced activity in the subgenual prefrontal cortex, a brain region linked to rumination, the repetitive, negative thinking associated with depression. Meanwhile, the same walk also boosts creativity. The psychologist Ruth Ann Ashley conducted a study showing that just 4 days of immersion in nature disconnected from technology, led to a 50% increase in creative problem solving. Nature doesn't just make us feel better, it helps us think better. The natural habitat of the human mind. So what does this tell us? It suggests that the human mind, like every other organism, has a natural habitat. Aristotle believed that every being has a place where it thrives, a telos or purpose which unfolds best under certain conditions. For fish it is water, for birds the air. And for humans, we are social, reflective, sensorial creatures. We flourish in environments that give us space to think, time to connect, and cues to be present. Aristotle called this flourishing eudaimonia, a state not of constant pleasure, but of deep well-being, born from living in accordance with our nature. He saw that virtue and happiness were not just personal achievements, but deeply tied to the environments that shape our habits. What kind of environment nurtures your flourishing? Is it a place of constant alerts and artificial light, or is it a place of silence where you can hear your own thoughts again? Bringing nature back. Of course, not everyone can escape to a cabin in the woods, but we can learn to bring elements of nature into our daily lives. This could be as simple as taking a walk in a nearby park every morning, replacing your screen time breaks with time spent in the sun, keeping a plant on your desk and caring for it like a companion, playing sounds of rain or bird song while working or meditating, opening your windows and breathing fresh air with intention. Even brief interactions with nature, what scientists call CARs, micro-restorative experiences, can reset your mind. A single tree seen from your office window, the sound of rain while you work, the warmth of natural light in your home. These are not luxuries. They are nutrients. When chaos is the default, the modern world makes chaos the default. We are not rewarded for rest. We are not praised for stillness. Productivity has become a religion, and cities are its temples. But there is a cost to this worship. When we do not make time for silence, our minds become strangers to themselves. We lose the thread of our own thoughts, and with it, the thread of who we are. Thoreau once warned, our life is frittered away by detail. Simplify, simplify. Today, this may be the most radical act, not escape, but reclamation. Reclaiming your environment as a space for thought, not just consumption. Reclaiming time to walk slowly, to observe without urgency. A reflection. So here's your mirror held gently before you. When was the last time you heard nature speak, not in metaphor but in sound? When was the last time your thoughts arrived like birds, not bullets? And when did you last feel still, not because you were tired, but because you were home in your body, in your world? Your mind is not built for concrete, it is built for grass, sky, and the quiet rhythm of natural things. If you cannot go to Walden, then bring Walden to you. One plant, one walk, one pause at a time. Because in the end, peace is not a place. It's a pattern, and it begins in the environment you choose. Environmental cues and behavior. You walk into a room. You're not thinking much, just going about your day. But something shifts. Maybe it's the warm yellow lighting that makes you feel more relaxed, or the clean, open layout that suddenly helps your mind focus. Or maybe it's the faint scent of lavender in the air, nudging your body toward calm without you even realizing it. What changed? The room. But more importantly, you changed because of the room. What we rarely stop to recognize is this: our behavior is not solely a matter of willpower or personality. It's profoundly shaped by our environment, by the cues around us. This chapter is about those quiet, invisible forces, how they work, why they matter, and how, when designed with intention, they can lead us to lives of greater peace, productivity, and even virtue. The power of the nudge. Let's begin with a story from the behavioral sciences. In 2008, Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein published a groundbreaking book titled Nudge: Improving Decisions About Health, Wealth, and Happiness. Their central insight was deceptively simple. If you want to help people make better choices, you don't have to coerce them. You just need to change the way choices are presented. This is nudge theory, the idea that small design tweaks in an environment can guide behavior without limiting freedom. One classic example, placing fruit at eye level in a cafeteria instead of sugary snacks. No one is forbidden from choosing cake, but more people end up choosing fruit. Why? The cue changed. The environment shifted the default. Or consider organ donation rates. In countries where people must opt in to donate organs, rates are often low. But in countries where everyone is presumed a donor unless they opt out, the rates soar. Same people, same values, different cues. We are not as rational or self-directed as we like to think. But that's not a weakness. That's an opportunity. Because once we understand how our environments guide us, we can shape those environments with care. Color, light, and mood. Let's go smaller, down to the walls around you. You may not have noticed it consciously, but color has already influenced your day. Hospitals often use pale blues and greens because they're calming. Fast food restaurants lean toward reds and yellows, colors that stimulate appetite and urgency. Offices might use cool whites to promote alertness and focus. Lighting, too, is a powerful cue. Harsh fluorescent lights can lead to eye strain and agitation. Soft, warm light promotes comfort. Natural light boosts mood and circadian rhythm. It's not a trick, it's biology. In a landmark study from the University of Texas, researchers found that students performed better on cognitive tasks in rooms painted light blue or green, compared to more intense colors like red or orange. Their mental state shifted because their sensory environment changed. Even the way furniture is arranged, open versus closed layouts, cluttered versus clean desks, impacts how freely we think, how focused we are, and how we relate to others. Your space speaks to you even when you're not listening. Cue, routine, reward. Here's a powerful framework. Charles Duhigg's habit loop, as introduced in The Power of Habit. Every habit follows a loop. 1. Cue, a trigger in the environment. 2. Routine, the behavior you follow. 3. Reward, the payoff that reinforces the loop. The cue might be as simple as the sight of your phone screen lighting up. That triggers the routine. You pick it up and start scrolling. The reward, a hit of dopamine from new content. The brilliance here is this: change the cue, and you often change the habit. If you leave your phone in another room, your mind doesn't reach for it. If you place a book on your pillow, you're more likely to read before bed. If your kitchen counter displays water bottles instead of soda cans, your hydration habits improve. Small environmental changes create new patterns. They don't force you, they invite you. And over time, these invitations become second nature. The philosophy of habit. This is not a new idea. Long before neuroscience and behavioral economics, Aristotle understood that virtue is not a one-time achievement, it's a habit. He wrote, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. But how do we build those habits? Not just through intention, but through structure, through shaping our lives so that the right actions are the easiest ones to take. For Aristotle, the path to virtue wasn't isolated willpower. It was training, repeated choices, often initiated by the environments we live in. Just as an archer becomes skilled by spending time with bow and target, we become kind, courageous, or wise by living in ways that support those traits. A compassionate person surrounds themselves with opportunities for empathy. A thoughtful person builds time and space for reflection. A just person places themselves in systems that reward fairness. Virtue doesn't bloom in a vacuum, it grows where the conditions are right. The ethics of design. If we accept that our environment influences our behavior, we face a new ethical challenge. Who designs your cues? In modern life, many of our environments are designed by corporations, whose cues often serve profit, not well-being. Consider the layout of a supermarket: essentials in the back, sweets at checkout, or the infinite scroll on social media designed to keep you engaged, not fulfilled, or the default settings on a streaming app tuned to autoplay rather than pause. These are nudges too, but in whose interest? The philosopher Michel Foucault warned us of invisible structures of power, ways in which our behaviors are shaped not by force, but by architecture, policy, and design. He called it governmentality, the subtle governance of everyday life. In this light, reclaiming our environment is a form of resistance, a form of self-care, a form of philosophy and practice. Designing your days. So how do we apply this? Here are 3 gentle steps to begin shaping your environment toward peace, clarity, and virtue. 1. Identify the cues that control your day. What do you see when you wake up? What's on your desk? What do you reach for when you're bored or tired? 2. Replace, don't resist. Don't fight your habits. Replace their cues. Swap social media apps with meditation timers. Swap junk food displays with fruit bowls. Design for your future self. Imagine the person you want to be. Then ask, what kind of environment would make that person's choices easier? Build that. A closing reflection. Let me ask you, what choices have you made today that weren't really your own? What behaviors have you repeated, not because you wanted to, but because the room asked you to? And what would your space look like if it reflected the deepest truths of who you are and want to be? You don't need to move mountains. Sometimes all it takes is a better lamp, a more welcoming desk, a gentler cue, because the mind listens to the room. And when the room whispers peace, the mind becomes still. The social environment and its impact on identity. Close your eyes and think of the 5 people you spend the most time with, their voices, their habits, their worldview. Now ask yourself, are you the same person when you're around them, or do you shift subtly or completely to match their energy? Whether we like to admit it or not, we are not self-contained islands. We are porous, open, shaped. We often speak of finding ourselves as if identity is a solitary excavation. But perhaps it's more accurate to say we're formed in relationship, sculpted by the social air we breathe, the voices we echo, the mirrors we face each day. This chapter is about those mirrors, the subtle dance of influence, how your identity is continuously co-authored by your environment, especially your social one. The chameleon effect. Let's begin with something deceptively small. In 1999, psychologists Tanya Chartrand and John Bargh conducted a fascinating study on what they called the chameleon effect. They found that people unconsciously mimic the postures, mannerisms, and facial expressions of those around them. When someone crosses their legs, we often do too. When they smile, we're more likely to smile back. But here's the catch. This mimicry increased rapport. People liked those who mirrored them more, even though neither party was aware it was happening. So what does this tell us? We're constantly tuning ourselves to others, like instruments in an orchestra. This tuning isn't always conscious, but it shapes everything. Our tone of voice, our posture, our sense of humor, even our moral compass. We become like those around us, often without realizing it. This effect isn't just behavioral, it's neurological. Mirror neurons in our brains fire when we observe someone else performing an action, almost as if we're doing it ourselves. This is the biological root of empathy and imitation. We are quite literally wired to be social mirrors. Peer pressure and then the gravity of groups. Now let's step from the subtle into the obvious. Peer pressure. From adolescence onward, we experience the gravitational pull of the group. Sometimes it's benign, like picking up a new slang word or joining a fitness challenge. Other times, it's corrosive, staying in toxic friendships, mimicking harmful behavior, or suppressing parts of ourselves just to fit in. Psychologists like Solomon Asch showed how powerful this can be. In his famous conformity experiments, participants would knowingly give wrong answers to simple questions, just because everyone else did. Why? Because the need to belong often outweighs the need to be right. And so our social environments don't just influence how we act, they shape what we believe, what we tolerate, what we pursue. This isn't weakness, it's humanity. But it means we must choose our social environments as carefully as we choose our food or shelter, because they feed the soul, for better or worse. Identity by reflection, Sartre and being for others. Let's dive deeper into philosophy. The existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre wrote about something he called being for others. In his view, our sense of self is not entirely internal. It emerges in the space between us and others, how we are seen, judged, praised, or dismissed. He gives a haunting example. A man peeking through a keyhole, completely absorbed in what he's watching. He is, for a moment, lost in the act, pure subject. But then he hears footsteps behind him. Suddenly he sees himself as seen. Embarrassment floods in. His self-image fractures. He's now a man caught peeping, not just a man peeping. This moment is deeply familiar. Have you ever changed how you speak when someone enters the room? Have you ever looked at a photo of yourself and thought, is that how others see me? You are not just who you think you are who others reflect back to you. This isn't inherently negative. In fact, Sartre's insight opens the door to radical self-awareness, because once we see how much we are shaped by others, we gain the power to choose our mirrors more wisely. Choosing elevating company. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "The key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best." This isn't elitism, it's ecology. Imagine your mind as a garden. Your social circle, that's the climate. Too much shade and some parts of you won't grow. Too much toxicity and rot sets in. But in the right climate, with warmth, challenge, compassion, honesty, something beautiful happens. You bloom. Good company doesn't just make you feel good, it helps you become good. Consider mentors who hold you accountable, friends who challenge your blind spots, communities that reflect your values and expand your vision. These are not luxuries. They are essential architecture for the identity you are building. The weight of social silence. There's another side to this story. Who isn't in the room? Social environments also shape us through absence. The voices we don't hear, the encouragement we never received, the perspectives that are missing. A child never praised learns to internalize doubt. A culture that silences certain identities forces those individuals to shrink. So, part of reshaping your identity is seeking out what's missing. Reading outside your echo chamber, inviting diversity into your life, not as decoration, but as medicine. Because the mind, like the body, needs a balanced diet. And sometimes growth is not just about mirroring others, it's about resisting them, saying this version of me doesn't fit here anymore. Building social architecture. So how do we become intentional about this? 1. Audit your inner circle. Who brings out your best self? Who dims your spark? Make no judgments, just observe. See what patterns emerge. 2. Curate your social feed. In the digital age, your online environment is just as powerful. Unfollow noise, follow substance, build a stream of voices that challenge and uplift. 3. Engage with intentional communities. Join groups that reflect the values you aspire to. Not perfect people, aspiring people. Seek places of growth, not comfort. 4. Reflect regularly. Ask, who am I becoming in the presence of these people? The answer will tell you everything. A quiet question. So tonight, let me ask you, who are you becoming? Not in solitude, but in company. What parts of you are thriving and which are silenced by your environment? And what would it mean to create a circle that reflects not who you were, but who you're trying to become? Because identity is not found, it's formed. In dialogue, in community. In the 1,000 invisible moments where you mirror, mold, and slowly make you. Next chapter, Architecture of the Mind, how buildings reflect and shape thought. We'll explore how the very structures we live in, from cathedrals to classrooms, carry philosophical blueprints that shape our thinking. Because sometimes a wall is not just a wall, it's a thought built in stone. Digital environments and their impact on the mind. Imagine waking up and reaching for your phone. You check your notifications, scroll through social media, and perhaps read a few news articles. Before you've even had breakfast, your mind has been influenced by a curated digital environment. In today's interconnected world, our digital surroundings, social media platforms, online communities, and content feeds play a significant role in shaping our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions. This chapter explores how these digital environments impact our mental well-being and worldview. The rise of filter bubbles and echo chambers. In 2011, internet activist Eli Pariser introduced the concept of the filter bubble, a personalized information ecosystem created by algorithms that tailor content to our preferences. While personalization can enhance user experience, it can also lead to intellectual isolation, exposing individuals only to information that aligns with their existing beliefs. Similarly, echo chambers refer to environments where individuals encounter only opinions that mirror their own, reinforcing their beliefs without exposure to differing perspectives. These phenomena can contribute to polarization and limit our understanding of complex issues. The medium shapes the message. Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan famously stated, "The medium is the message," emphasizing that the form through which information is conveyed influences how the message is perceived. In the digital age, this concept is more relevant than ever. The platforms we use, be it social media, news websites, or messaging apps, affect not only the content we consume, but also how we interpret and internalize it. For instance, the brevity of tweets may encourage oversimplification of complex topics, while the visual nature of platforms like Instagram can prioritize aesthetics over substance. Understanding the influence of the medium helps us become more critical consumers of digital content. Curating a healthy digital environment. Given the profound impact of digital environments on our minds, it's essential to consciously curate our online experiences. Diversify your sources. Seek out a variety of perspectives by following different news outlets, thought leaders, and communities. Limit screen time. Allocate specific times for digital engagement to prevent constant exposure and potential burnout. Engage in meaningful interactions. Prioritize quality over quantity in online interactions, focusing on constructive conversations. Be mindful of algorithms. Recognize that algorithms are designed to maximize engagement, not necessarily to inform or educate. By taking these steps, we can create a digital environment that supports mental well-being and fosters a more comprehensive understanding of the world. Reflecting on our digital habits. As we navigate the digital landscape, it's crucial to reflect on our habits. What content are we consuming and why? How does our digital environment influence our thoughts and emotions? Are we open to diverse perspectives, or are we confined within a filter bubble? By asking these questions, we can become more aware of the digital forces shaping our minds and take proactive steps to ensure our online experiences contribute positively to our overall well-being. The role of sound in shaping thought. Close your eyes and listen. What do you hear? Perhaps the hum of distant traffic, the chirping of birds, or the soft rustle of leaves. Sound is an ever-present backdrop to our lives, often unnoticed yet profoundly influential. It shapes our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions in subtle and significant ways. In this chapter, we explore how sound, from the harmonious strains of music to the cacophony of urban noise, affects our cognitive functions and mood. We'll delve into scientific studies, examine the impact of noise pollution, and reflect on philosophical insights into the sensory experiences that define our reality. The Mozart effect, music and cognitive enhancement. In 1993, researchers Rauscher, Shaw, and Kai published a study suggesting that listening to Mozart's sonata for two pianos in D major, K4 from 48, could temporarily enhance spatial reasoning abilities. Participants who listened to the piece for 10 minutes scored higher on spatial IQ tests compared to those who sat in silence or listened to relaxation instructions. This phenomenon became known as the Mozart effect. The study sparked widespread interest, leading to a surge in the use of classical music in educational settings and even legislation promoting music exposure for children. However, subsequent research has shown that the cognitive benefits of listening to Mozart are modest and short-lived. A review of 16 studies found an average increase of about 2 IQ points, with effects lasting only 10 to 15 minutes. Despite the limited scope of the Mozart effect, the study highlighted the broader impact of music on the brain. Music can influence mood, arousal levels, and cognitive performance, depending on factors such as tempo, key, and personal preference. For instance, music with a higher tempo and major key can promote positive mood and increased arousal, which in turn may enhance cognitive performance. The impact of noise pollution on mental clarity. While certain sounds can enhance cognitive function, others can be detrimental. Noise pollution, unwanted or harmful sounds from sources like traffic, construction, and industrial activities has been linked to various negative health outcomes. Chronic exposure to noise can lead to increased stress levels, sleep disturbances, and impaired cognitive functioning. A systematic review of recent studies found that environmental noise negatively impacts human cognition, affecting learning, memory, decision-making, and productivity. High noise levels can also disrupt brain activity, reducing mental workload capacity and attention. Moreover, noise pollution has been associated with increased susceptibility to mental health conditions such as depression and anxiety. Children and adolescents exposed to high levels of noise may experience behavioral problems and cognitive delays.
Kantian perspectives.
Sensory input and perception. Philosopher Immanuel Kant posited that our understanding of the world is shaped by the way our mind processes sensory input. He distinguished between the faculty of sensibility, which receives sensory data, and the faculty of understanding, which organizes and interprets this data. According to Kant, our perception of reality is not a direct reflection of the external world, but a construction of the mind based on sensory experiences. This means that sound, as a form of sensory input, plays a crucial role in shaping our perception and understanding of our environment. In this view, the sounds we encounter, be it the soothing melody of a symphony or the jarring noise of a busy street, are not merely background elements, but integral components of our conscious experience. They influence our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, contributing to the formation of our subjective reality. Navigating the soundscape. Strategies for mental well-being. Given the significant impact of sound on our cognitive and emotional states, it's essential to manage our auditory environment proactively. Here are some strategies to cultivate a soundscape that supports mental clarity and well-being. Incorporate beneficial music. Listening to music that promotes relaxation or focus can enhance cognitive performance and mood. Minimize noise pollution. Use noise-canceling headphones, soundproofing materials, or white noise machines to reduce exposure to harmful noise levels. Create quiet spaces. Designate areas in your home or workplace for silence or low-noise activities to facilitate concentration and stress reduction. Mindful listening. Engage in active listening practices, such as focusing on the nuances of music or natural sounds to enhance auditory awareness and appreciation. By consciously shaping our auditory environment, we can harness the power of sound to support our cognitive functions and emotional health. Sound is more than a backdrop to our lives. It's a dynamic force that shapes our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions. From the cognitive enhancements associated with music to the detrimental effects of noise pollution, our auditory experiences profoundly influence our mental landscape. By understanding and managing the sounds that surround us, we can create environments that foster clarity, creativity, and well-being. In doing so, we not only enhance our individual experiences, but also contribute to a more harmonious collective soundscape. Architecture and the mind. Architecture is more than the construction of buildings. It's the crafting of spaces that shape our experiences, emotions, and thoughts. The environments we inhabit daily, our homes, workplaces, schools, profoundly influence our mental and emotional well-being. In this chapter, we delve into how architectural design impacts our cognitive and emotional states, exploring the principles of biophilic design, the effects of educational and workplace environments, and philosophical insights from Friedrich Nietzsche on architecture as a form of expression. Biophilic design, integrating nature into built environments. Biophilic design is an architectural approach that seeks to connect building occupants more closely to nature. By incorporating natural elements such as daylight, vegetation, natural materials, and views of nature, biophilic design aims to enhance human health and well-being. Research has shown that biophilic design can reduce stress, improve cognitive function, and foster a sense of well-being. For instance, incorporating natural elements into interior spaces has been associated with decreased stress levels and increased productivity. Studies have demonstrated that exposure to natural light and greenery can enhance mood and cognitive performance. In educational settings, biophilic design has been linked to improved learning outcomes. Classrooms that incorporate natural elements can support better concentration, cognitive function, and information retention among students. Similarly, workplaces that integrate biophilic design principles can lead to increased employee productivity and overall wellness. By creating environments that resonate with our innate affinity for nature, architects can design spaces that not only serve functional purposes but also nurture the human spirit. The impact of architectural design on learning and productivity. The design of educational and workplace environments plays a critical role in influencing learning, productivity, and stress levels. Factors such as lighting, acoustics, color schemes, and spatial layout can significantly affect how individuals perform and feel within these spaces. In schools, well-designed classrooms that consider natural lighting, appropriate acoustics, and flexible layouts can enhance student engagement and academic performance. Studies have shown that classroom design holds the key to productivity and motivation, with environments that support collaboration and comfort, leading to better educational outcomes. For teachers, the physical environment of their workplace can impact their comfort and performance. Research indicates that factors such as adequate lighting, noise control, and ergonomic furniture contribute to teachers' workplace comfort, which in turn affects their effectiveness in the classroom. In corporate settings, office design directly influences employee productivity. Open layouts that encourage collaboration, access to natural light, and spaces that allow for focused work can enhance job satisfaction and efficiency. Conversely, poorly designed workspaces can lead to decreased motivation and increased stress. Nietzsche's perspective, architecture as expression of the human spirit. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche viewed architecture as a profound expression of human values and aspirations. He believed that buildings are not merely functional structures, but manifestations of the human spirit, reflecting our desires, beliefs, and will to power. Nietzsche saw architecture as a way for power to achieve eloquence through form, suggesting that the design of spaces can influence our state of being. He argued that architecture has the capacity to shape our experiences and emotions, serving as a medium through which we express and reinforce cultural ideals. In his exploration of aesthetics, Nietzsche introduced the concepts of the Apollonian and Dionysian, representing order and chaos, respectively. He believed that a balance between these forces is essential for a harmonious existence. Architecture, in this context, becomes a physical embodiment of this balance, influencing how we perceive and interact with the world around us. Architecture profoundly influences our cognitive and emotional states. Through thoughtful design that incorporates natural elements, considers the needs of occupants, and reflects cultural values, architects have the power to create spaces that enhance well-being, foster productivity, and express the human spirit. By recognizing the impact of our built environments, we can advocate for designs that not only serve functional purposes, but also nurture our mental and emotional health. In doing so, we move towards creating spaces that truly support and enrich the human experience. The power of rituals and routine. In the quiet moments of dawn, as the world slowly stirs awake, there exists a profound opportunity for intentionality. The simple act of brewing morning tea, the gentle rhythm of daily meditation, or the consistent practice of journaling. These rituals, though seemingly mundane, hold the power to anchor us amidst the chaos of modern life. Rituals and routines are more than just habits. They are the scaffolding upon which we build our days, providing structure, meaning, and stability. In a world characterized by constant change and unpredictability, these practices offer a sense of control and predictability, essential for mental well-being. Research underscores the significance of routines in promoting mental health. Establishing daily habits can improve sleep, enhance mood, and increase overall well-being. By reducing decision fatigue and providing a framework for our days, routines help us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. They free up mental energy, calm the mind, and offer small moments of control that collectively contribute to a more balanced and resilient psyche. Consider the ritual of morning tea. Beyond its physical benefits, this practice serves as a moment of mindfulness, a deliberate pause that sets the tone for the day. Similarly, daily meditation cultivates awareness and presence, grounding us in the here and now. These rituals, though simple, create a stable mental framework that fosters personal growth and emotional equilibrium. The power of rituals lies in their ability to transform ordinary actions into meaningful experiences. Engaging in rituals tied to personal values fosters self-confidence and purpose, reinforcing a positive outlook and aligning with our goals to lead meaningful lives. Philosopher Michel Foucault offers a compelling perspective on the role of discipline and the body's relationship with space in shaping personal identity. In his work Discipline and Punish, Foucault explores how disciplinary mechanisms regulate behavior by organizing space, time, and activity. He posits that discipline is a mechanism of power that regulates the behavior of individuals in the social body, emphasizing the organization of space, architecture, time, timetables, and people's activity and behavior, drills, posture, movement. Foucault's analysis reveals how routines and rituals, often imposed by societal structures, shape our identities and behaviors. By internalizing these disciplinary practices, individuals become docile bodies, conditioned to conform to societal norms. This perspective invites us to reflect on the rituals and routines we adopt. Are they self-imposed for personal growth, or are they mechanisms of control imposed by external forces? Understanding the dual nature of rituals, as both empowering practices and potential tools of control, encourages a more mindful approach to our daily routines. By consciously choosing rituals that align with our values and aspirations, we can harness their power to foster personal growth and resilience. Incorporating intentional rituals into our daily lives can have profound effects on our mental and emotional well-being. Whether it's a morning walk, evening journaling, or regular meditation, these practices provide a sense of stability and purpose. They serve as anchors, grounding us amidst the uncertainties of life and enabling us to navigate challenges with greater ease. Moreover, rituals can strengthen our sense of identity and community. Shared rituals such as family dinners or communal celebrations foster connection and belonging. Personal rituals, tailored to individual needs and preferences, reinforce self-awareness and intentionality. In conclusion, the power of rituals and routines lies in their ability to provide structure, meaning, and stability in our lives. By thoughtfully integrating these practices into our daily routines, we can cultivate a sense of control, enhance our mental well-being, and foster personal growth. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us embrace the transformative potential of rituals to ground us, guide us, and enrich our human experience. The ever-expanding horizon, happiness as a lifelong journey. Happiness is often perceived as a destination, a goal to reach, a prize to attain, but this view limits our understanding of the human experience. Instead of a singular endpoint, happiness should be understood as an evolving journey, an ongoing process of growth, adaptation, and transformation. In this chapter, we'll explore the idea that happiness is not static but dynamic, drawing from philosophical insights that emphasize the continual expansion of our potential. We'll reflect on how happiness requires effort, introspection, and the alignment of our values with our actions. Through this lens, we see that happiness is not something we achieve, but something we practice, moment by moment, throughout our lives. The dynamic nature of happiness. In Western philosophy, happiness has often been viewed as an outcome, something that can be attained and once acquired will be lasting. This belief, rooted in Aristotelian thought, is that happiness, or eudaimonia, meaning human flourishing, is achieved through the pursuit of virtue and rational living. Yet, even Aristotle acknowledged that happiness isn't simply about reaching a set goal. Instead, it's the process of becoming the realization of one's potential moment by moment. Happiness is not a static end state, but an unfolding journey, shaped by our experiences, challenges, and the decisions we make along the way. In this sense, happiness is a verb. It's something we actively engage in, rather than something we wait for to happen. It's about embracing the dynamic nature of life and aligning our actions with our deeper values. We must continually ask ourselves, how can I grow today? The role of effort and mindful practice. True happiness is not a matter of passive waiting, but one of active engagement. This involves constant effort, a conscious practice of aligning our actions with our values, managing our thoughts, and fostering positive emotions. Much like practicing any skill, happiness requires discipline, mindfulness, and a willingness to make adjustments as we evolve. Mindfulness, as an ancient practice in Buddhism and contemporary psychology, offers a powerful tool in this ongoing pursuit. By paying attention to our present thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment, we create space for growth. This practice teaches us to accept both the ups and downs of life and to cultivate a state of balance within ourselves. The ability to observe our own mental and emotional states without becoming consumed by them is crucial in creating lasting well-being. It allows us to embrace impermanence, an essential component of happiness. A life aligned with values. Happiness emerges from alignment, not just with external goals, but with our inner values. In philosophical terms, this means creating a life that reflects who we are at our deepest level. It requires introspection and honesty about what matters most to us, whether it's connection, creativity, learning, or service to others. When our actions, choices, and interactions reflect our authentic values, we experience a profound sense of fulfillment. Think of happiness as a compass, guiding us toward a life of integrity. When our daily activities align with our values, the experience of life becomes inherently satisfying. It's not about external achievements or validation, but about internal harmony. This is why happiness can never be truly achieved in the traditional sense. It's always unfolding, deepening, and evolving in tandem with our growth and understanding. The journey towards fulfillment becomes its own reward, embracing change as part of the journey. The ever-expanding horizon of happiness acknowledges that change is constant. Happiness is not linear. Our desires evolve, and our capacity for growth deepens. At various stages of life, our priorities shift. The challenges we face may seem daunting, but each provides an opportunity for further growth. In this sense, suffering itself can be a catalyst for deeper happiness, not as an obstacle, but as part of the natural flow of life. Consider the concept of post-traumatic growth, the idea that people can experience significant personal development and increased happiness after going through adversity. Research has shown that facing difficulties with resilience and reflection can lead to a greater sense of meaning, purpose, and well-being. In this light, happiness is not something we reach after overcoming obstacles. It's something that grows alongside them, like a tree expanding its branches toward the sun. Every challenge becomes a chance to grow deeper roots in the soil of our existence. The lifelong journey of fulfillment. In the pursuit of happiness, it's essential to recognize that it's not something that is ever finished. Happiness isn't a linear process or a fixed goal to attain. Instead, it's an evolving, ongoing journey. Life's complexity, richness, and unpredictability are what make this journey so profound. As we progress, the definition of happiness may change, but the fundamental principle remains the same. Happiness is the result of conscious engagement, alignment with values, and the willingness to adapt and grow. In this ever-expanding journey, the key is not to wait for happiness to appear in the future, but to cultivate it in the present. Through daily practices of mindfulness, reflection, and value-driven action, we make the journey of happiness a part of our daily lives. Happiness isn't about reaching a final destination. It's about embracing the process of becoming. It's about opening ourselves to the fullness of life, with all its complexities and challenges, and finding joy not in an imagined future, but in the unfolding present. In a world that values achievement, completion, and certainty, there is an insidious myth that has been ingrained into our collective consciousness, the myth of the finished self. This idea that there is a final, fixed version of who we are has become a cornerstone of many of our personal, social, and professional pursuits. But what if this idea is not only false, but harmful? From the moment we are born, society begins shaping us, defining what we should become. The path is laid out. Go to school, get a degree, start a career, marry, have children, retire, and then die. Along this trajectory, we are constantly fed the notion that success and happiness lie in reaching a final destination, becoming something complete, a finished product. But is this truly the path to well-being? The myth of the finished self in society. Take a moment and reflect on the language we use. What do you want to be when you grow up? What's your goal? These questions imply a fixed identity that we are expected to reach, some predetermined endpoint where we can proudly declare, "This is who I am." Society encourages us to look for a true self that we must uncover, a fixed essence that exists beneath the surface. However, this ideal self is often based on external values, career success, financial stability, physical appearance, or societal approval. These ideals become the yardsticks by which we measure our self-worth, creating an ever-looming pressure to arrive at a point where we can say, "I have made it." This pressure is compounded by the rise of social media. Every day, we are bombarded by polished images of people's lives, achievements, and appearances. Platforms like Instagram and LinkedIn amplify this idea of a final self, one that is successful, confident, and unchanging. We compare ourselves to these curated snapshots, feeling the weight of being unfinished when we see others seemingly thriving in their perfected forms. The idea that there is a final, ideal self to be achieved only deepens our sense of inadequacy and disconnection. Alan Watts, The Self as a Process. But here's the radical idea that shatters the myth of the finished self. You are not a noun, but a verb. Alan Watts, the philosopher and speaker who popularized Eastern thought in the West, argued that the self is a fluid, dynamic process, constantly evolving, not a static entity with a definitive endpoint. The self is not a thing to be found, but an ongoing event, an unfolding journey. In his teachings, Watts often spoke about life as a flow, a river that never stops moving, constantly reshaping itself with each moment. This perspective invites us to view ourselves not as fixed beings who must arrive at some final destination, but as continuous processes, constantly growing and evolving. We are not simply our past decisions or the roles we have taken on. We are the sum of our experiences, our choices, our mistakes, and our successes, all intertwined into the ongoing narrative of who we are. The illusion of the finished self in the modern world. Modern society, with its emphasis on success and perfection, does not leave much room for this fluid understanding of the self. It demands certainty. It rewards achievement. It pressures us to define ourselves, to box ourselves in with titles and labels. I'm a doctor, I'm a mother, I'm a CEO. But when we tie our identities to these fixed labels, we lose the freedom to explore and grow beyond them. The myth of the finished self creates immense emotional suffering. We set ourselves up for failure by believing that we must conform to an ideal version of ourselves. The pursuit of this mythical true self is often laden with frustration, self-doubt, and anxiety. What happens when we fall short of our self-imposed expectations? What happens when we change and no longer identify with the person we once were? This constant need to arrive can create a deep sense of inadequacy. We are taught that there is a point at which we are complete, a moment where we can rest on our laurels and feel satisfied with who we are. But life, by its very nature, is never static. It is filled with transitions, challenges, and transformations. Who you are at one point in your life will likely be very different from who you are at another point. Yet, we are constantly pressured to settle into an identity that feels fixed, to declare our worth and validity by what we have achieved. This desire to arrive at a final version of ourselves can feel like a race with no finish line. It fosters a mindset where we are always looking ahead, constantly trying to reach that one perfect version of ourselves that we think will finally bring us happiness. But this never-ending race to perfection only exacerbates feelings of emptiness and disconnection. We forget that the process of becoming is where the richness of life lies. The power of unfolding. Rather than resisting the flow of change, embracing the concept of unfolding can bring profound peace and clarity. Instead of striving to meet some impossible ideal, we can focus on the joy of becoming. This perspective allows us to shift our approach to life. We can let go of the pressure to have it all figured out, recognizing that we are meant to grow, shift, and change over time. Every experience, every challenge, and every moment of self-discovery is a part of this process. Living in the flow of becoming. When we begin to see the self as a process rather than a finished product, we free ourselves from the anxiety of never being enough. We allow ourselves to experience life fully without the need for perfection. The question is no longer, who am I supposed to be? But rather, who am I becoming right now? In this space, we give ourselves permission to evolve, to fail, and to rise again. We stop chasing a fixed version of success and start living in the fluidity of the moment. As you reflect on the myth of the finished self, ask yourself, what parts of me am I holding on to in the hope of arriving at some final perfect version? What would it feel like to let go of that ideal and embrace the process of becoming? When you stop seeking to be finished, you open yourself to the fullness of life, the joy, the chaos, the beauty, and the transformation. You are not meant to arrive, you are meant to unfold. Identity as movement. Imagine standing at the edge of a river, watching the water rush past. You dip your hand into the flow, feeling the cool current against your skin. But as soon as you lift your hand, the water has already moved on. The river you touched is not the same river that flows beneath your fingers. It has changed, shifted, evolved, and moved forward. And yet, it is still the river. This is the essence of identity. It is not something fixed, static, or permanent. It is more like the river, constantly moving, constantly changing, always becoming something new. Identity in its truest form is not a noun, something that can be pinned down and identified once and for all. It is a verb, an ongoing process that evolves with each passing moment. The myth of the static self. In our culture, we are often taught that identity is something we must discover, an endpoint that we must reach. We are led to believe that there is a true self waiting to be uncovered. This true self is often associated with a sense of finality, as if it is a fixed state that we can achieve. This idea runs deep in our educational systems, social structures, and even in the way we present ourselves online. We are pressured to define who we are as if there is a specific, immutable version of ourselves waiting to be realized. But if we dig deeper, we find that this notion of a fixed identity is not only limiting, but ultimately impossible. The truth is, our identities are not solid objects we can hold or measure. They are more like the water of the river, always shifting, always in motion. There is no final point where we can say, "This is who I am, and I will always be this way." Our selfhood is a fluid process, something that emerges and transforms with each new experience, each new relationship, and each new moment. Heraclitus and the River of Change. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus famously stated, "You cannot step into the same river twice." This simple yet profound statement captures the essence of identity as movement. The river, like our sense of self, is never the same from one moment to the next. The water flows continuously, reshaping itself, and we as individuals are similarly in a constant state of flux. Heraclitus believed that change is the only constant in life. He argued that the universe is in a state of perpetual becoming, and so too are we. Our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are continually evolving, and the identity we attach to ourselves is just one moment in this ever-changing process. We are not static beings who merely react to the world around us. We are active participants in our own evolution. The beauty of Heraclitus's river is that it invites us to embrace the flow of life. Rather than trying to hold on to a fixed identity or resist the inevitable changes we encounter, we are encouraged to let go and flow with the current. The river does not fight the water, it moves with it, adapting to its ever-changing form. In the same way, we can find peace when we stop clinging to a fixed version of ourselves and instead allow our identities to unfold naturally. The illusion of a finished self. In our modern world, we are often taught that there is a finished version of who we should become. We are encouraged to define ourselves by our career, our appearance, our achievements, or our social media profiles. These external markers create the illusion of a static self, something we can measure and categorize. We are constantly pressured to become someone, to fit into a box and then stay there. But this notion of a finished self is an illusion. We cannot pin ourselves down to a single moment or identity, just as we cannot hold on to a single drop of water in a river. The desire to find a stable, unchanging version of who we are leads to frustration and suffering. The more we resist change, the more we struggle against the natural flow of life. When we become fixated on an idealized version of ourselves, when we cling to past achievements or try to remain the same, we deny the fluidity of our own existence. We become attached to an image of who we think we should be, rather than embracing who we are becoming. The pressure to stay the same, to be constant, is exhausting and ultimately stifling. We cannot grow, evolve, or experience the fullness of life when we are rigidly tied to an outdated identity. Flowing into who we are becoming. True peace, then, lies in letting go of the idea that we must be something fixed or finished. The peace comes in accepting that we are always becoming, always in the process of becoming. It is in the flow of life that we find our deepest sense of self. This is not to say that we should abandon our values, principles, or goals. Rather, it means that we should view ourselves as evolving beings, constantly changing and adjusting with the ebb and flow of life. The river of identity does not mean we lose ourselves in the process. It means we learn to move with the current rather than resisting it. In practical terms, this means accepting that you do not need to have everything figured out. You do not need to define yourself by past decisions or experiences. Every moment is an opportunity for growth, learning, and transformation. Rather than holding tightly to who you think you are or should be, open yourself to the possibility of becoming who you are meant to be. The key to finding peace is to stop seeking permanence. When we embrace the idea of identity as movement, we allow ourselves the freedom to explore, change, and grow. We are not trapped by who we were yesterday or by the expectations others place upon us. We are free to be fully present in each moment, knowing that who we are today is just one part of an ongoing journey. Embracing movement over stability. There is freedom in movement. In the same way that the river flows without fear of where it will end, we too can embrace the uncertainty of life and the ever-changing nature of our identity. We are not static beings bound by labels or achievements. We are alive, constantly transforming and growing. Our true self is not something to be discovered or held on to. It is something to be lived, experienced, and embraced as it unfolds. The challenge, then, is to stop trying to hold on to something that is always slipping away. The more we try to fix ourselves into a particular mold, the more we resist the natural flow of life. Instead, we can choose to relax into the flow, to become part of the process of change, and to find peace in the constant movement of who we are becoming. So as you stand at the edge of the river, remember that you cannot step into the same river twice. And likewise, you cannot step into the same version of yourself twice. Each moment is a new opportunity to flow, to change, and to become who you are meant to be. Ego versus essence. We often think of ourselves as singular beings, defined by clear-cut traits, roles, and identities. The ego, the mask we wear for the world, has a stronghold on our sense of self, influencing how we perceive ourselves and how we present ourselves to others. But beneath this ego lies something deeper, something less defined and more fluid, our essence. The ego is the performance, the outer shell that we craft through societal expectations, experiences, and interactions. It is the mask we wear to navigate the world, shaped by our upbringing, culture, and environment. The essence, on the other hand, is the intuitive, ever-evolving core of who we truly are, our deepest awareness that is not bound by the roles or labels we place upon ourselves. The ego seeks to define, to categorize, and to present a stable, understandable version of the self. The essence, however, exists beyond definition, embracing mystery and change. The ego, the mask we wear. The ego is often seen as a construct, a product of our mind that works to navigate the complexities of life. It is the self we show the world, designed to protect us and to fit into social norms. But in our quest to fit into societal roles, we often become trapped in our own masks. These masks help us interact with others, but they also obscure our true selves. The more we identify with these masks, the more we forget that they are just that, masks. The ego wants to define us in concrete terms. I am this, I am that, I must be this way to succeed. It thrives on consistency, predictability, and control. But the ego is not the true self. It is an external identity, a product of our thoughts and perceptions shaped by external forces. While it helps us navigate the world, it also leads us away from the deeper truth of who we are. When we place too much importance on the ego, we lose sight of our essence. The ego doesn't evolve in the same way the essence does. It is rigid, bound by what we think we know about ourselves. The essence, the evolving awareness. In contrast to the ego, the essence is fluid, intuitive, and ever-changing. It is the deeper part of us that lies beyond thought and external definition. The essence is not something we can find or grasp because it is not a static thing. It is something we grow into as we become more attuned to the present moment and to the ever-shifting nature of our inner world. The essence of who we are is tied to our awareness, our intuition, and our connection to the world around us. Unlike the ego, the essence is not bound by external expectations or judgments. It is the part of us that recognizes the mystery and uncertainty of life and embraces it. The essence grows over time, evolving with our experiences and our understanding of the world. It is not something we can pin down or label. It is the ongoing process of becoming, not being. The masked performer, a story of forgotten identity. Imagine a performer who wears a mask every day. Over time, the mask becomes such a part of their identity that they forget they are even wearing it. The performer begins to live as though the mask is their true face. They wake up each day, put on the mask, and perform their role. Their behavior, actions, and words are all driven by the mask they wear. They forget that beneath the mask lies a face they no longer recognize, a face they no longer even try to see. The performer's ego has completely consumed them. They are trapped in the performance, believing that this is who they are. They define themselves by the mask, unable to see the fluid, evolving essence beneath it. Their sense of self becomes limited by the mask, and in doing so, they lose touch with the deeper truth of who they are. One day, the performer is given the opportunity to remove the mask. At first, they feel exposed and vulnerable. They wonder who they are without the mask. But as time passes, they begin to realize that their true self has always been there, underneath the performance. The mask was just an external identity, a tool for navigating the world, but it was never the whole of who they were. By removing the mask, the performer reconnects with their essence, the ever-changing, intuitive part of themselves that is not defined by external roles or expectations. The ego's desire for definition. The ego seeks definition. It wants certainty, clarity, and stability. It finds comfort in labeling and categorizing, in reducing the vast complexity of the self to simple terms. I am this, I am that. But the deeper self, the essence, does not fit into neat categories. It cannot be defined in the way the ego wishes to define it. The essence is fluid, open-ended, and constantly shifting, and this is where the tension between the ego and the essence lies. The ego wants control. It wants to know, to categorize, to box things in. But the essence resists that control. It embraces mystery. It flows. It evolves. When we identify too strongly with the ego, we limit our potential. We confine ourselves to the roles we play, to the masks we wear. We become so focused on maintaining a stable, defined identity that we forget the true nature of our being. The essence, on the other hand, does not demand definition. It welcomes change, uncertainty, and evolution. It is the process of becoming, not the product of being. The essence cannot be found, only grown into. The essence is not something we can find, like an object we discover or acquire. It is not a finished product, nor is it a static thing to be obtained. Instead, it is something we grow into. It is the unfolding process of becoming more attuned to our true nature, beyond the labels and roles we impose upon ourselves. As we grow, we move further away from the rigid definitions of the ego and closer to the fluid, evolving awareness that is our essence. The key difference between the ego and the essence lies in this idea of process. The ego wants to find, to fix, to define. But the essence can only be experienced by surrendering the need for definition. It is the ongoing journey of becoming, and it invites us to release the need for certainty and control. The essence is not something we can possess. It is something we can only experience by letting go of the need to control it. The freedom of embracing essence. When we embrace our essence, we embrace the unknown. We stop clinging to the idea of who we should be and instead open ourselves up to the possibility of who we are becoming. The freedom lies in releasing the ego's need for definition and allowing our true selves to unfold in their own time. The essence thrives in the mystery of life. It is not bound by the fixed structures of the ego, but rather flows with the changes of each moment. To live authentically is to embrace both the ego and the essence. The ego provides us with the tools to navigate the world, but the essence is what allows us to connect with the deeper truth of who we are. When we learn to move beyond the ego's need for definition, we discover a deeper sense of freedom, a sense of fluidity that enables us to live fully and authentically. We are not fixed, but ever-changing, and that is where true peace and fulfillment lie. The self is story. We often see ourselves as characters in a story, bound by the events and circumstances that shape us. Yet, what if we told ourselves that we are not merely the characters in this story, but the authors as well? What if we had the power to rewrite our narratives at any moment, regardless of the past? The self, after all, is not a static identity. It is a dynamic narrative, shaped by the way we tell our own story. How we choose to perceive and interpret our experiences greatly influences the person we become. In the traditional view, we see our identity as something fixed, shaped by our past experiences, the roles we play, and the labels we wear. However, the truth is that the story of our lives is not written in stone. It is fluid, flexible, and most importantly, under our control. We are not trapped in the stories we tell ourselves. We have the power to change them, to reinterpret them, and to chart new paths for our future selves. The power of narration. Every person is telling a story, consciously or unconsciously, about who they are. The way we narrate our lives influences how we see ourselves and how we engage with the world. If we tell ourselves a story of limitation, of trauma, or of defeat, we may come to believe that these stories define us. We may start to see ourselves as victims of circumstance, constantly acting out roles assigned to us by our past. But what happens when we change the story? What if we begin to see ourselves as resilient, capable of overcoming challenges and rewriting our narrative at any given moment? The shift in perspective can be transformative. By changing the script, we can change how we perceive ourselves and how we respond to the world around us. When we take control of our narrative, we stop being passive characters in our own lives. We become active participants, authors of our own stories. The narrative we choose to tell ourselves shapes not only how we see our past, but how we envision our future. The story is never finished. It is always in the process of being written, and we have the power to edit and revise it at any time. The trauma of a fixed narrative. For many people, trauma and limitation create deeply ingrained narratives that are hard to escape. When we experience hardship or pain, it can feel as though the story of our lives has been written for us, one of suffering, of being defined by the events that have hurt us. This fixed narrative becomes our identity, and it becomes difficult to see beyond it. We may define ourselves by our pain, believing that we are forever marked by the experiences we have endured. However, trauma is not the end of the story. It is a chapter, perhaps a painful one, but it is not the entirety of the narrative. When we view ourselves as the authors of our story, we can choose how to interpret the events of our lives. Instead of seeing trauma as a permanent feature of our identity, we can see it as a chapter in a larger, ongoing narrative, one that includes growth, healing, and transformation. The process of rewriting our life story is not about denying our past or the pain we've experienced. It's about giving ourselves permission to evolve beyond it, to reframe our experiences in a way that empowers us. We can look at the challenges we've faced not as defining moments, but as opportunities for growth, learning, and reinvention. By doing so, we free ourselves from the limitations of a fixed narrative and open ourselves up to the possibility of a new story, one that reflects the fullness of our potential. The story of rebirth. Consider the story of a person who has lived through years of trauma and limitation. For much of their life, they saw themselves as broken, defined by the negative experiences they had endured. Their narrative was one of loss, defeat, and hopelessness. But over time, they began to recognize the power they had to reshape their story. They realized that the pain they had experienced did not have to define them. Instead, it could be the catalyst for personal growth. In this new chapter of their life, they began to rewrite their story. They saw their struggles as sources of strength, their past as a foundation for their future, rather than a chain holding them back. Through this process of reframing, they began to see themselves not as victims, but as survivors and creators of their own destiny. This person's transformation came not from changing their circumstances, but from changing the way they interpreted those circumstances. They took the role of author back into their hands, and through that power, they began to craft a new identity, one that reflected their resilience, their wisdom, and their ability to create meaning in their life, regardless of the past. Identity as narrative. Identity is not fixed. It is a narrative that constantly evolves. We are not static beings, defined by one event or one period of our lives. Our identity is a story, one that breathes and shifts with us as we grow and change. The key to understanding the fluid nature of identity lies in recognizing that we are always in the process of becoming, always in the process of rewriting the script. When we accept that we are both the characters and the authors of our lives, we take ownership of our personal growth and transformation. The old stories we tell ourselves about who we are may no longer serve us, and it is up to us to write new narratives that reflect the person we are becoming. Our story is not determined by our past, it is shaped by our choices, our interpretations, and our willingness to embrace change. The lesson: you are the author. The lesson here is clear. Stories are not fixed. The narrative of your life is not set in stone. You can change the script at any moment. Identity is not something you find, it is something you create, something you continuously rewrite as you grow. The power to transform your life lies in your ability to change the story you tell about yourself. You are not defined by your past, by the roles you have played, or by the labels others have assigned to you. You are the author, and your story is always in the process of becoming. You have the ability to rewrite your narrative, to shift your perspective, and to embrace the possibility of who you are becoming. The story is yours to tell, and you can change it whenever you choose. Every day we wear masks, not literal ones, but the social roles and personas we adopt to navigate the world. These masks are tools that allow us to fit in, to protect ourselves, and to survive in various contexts. We put them on in response to societal expectations, family pressures, and professional demands. Over time, these masks become second nature, so much so that we may forget they are not our true face. But there is a danger in living behind these masks. While they help us play our roles in society, they can also obscure our evolving self. We may start to identify with the mask, believing it to be who we truly are. The more we identify with the persona we project, the more difficult it becomes to differentiate between our true selves and the version we've created to meet external demands. In our modern world, we are constantly faced with the expectation to perform. From the roles we play at work to the way we present ourselves on social media, our masks are everywhere. They can provide a sense of security, a sense of belonging, and a way to manage the complexities of human interaction. But this security comes at a cost. When we wear the mask too long, we risk losing touch with the essence of who we really are. The persona and the shadow. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist, introduced the concept of the persona and the shadow as part of his theory of the psyche. The persona is the outward-facing mask we wear in society, how we present ourselves to others, the roles we adopt, and the image we project. It's not necessarily a false self, but rather a functional self. The persona allows us to navigate the world in a way that makes us acceptable, understood, and successful. It's a necessary part of life, a way to interact with others and fulfill social expectations. However, the persona is not the whole story. Jung's concept of the shadow refers to the aspects of ourselves that we hide, often because they do not align with the persona we've created. These are the parts of us we may reject or suppress, the darker, less socially acceptable traits that we prefer to ignore. The shadow is not inherently negative. It contains aspects of our personality that we may be unaware of, or parts we simply refuse to acknowledge because they don't fit the image we've cultivated. The problem arises when we begin to identify too strongly with the persona and ignore the shadow. The more we focus on maintaining our outward image, the more we push our true selves into the shadow. Over time, this can lead to internal conflict, emotional repression, and a sense of disconnection from who we really are. We may feel like something is missing, but we can't pinpoint what it is because we've become so accustomed to the mask. The role of masks in survival. The masks we wear serve an important purpose in our lives. They help us navigate social situations, protect us from judgment, and provide a sense of control in an unpredictable world. In many cases, these personas are adopted out of necessity, particularly in environments where conformity or acceptance is valued. We wear masks to gain approval, to avoid rejection, and to be seen in a positive light. For example, in the workplace, we might wear the mask of the confident, capable professional, even if we don't feel that way inside. In social situations, we may adopt a persona that reflects what others expect from us, whether it's the funny friend, the caring partner, or the successful entrepreneur. These masks allow us to fit in and to be part of a larger social fabric. Without them, we might feel exposed, vulnerable, or unprotected. However, while masks can help us survive, they can also stifle our growth. When we lean too heavily on a particular persona, we may begin to define ourselves solely by it. The confident professional becomes so tied to their success that they forget the person behind the achievements. The funny friend becomes so entrenched in humor that they lose touch with their deeper emotions. The caring partner becomes so focused on others' needs that they neglect their own. In this way, the masks we wear can become prisons, trapping us in roles that no longer serve us. We may find ourselves stuck in personas that don't reflect who we are anymore, simply because it's easier to keep wearing the mask than to take it off and face what lies underneath. Knowing when to wear the mask. The key to emotional well-being is not in rejecting the masks we wear, but in understanding when to wear them and when to take them off. Masks are tools, not prisons. They help us engage with the world, meet expectations, and protect ourselves when needed. But they should not become the entirety of our identity. There are times when the mask is necessary. In a professional setting, it may be important to wear the persona of the confident, competent worker, especially when we need to project authority or credibility. In social situations, we might wear the mask of the outgoing, social person to connect with others and create meaningful relationships. These masks help us fulfill our roles in life, but they are not the sum of who we are. However, there are also times when the mask needs to come off. We must be able to recognize when we are wearing a persona that no longer aligns with our true self. The key is to practice self-awareness and discernment. By tuning in to our inner world, we can begin to differentiate between when we are acting out of habit and when we are authentically expressing ourselves. Taking off the mask doesn't mean abandoning social roles or responsibilities. It means allowing ourselves to be vulnerable, to acknowledge the parts of ourselves that are hidden, and to embrace the fullness of who we are. It means giving ourselves permission to be imperfect, to let go of the need to perform, and to be present in our most authentic form. The masks of social media. In today's digital age, social media has become one of the most prominent spaces for mask wearing. People carefully curate their online personas, presenting only the parts of themselves that are polished, perfect, and socially acceptable. The mask of social media is often the most distorted, as it reflects a version of ourselves that may not even exist in real life. While social media can be a tool for connection and self-expression, it also reinforces the pressure to perform. The more we post images of our best selves, the more we may feel disconnected from our true selves. We might start to feel like the mask we wear online is the only version of ourselves that others value or accept. The challenge, then, is to recognize that the mask of social media is just that, a mask. It does not represent the entirety of who we are. By embracing our true selves, both online and offline, we can learn to live with authenticity and reduce the emotional strain caused by the constant need to perform. The lesson: masks are tools, not prisons. The lesson here is clear. Masks are tools, not prisons. They help us survive, navigate social situations, and fulfill societal roles, but they should not define us. Emotional well-being comes from knowing when to wear them and when to take them off. It's about understanding the role of the persona in our lives, while also staying connected to the deeper self that lies beneath. By embracing both our masks and our shadow, we can cultivate a sense of balance and authenticity. We can learn to wear the masks we need to wear without losing sight of the person we are becoming. In doing so, we free ourselves from the prison of false identities and step into a more authentic, whole version of ourselves. letting go of control. In our fast-paced world, we are often told that control is the key to success. From a young age, we are taught that the more control we have over our lives, the more we can shape who we are and what we become. We plan our future, craft our identity, and attempt to perfect every aspect of our lives. But in this pursuit of control, we often find ourselves trapped, not empowered. We are gripped by perfectionism and rigidity, clinging to an illusion that we can control everything down to the smallest detail of our existence. But what if control isn't the answer? What if letting go is the key to true transformation? The illusion of control. At the heart of our struggle is the illusion that we can control who we are becoming. We meticulously plan our careers, our relationships, and even our personal development. We aim for perfection in every area of life, believing that if we can control every aspect of ourselves, we will be fulfilled, secure, and content. We set rigid expectations, impose strict timelines, and push ourselves to meet these goals, often without considering the flow of life itself. This desire for control is rooted in fear. We fear uncertainty, change, and the unknown. We cling to control as a means of protecting ourselves from the unpredictable nature of existence. But the more we try to control, the more we often find ourselves boxed in, struggling under the weight of our own expectations. The problem with this approach is that it denies the fluid, evolving nature of life. It treats identity as a fixed endpoint, a static thing to be perfected rather than a process to be experienced. When we try to control who we are, we suppress the natural flow of growth and change. We resist the unfolding of our authentic selves in favor of a version of ourselves that we believe is more acceptable, more successful, or more complete. The Tao of letting go. This is where the wisdom of Taoism can offer profound insight. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei teaches us about effortless action and flowing with the natural way of things. Wu Wei translates to non-action or effortless action, a state of being in which we act without force, allowing things to unfold naturally instead of trying to control every outcome. In Taoism, there is an understanding that life is not something to be controlled, but something to be embraced and allowed to flow. In this view, letting go of control does not mean abandoning effort altogether. Instead, it means aligning with the natural rhythm of life, trusting that things will unfold as they are meant to, without the need to force or manipulate the process. It's about stepping into the flow of existence and learning to move with it rather than against it. The Taoist sage understands that true power lies in surrendering to the flow, not in trying to dominate it. When we try to control everything, we are resisting the natural course of life. We are swimming against the current. But when we let go of our need for control, we enter the current, we flow with it, and we allow life to guide us toward who we are meant to become. This does not mean being passive or indifferent. It means being present, aware, and willing to let go of rigid expectations. The story of control and release. Consider the story of a person who meticulously plans every step of their identity. From a young age, they chart out their career, their relationships, their personal growth. Every decision is calculated, every move is carefully orchestrated. They follow a clear path, believing that by controlling every detail, they will create the perfect life, the perfect version of themselves. For years, this person works tirelessly, checking off every item on their list of goals. They attain the success they envisioned, but something is missing. Despite their outward achievements, they feel unfulfilled, disconnected, and restless. They have followed the script, but the story does not satisfy them. Then, life intervenes. A sudden change, a job loss, the end of a relationship, a health crisis, shatters the plans they so carefully crafted. The person is thrown into chaos, their sense of control completely upended. At first, they struggle, overwhelmed by the loss of the identity they had built. But as time passes, they begin to discover something new. Without the strict rules they had imposed upon themselves, they start to explore life in a different way. They let go of the need to control every outcome and instead begin to embrace the unknown, the unexpected. In this new space, the person starts to feel freer, more connected to their true self. They realize that their journey had never been about control or perfection. It had always been about growth, discovery, and transformation. They begin to live in a way that feels more authentic, more aligned with who they truly are, rather than who they thought they should be. This is the power of letting go. Only when they stopped trying to control every aspect of their identity were they able to find the peace and fulfillment they had been searching for. By surrendering to the flow of life, they allowed themselves to evolve to become something greater than they had planned. Letting go is liberation. The lesson here is profound. Letting go is not weakness. It is not surrendering to defeat. Letting go is how we make space for growth. It is how we allow ourselves to become. When we stop clinging to rigid expectations and fixed identities, we free ourselves from the pressure to be perfect, to be someone we are not. We open ourselves to the possibility of transformation, to the idea that we are not meant to be finished, but to continue evolving. The act of letting go is a profound act of trust. It is a trust in life itself, in the natural flow of existence, and in our own ability to adapt, to learn, and to grow. It is the trust that by surrendering control, we will find our way, not through effort and force, but through presence and acceptance. In this space of letting go, we are no longer bound by the need to meet external expectations or live up to an idealized version of ourselves. We are free to be who we are in the moment, to embrace the uncertainty of life, and to step into the unknown with confidence. And in doing so, we finally make room to become the person we were always meant to be. The lesson letting go is how we finally make space to become. Letting go is not weakness. It's how we finally make space to become. It's the freedom to step out of the rigid structure we've created for ourselves and allow life to unfold in ways we never imagined. It's the courage to stop trying to control every aspect of our identity and start embracing the flow of change. When we let go of the need for control, we allow ourselves to step into the ever-changing process of becoming, of transformation. We trust that life, with all its unpredictability, will guide us to where we are meant to be. And in that trust, we find the true freedom to live authentically, to grow without limits, and to evolve into the person we are destined to become. The world has an unspoken expectation that we present a consistent, fixed identity to others. We often believe that in order to be accepted, loved, or respected, we must have a clear and stable sense of who we are, a well-defined self that doesn't waver. This pressure to appear constant can make the process of personal growth and transformation feel vulnerable and uncomfortable. As we evolve, we may fear being misunderstood, judged, or rejected. After all, how can others love us if we are always changing? How can we feel seen if the version of ourselves we present is constantly shifting? Yet the very act of becoming, of evolving into who we are meant to be, is a beautiful and necessary part of life. In this process of change, we might discover that true connection is not about being static, but about being seen in our becoming. True love and acceptance come not just from others witnessing the person we already are, but from their willingness to embrace who we are in the process of becoming. This is where vulnerability and courage intersect, and it is where we find the deepest, most authentic connections. The vulnerability of evolving in public. When we are in the midst of transformation, we may feel a deep discomfort in revealing ourselves to others. It's one thing to show up as who we are, with a clear identity and purpose. It's another thing entirely to let people witness our evolution, our moments of doubt, uncertainty, and imperfection. The process of becoming is often messy. It involves questioning our beliefs, shedding old identities, and stepping into new ones. This constant change can create feelings of insecurity. We may fear that others will perceive us as inconsistent, unreliable, or inauthentic. After all, how can we claim to know who we are if we are constantly shifting? But this very discomfort holds the key to deeper connections and a more authentic life. The vulnerability of evolving in public forces us to confront our fears of judgment. It requires us to embrace the discomfort of being seen in our imperfection, of allowing others to witness our struggle, our confusion, and our growth. This vulnerability is where authenticity begins. It's where we stop hiding behind fixed identities and let the world see us as we are, human, evolving, and alive. Søren Kierkegaard and the authentic self. Søren Kierkegaard, a Danish philosopher, offers a profound perspective on the authenticity of the self. In his writings, Kierkegaard emphasizes that to truly become oneself requires risk, discomfort, and sometimes even suffering. For Kierkegaard, the authentic self is not something we simply find or discover. It is something we create through the choices we make, the risks we take, and the challenges we overcome. Kierkegaard believed that to live authentically is to embrace the tension between who we are and who we are becoming. This tension, he argued, is essential to self-realization. The authentic self is not a finished product, but a continuous process of becoming. And this process often involves confronting our fears, doubts, and contradictions. The discomfort we feel when others witness our transformation is not a sign that we are doing something wrong. It is, in fact, an essential part of the journey toward authenticity. The process of becoming is, by its nature, uncomfortable. It involves letting go of old beliefs and identities and embracing the unknown. To evolve, we must be willing to step into the unknown and allow others to see us as we are, unpolished, in progress, and ever-changing. Kierkegaard's philosophy reminds us that true authenticity is not about presenting a perfect, static version of ourselves, but about embracing the full spectrum of our experience, including our growth and transformation. The courage to be seen. One of the greatest acts of courage in life is to allow ourselves to be seen during our becoming, to let go of the fear of being misunderstood or judged, and to trust that those who truly care for us will embrace not only who we are, but also who we are becoming. When we step into this vulnerability, we open ourselves up to deeper connections with others. True connection is not about finding someone who loves us because we are perfect or unchanging. True connection is about finding people who are willing to hold space for us as we evolve. People who love us not just for who we are, but for the person we are becoming. This is a profound shift in how we think about relationships. Often we are taught that love is about stability, about finding someone who will accept us as we are and never expect us to change. But the truth is, real love requires us to grow, to challenge ourselves, and to become more than we were before. And in order for this love to be truly meaningful, it must include an acceptance of the process of change, of evolution. Those who love us deeply will support us as we evolve, not because they want us to stay the same, but because they recognize that the journey of becoming is a beautiful and necessary part of who we are. Being seen in your becoming. Being seen in your becoming is not just about sharing your vulnerabilities with others. It's about giving yourself permission to evolve and trusting that those who truly care for you will stand by your side as you change. It's about embracing the discomfort of transformation and allowing yourself to be witnessed in your full process, not just in the final version of yourself. This kind of acceptance requires both self-love and the courage to trust others with our evolving self. We must first be willing to embrace our own process of becoming, understanding that we are never fully finished, never fully defined, and always in the midst of growth. Once we accept this about ourselves, we can invite others to see us for who we truly are. Not a static image, but a dynamic, evolving person, ever-changing and ever-becoming. The lesson here is simple. You deserve to be loved not just for who you are, but for who you are becoming. True connection holds space for change, for growth, for transformation. When we allow ourselves to be seen in our becoming, We invite others to witness the beauty of our evolution, and in doing so, we create deeper, more authentic relationships that honor the full spectrum of who we are. The self as relationship. The concept of the self in Western thought has long been understood as an isolated, independent entity. We tend to think of our identity as something that exists independently, a core that lies deep within us, waiting to be discovered. We seek to understand ourselves through introspection, meditation, and self-reflection, believing that our true self is something we must uncover within the quiet spaces of our minds. However, this idea of the self as a solitary, isolated being is incomplete. The truth is that who we are is not something we find within ourselves alone. It is something co-created through our relationships with others. In this script, we explore the idea that our identity emerges not just from introspection, but from dialogue, empathy, and shared experience. The self is a relational process shaped by the connections we form with others, the way we interact with the world, and the roles we play in the stories of those around us. We are not isolated beings in search of ourselves. We are social creatures, constantly engaging with, and shaping the identities of others, and in turn, having our own identity shaped by the world around us. Identity as co-creation. What if our sense of self is not a fixed, stable core, but an ever-evolving process, constantly shaped by the people we meet, the experiences we share, and the emotions we exchange? The philosopher Martin Buber proposed that the self does not exist independently, but in a state of relationship. He described this dynamic relationship between self and other through the terms I-thou and I-it. In the I-thou relationship, two beings engage in a deep, reciprocal exchange of empathy and understanding, recognizing the other as a whole and unrepeatable being. It is in this authentic encounter, this relational exchange, that we find and create our true selves. Buber's philosophy challenges the notion that we are autonomous, isolated entities, existing solely to discover our inner truth. Instead, he suggests that the self emerges through the connections we form. Our sense of self is constantly co-created, not only through our personal reflections, but through the relationships we form with others, the ways we influence each other, and the dialogues we have. This relational process of self-creation implies that our identity is not fixed. It is a fluid, ever-changing interaction between our inner world and the world around us. Each conversation, each moment of empathy, each shared experience contributes to who we are. We are always in a state of becoming, not as solitary individuals, but as beings in connection with others. A story of discovery through others. Consider the story of a young artist named Maya. Maya spent much of her early life in isolation, focused on her art, believing that her self-discovery would come only from her inner reflection. She spent hours alone in her studio, painting what she thought was a representation of her true self. However, despite her efforts, she found herself feeling disconnected and dissatisfied. She questioned whether her work truly reflected who she was, or if it was simply an image of herself that she had constructed in isolation. It was not until Maya began sharing her work with others that her sense of self began to shift. As she engaged with her audience, received feedback, and entered into dialogue with other artists, she began to see herself through their eyes. Maya discovered that her identity as an artist was not solely about her internal reflections, but also about how her work resonated with others, how it sparked conversation, and how it was part of a larger network of creative expression. Through this relational process, she began to understand her work in a new light. Her identity as an artist was not static. It was evolving in response to the connections she was making. Maya's experience highlights a crucial truth. We do not discover ourselves in isolation. Our identity is formed through the relationships we build, the people we interact with, and the ways in which we share and receive experiences. It is in these exchanges that we learn who we are and who we can become. Empathy and shared experience. Central to the relational creation of self is empathy. Empathy allows us to step outside of ourselves, to understand the experiences of others, and to see the world through their eyes. In doing so, we not only deepen our connections with others, but also deepen our understanding of ourselves. When we empathize with another person, we create space for their humanity to touch ours. We share in their joys, their struggles, and their growth. This shared experience does more than just bring us closer to others. It allows us to see different aspects of ourselves. Through empathy, we recognize our own vulnerabilities, our own desires, and our own potential. The relational process of empathy teaches us that our identity is not something we can define in isolation, but something that is reflected back to us through the eyes of others. Shared experience, too, plays a crucial role in shaping our identity. As we participate in the lives of others, we contribute to the stories they tell about themselves, and they, in turn, contribute to the story we tell about ourselves. These stories are not just personal, they are collective, shaped by the people we encounter and the experiences we share. The self is always unfolding in relation to the world, and it is through these shared experiences that we come to understand who we are. Connection as a shaper of becoming. The idea that we are relational beings is not merely a philosophical abstraction. It has profound implications for our emotional well-being. If our sense of self is co-created through relationships, then emotional fulfillment cannot come from self-sufficiency alone. Connection is essential to our becoming. The more we engage in meaningful relationships, the more we allow ourselves to evolve. Relationships are the mirrors that reflect our growth, the environments that nurture our change, and the spaces where we discover new parts of ourselves. In a world that often emphasizes individualism and self-sufficiency, we must recognize that we are not isolated projects to be completed alone. We are relational processes constantly influenced and shaped by the people we connect with and the experiences we share. You are not a solo project. The lesson here is simple but profound. You are not a solo project. Your identity is not something you must carve out alone. It is a relational process shaped by the people you meet, the experiences you share, and the ways in which you interact with the world. Connection is not a distraction from self-discovery. It is the very medium through which your true self emerges. Emotional well-being, then, is not just about looking inward and discovering your essence. It is also about looking outward, engaging with others, and allowing yourself to be shaped by the connections you make. In the process of becoming, you are never alone. You are part of a vast web of relationships that together form the ever-evolving story of who you are. Becoming is the point. The idea of becoming is one that challenges our conventional understanding of identity. For much of our lives, we are conditioned to believe in the notion of a final version of ourselves, an endpoint where we achieve a perfect state of being. Society encourages us to pursue fixed goals, attain specific achievements, and carve out a clear, defined identity. We are taught that once we reach that point, we can rest easy, satisfied with the self we've become. However, what if the final version of ourselves is a myth? What if, instead of seeking to become someone, we are meant to embrace the constant unfolding of who we are, never fixed, always changing? The notion that there is no final version of you, but only an unfolding process, lies at the heart of this script. In this view, identity is not a static achievement, but an ongoing journey, a fluid dance of becoming where the point is not to reach some destination, but to embrace the movement itself. Process philosophy and the ever-unfolding self. Process philosophy, most notably articulated by Alfred North Whitehead, rejects the idea of fixed, unchanging beings. According to Whitehead, reality itself is in a constant state of becoming, with everything in existence in perpetual flux. There is no static entity, no permanent thing. Instead, everything, including us, is part of an ongoing process, continually changing and evolving. This concept challenges our deep-rooted belief that our identity is something to be found, achieved, or finalized. If reality itself is always becoming, then we too are always becoming. Our identity is not something to be discovered. It is something that continuously emerges as we move through life, as we respond to the world around us and engage with our experiences. In the context of process philosophy, the idea of a finished self becomes irrelevant. The essence of who we are is not fixed. It is a verb, a process of becoming, constantly evolving as we move through time. Zen Buddhism, the impermanence of self. Zen Buddhism offers a similar perspective on the nature of identity. In Zen, there is a deep awareness of the impermanence of all things, including the self. The practice of mindfulness in Zen encourages practitioners to live in the present moment, acknowledging that the self is not something fixed, but is constantly changing. Zen teaches that by accepting the impermanence of life, we can free ourselves from the attachments and expectations that bind us to a static identity. In Zen thought, the self is like a flowing river, never the same for 2 consecutive moments. When you look at the river, you may see the same water flowing past, but the water itself is always changing. Similarly, we may perceive our own identity as constant, but in reality, it is always in flux. We are not the same person we were yesterday, and we won't be the same tomorrow. This impermanence is not something to fear, rather it is something to embrace. When we let go of the idea of a fixed self, we free ourselves to experience life as it truly is, constantly changing, always unfolding. Alan Watts, one of the most influential thinkers of the 20th century, often used the analogy of life as music to convey the idea of becoming. According to Watts, life is not a journey with a defined endpoint, but rather an unfolding process, like a piece of music that is played for its own sake, not to reach a climax. In his view, we are not meant to achieve some final version of ourselves. Instead, life is to be danced, to be experienced in each moment, without the pressure of reaching a specific goal. Watts often pointed out that in music, there is no final note that the piece is striving for. The beauty of music is in the flow, the rhythm, the journey from one note to the next. Similarly, life is not about achieving some final version of ourselves. It is about the experience of becoming, the act of unfolding, and the continuous movement forward. We are meant to live fully in the process of becoming, not waiting for some future version of ourselves to arrive. Like the music, the point is not the end, but the dance itself. The painter who never finishes. To understand the lesson of becoming, consider the story of a painter named Samuel. Samuel had always dreamed of creating a masterpiece, a work of art that would define his identity as a painter. He spent years in his studio, painting, refining, and perfecting his work. Yet, no matter how much time he spent, he never felt that any of his pieces were finished. He would step back to look at his latest creation, only to find that he could always improve upon it. The more he painted, the more he realized that the joy of painting was not in completing a piece, but in the act of painting itself. The process, the movement of his brush on the canvas, was what brought him fulfillment, not the finished product. One day, Samuel had a realization. He stopped trying to finish his paintings and instead focused on the act of creating. Each stroke, each layer of color, each moment of expression was its own fulfillment. In that moment, Samuel understood that his true purpose was not to become a finished artist, but to become an artist in the process of creating. His identity as a painter was not found in a completed canvas, but in the unfolding of each brushstroke, each moment of inspiration. The goal is to become. The lesson here is simple yet profound. The goal is not to become someone. The goal is to become. Identity is not a static object that can be achieved. It is a dynamic process of unfolding, constantly in motion. The self is not a noun to be defined, but a verb to be lived. Just as a painter finds joy not in finishing a work, but in the act of painting itself, we must learn to find joy not in reaching a final version of ourselves, but in the continuous process of becoming. Life is not a destination. It is a journey of growth, change, and transformation. The self is not something we must strive to perfect or complete. It is something we must allow to unfold in its own time. And in doing so, we free ourselves from the pressure of perfectionism and embrace the beauty of the process. So let go of the idea of a final self. Instead, embrace the journey, the unfolding, the becoming. You are not meant to arrive at some final version of yourself. You are meant to live fully in the process of becoming, knowing that the joy is not in the destination, but in the dance of life itself. In a world that constantly pressures us to define, fix, and arrive at a final version of ourselves, it is essential to remember one powerful truth. The self is not a product, it is a process. From the moment we are born, we are in constant flux, always becoming, never finished. The journey of identity is not about reaching an endpoint, but about embracing the flow of life itself. For years, we are taught to seek the final self, the person we are supposed to become. We believe that once we reach this final version, all our struggles, questions, and uncertainties will disappear. But as we've explored, this myth of a finished self is nothing more than an illusion. The truth is that we are meant to unfold, not to reach a set destination. Consider the wisdom of Alan Watts, who taught us that life is not about reaching a climax, but about experiencing the journey itself. Life is like music, he said, not to be completed, but to be danced. It is in the process of becoming that we find joy, not in a final version of ourselves. As Heraclitus famously said, you cannot step into the same river twice. The river of life is always flowing, and we too are always in motion, constantly changing, growing, and evolving. This idea of becoming is further reflected in Zen Buddhism, where the self is understood as impermanent and ever-changing. By letting go of the need for a fixed identity, we can live fully in the present moment, embracing the fluidity of who we are. Just like the river, we are in constant flow. We find peace not in clinging to who we were, but in flowing into who we are becoming. And then there is the importance of relationships. We are not isolated beings, we are relational beings. Our identities are co-created through our interactions with others, our connections, and shared experiences. It is through dialogue, empathy, and understanding that we truly discover who we are. We are not a solo project, we are a communal process. In each of us, there is an ego, the constructed performative self that we present to the world. But beneath that ego lies our essence, an evolving awareness that connects us to something deeper. The essence of who we are is not found in the masks we wear or the roles we play. It is grown into through vulnerability, introspection, and acceptance of our true selves. But this growth, this unfolding of the self, is not always easy. We often fear change, believing that it means betraying who we once were or the people we once cared about. Yet, growth is not betrayal. It is fidelity to our inner evolution. We must learn to let go of control, to stop trying to perfect ourselves, and instead allow the process to happen naturally. As Taoism teaches us through the concept of Wu Wei, life flows best when we allow things to unfold effortlessly. Through all of this, we learn that identity is not fixed. It is a living narrative. It's a story that we author with every thought, action, and experience. The beauty of this is that we are always rewriting the script of our lives. Every moment is an opportunity to shift, to change, to become someone new. We are never locked into one version of ourselves. As we move forward, it's crucial to remember you are a process, not a product. You are always becoming. Let go of the myth of the finished self and embrace the beauty of the unfolding journey. In the dance of life, the joy is not in the destination, but in the act of becoming. Life is a masterpiece in progress, and you, as the artist, have the power to shape it with every brushstroke. You are not meant to be perfect. You are meant to be. The self is a verb, not a noun, and the goal above all is simply to become. Each morning is a quiet revolution, a new chance to begin again, not as someone already complete, already perfect, but as someone willing to become. What now? What does a day look like when it's lived in alignment with these truths? It starts, not surprisingly, with waking up. Waking up early, opening the window to your becoming. The early hours of the day are sacred. Before the noise, before the demands, before the algorithms tug at your attention, there is stillness. In that stillness, your mind is fertile, untouched. It remembers who you really are before the ego suits up for its performance. Waking up early isn't just about productivity. It's about positioning yourself in that tender space where you are most available to your own becoming. You rise early not to get more done, but to get more present. Practical tip: set your alarm for just 30 minutes earlier than usual. Don't rush. Sit with a cup of tea or water, breathe, journal, reflect on one idea from what you've heard in these videos. Ask yourself not, what do I have to do today? But, who am I becoming today? You are not behind. You are not late. You are simply awakening on all levels. Navigating the day, moving through the world with fluidity. Once you're up and the world starts to stir, you'll feel the pull to perform, to perfect, to control. This is where so many of us begin to suffer. We measure ourselves against others, against unrealistic standards, against past versions of ourselves. But today, you choose a different path. You remember, you are not a finished product. You are a work in motion. Operate with this knowing. Physically, move your body, not out of punishment or obligation, but as a celebration of change. Your body is an extension of the river you are. Walk, stretch, breathe deeply. Let your cells remember that becoming isn't something to fear, it's something to feel. Emotionally, hold space for yourself. You will not feel the same at every hour of the day. That's not weakness, it's proof you're alive. Instead of suppressing emotion, meet it with curiosity. What is this feeling showing me about where I am in my unfolding? Mentally, the mind can be a maze or a temple. Guide it gently. You don't need to solve everything today. You don't need to have it all figured out. You only need to meet your thoughts with compassion. Let go of perfection. Practice small acts of stillness, a quiet pause before replying to an email, a full breath before making a decision. You're allowed to shift. You're allowed to change your mind, to evolve. Socially, remember, relationships are mirrors. Every interaction is a co-creation of who you're becoming. Seek those who honor your process, not just your performance. Be brave enough to outgrow connections that demand you stay small. Speak honestly. Be seen in your becoming. Evening ritual, releasing the day. As the sun sets, your energy draws inward. This is the time to reflect, release, and realign. You are not who you were this morning, and that is something to honor. Before bed, resist the urge to cram in more information, more stimulation. Instead, focus on integration. Your nervous system is preparing for rest, and in that rest, your becoming continues, quietly, deeply. Practical tip: put away bright screens an hour before sleep. Dim the lights, light a candle if that helps. Sit with yourself. Write down what shifted in you today. Don't judge it. Just notice, who are you becoming today? Then, as you prepare to sleep, turn on this video or others like it. Why sleep philosophy matters. Your subconscious is always listening. Long after your eyes close, your mind continues to weave meaning, to sort emotions, to internalize ideas. Sleep is not the end of the day. It's the incubation of your next self. By immersing yourself in ideas that affirm your fluidity, that remind you you're not broken, not behind, not alone, you give your soul a soft place to land. These videos don't just inform, they transform. They are lullabies for the evolving mind. And by listening while you sleep, you are planting seeds. Not all of them will sprout overnight, but some will. A thought might return tomorrow and change how you respond to yourself. A word may echo during a difficult moment. Slowly, gently, you'll shift. Not because you forced yourself to be better, but because you remembered you're allowed to become. A final word: rise. Right now, whether you're about to sleep or just opening your eyes, know this: You don't need to be perfect today. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to show up. Wake up. Move gently. Take care of your body. Say what's real. Let people see you. Let the day change you. You're not stuck. You're still moving. And you're stronger than you think. So breathe deep, stand up, and go meet your life.